If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine. If you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window, and we would shine, 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 shine. If you were mine. If you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, Sometimes a dream is just a dream. Sometimes it can change right in front of your eyes. Ooh, you're not mine. You may never be mine, but I think I'll be okay. Yeah, I think I'll be just fine.
The sunlight beats in, shines light on my whiskey eyes, pain in every pore, at my core there's a war. Time is a melody, lines in a minor key, and you could be here with me if you
know we like to do some things sometimes. All these beats and rhymes. You know, we get it in. So we're gonna start it like this.
Wave waters, we a pair of erudite men who grab the pen and then we Eric right. Meaning we do it easy above you parasites. He in a mic 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Jesus is an artiste with smart speech. Move smooth as a car thief and start beef. Black Panther with sharp teeth. We keep the movement moving while our music's pumping like a heartbeat. We did it once, now we checking in with a second win. When it comes to lecturing, they call me Malcolm Excellent. My record spin the veterans is dark water. Competition is wishing we set the bar shorter. Seems like they can never get ahead of us. We be catching flights, stay on the mega bus. Take it to Maryland, you'll recognize my rep strong. You a pillow, you soft and get slept.
Yeah, we coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here. Wave waters, brothers yelling black pride. Take offers, budget on the black side. Your girl can act shy, she been looking. Sleep, get your ones, fives, and tens took it. Real gains take labor, I've been pushing. Still turning haters in the pin cushion. Catch me in Brooklyn, mainly Columbia. You better lace up quick, baby, we running ya. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
I thought it was over, but I'm right back at you. And I'ma flip the whole scene over like a spatula and get it french fried for the extra crunch. And all you suckers that's hungry, take that for lunch. Cause I'm off the clock. I clock miles though, and I see them Angela Davises wanting miles though. That's why I keep it stepping with the samurai precision. I'm trying to change the color, David Banner, my decision. Blow it up and make it all green and break it all down and share it with the team. So I ain't got time to sing Kumbaya till I'm cooping two-seater, just blew by ya. Travel at a high speed, it's me, you in my rear view. Still wanna sing, but honestly I can't hear you. Unless you talking as loud as the bass hit. It's Krilla and the boy Frank Nick G.
We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. And the music factory stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived. From 86 to 95, New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD. Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest. Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, Bello, and SP. Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC. Daru, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far far side, lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water, please. Give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love, I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I Don't you dare leave me here standing, longing for a dance. Walk right up, your eyes are asking. Time to take the chance. Don't you dare end this night early. Life is short, my dear. If you're thinking of retreating, don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If we move a little slower, the music might stop. If we get a little closer, my heart just might pop. If they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. Don't you dare leave me here thirsty while you sip and drink. I don't want deep conversation, I don't need to think. Don't you dare look toward the door, tonight is young, my dear. Don't you whisper a word of leaving. Don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If you're wondering how you're doing, well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light and the sound of the band, if you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again.
Let the time go by.
We won't sleep
Leave our cares
tonight.
behind.
Not till morning light. Who needs sleep when I can be with you?
Others come and go.
You're the only
Dancing to
one.
and fro.
Night has just begun. Don't you dare leave till I say so.
If you wonder how you do,
Well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light,
and the sound of the band.
if you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again. If we move a little slower,
Music might stop.
if we get a little
Her
closer,
heart just might pop.
if they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. Hey, get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. on the weekend.
Everybody get on down, let's rock the night away. Everybody get on down, let's rock the night away. I hope you know to take my hand and know that I understand everything that you've been through, and I meant to tell you everything. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright, girl. It's gonna be alright. Everybody get on down, let's rock the night away. Everybody get on down, let's rock the night away. I hope you know to take my hand and know that I understand everything that you've been through, and I meant to tell you everything. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright, girl. It's gonna be alright.
If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window, and we would shine, 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 shine. If you were mine, be just fine. When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the tells in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe, but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
Hey, come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. Oh, we'll dance together. Oh, stay up all night. fight till the end. I was born to be champion. It's a war, it's a war. Got that fire in my bones. Gonna knock you down, knock you down. Hit you where it hurts. Gonna knock you down, hit you where it hurts. Hit you where it hurts.
Welcome one and all back to the LPL. We are coming into day 7 of week 2. We are flying through this split. I am Ushi and I am joined this time by the absolutely fantastic Mr. Ox. Sorry, I just see you on the camera just putting up the 7 there just to kind of make sure I was 100% correct. How you feeling, man? We're in the thick of it now. We are getting like well into the season at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we're at the point where, especially with RNG having their series, we've seen everyone play at least once. There is still more to be seen of the teams. I think that's one big thing with the LPL because it's a single round robin. It's hard to get a clear judgment, right? Someone could have had a really rough early schedule. Someone could have had a bit of an easier early schedule. But we're starting to get a bit more of a view of where teams are. You know, JDG definitely looking really convincing at the top. And I feel like there's still more to be seen, especially for teams like TT and RNG who've only played one series. But we are getting there.
Yeah, we are absolutely getting there. We have a look at what happened yesterday because it was our Super Saturday with 3 series in the day. We got to the expected results, but it wasn't the expected journey.
Yeah, LGD V5 game 1, longest game of the split so far, 50 minutes, and it was a massive battle for V5 to close it out. Game 2 a lot more convincing, but LGD showed that they can put up a fight in V5. Still finding their footing without Rookie and had XLB in instead of Karsa. Top Esports IG, no real surprise that Top Esports came out ahead. Definitely were some moments in it that IG put up a fight, but Top Esports, the brand, made in the second game to the Swain from Knight, really cool to see. And then game 3, Weibo did some happy gaming in one of those games. Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely felt like Weibo are still fumbling their way to a playoff spot as such. Of course, we do know the ceiling of these guys, and we can kind of see now where that leaves our standings because, again, like we said, we are well into the thick of it right now. JDG, like you mentioned earlier, top of the table, 3-0, high and flying. A couple of very unusual names, though, towards the bottom and the middle of the pack, though. People like FBX and even BLG, not quite finding that huge momentum, but again, still plenty of games to play.
Yeah, still a lot of opportunity. It does feel worrying when your team starts to struggle. Like we saw, I remember WE had a harder schedule at the start of spring and really fell down, but then didn't reclaim it later. So ideally you want to come in with momentum, but sometimes it isn't possible, and ultimately you have to try and claw your way back up. For the time being, it's still very early days. Still shouldn't take too much credence in teams being ahead. I think a big reminder was in spring, OMG with 3-0 at the start of the split. And then we're able to make playoffs. So despite the fact that, we have JDG in this 3-0 position, nothing is set in stone.
Nothing is set in stone, but what is set in stone is the games for today. Anyone's Legends versus BLG, both teams on 1-1. And then our second series, LNG looking to join JDG atop the table with a 3-0, and TT still hunting for that first win.
Yeah, TT, one of the 2 teams who've only played one series, so it's hard to really scope out their level. Obviously, they did lose their first series, but they did at least put up a decent amount of challenge against V5, despite the fact that they weren't able to take it to their third game. I will say the bot lane had some issues in that one, but remains to be seen, and obviously a big opportunity for them to try and get that point on the board. I will want to say, though, that AL BLG series, BLG's a stacked lineup. I think everyone has kind of said that for the entire year, but I could really see an upset happening here.
Absolutely, and you kind of talk about AL just a little bit more as well, and how they're able to honestly be very impressive, just not quite 100% cohesive, but there are definitely signs that this team, if they can get that consistency together, would be a pretty decent threat going into a top 10.
Yeah, but they had their most recent series against LNG, where LNG drafted the Kled mid for Doinby and the Sejuani in the jungle for Tarzan, and they really made AL's life difficult in the early levels of the game. They managed to put Forge behind. They managed to find these consistent skirmishes going in favor. The Kled pick with the Sejuani really creative because it made ganks so easy, and you do have that Grievous Wounds built into your kit. And you see here the skirmish is really going in favor off the side of LNG. But it felt like this game should have been shut and done. Like, you see that point in the game. This point, 10,000 gold lead for LNG. A lot of people this early in the game, 10,000 gold lead, you're just checking out. You're like, yep, done, dusted. But AL really made LNG work for it.
Absolutely. You can even see in this fight here, they separated, they made sure they got the fight on their terms. And also, the longer this series went on, or specifically this game, you can see Gangplank, Swain, Callista, these things that want to be, you know, much closer to you and kind of scale into that game become an awful lot easier to pilot, especially in those 5v5s.
Yeah, I think the Swain was the big one for me, because as much as the Kled Sejuani worked into it in the laning phase, later on you had this very short-range composition into a Swain. You can see in this fight, Forge does go down, but constantly in the mix, doing that AoE damage, applying those AoE slows. And again, it just felt like LNG trying to rush the finish on this one, and AL really responding. I think this one was a big one for me, because Forge, you can see, actually starts to have his ult timeout, and then LNG opt to re-engage and let him keep the charge going. You can see the red bar underneath his health was about to go. They all commit in. He's stuck in the mix, pops the Zhonya's, and just full heals off that and manages to turn it around. So I think there's two sides to it. AL definitely finding the right scenarios for them to fight, but also LNG definitely overstepping.
Yeah, I think LNG, though, they kind of figured out the success, the mixture for success, which was they need to make sure Light isn't destroying his team by getting hit by the Berserker of the hostile takeover. And you can see here, it's a great ultimate there from Chocho, but because of that cleanse, because of, excuse me, not the cleanse, the QSS, Light's able to kind of break himself free, and that was the difference maker coming into that particular game. And of course, LNG did go on to win it. But again, good positives from Anyone's Legend. They could have just been down and out, go next, but they kept fighting, and they knew how to execute on their composition.
Yeah, never gave up at any point, and I think that's the thing you always have to be wary of for AL, is when it comes to team fights, they will challenge you regardless of the deficit. So, you know, we'll see how that goes. We also have to talk about BLG, their most recent series against Ultra Prime, where they were challenged and did end up dropping one game against them. Ultra Prime definitely on a bit of an upswing, people really hyping them up, especially Jordan Lyric was saying he thinks they're going to be top 8. Which was on the last hit, and we told him he was being a little bit delusional, but you know, it could happen. And I think ultimately this game one started off with a really solid gank from Hacker into the bot lane. The context of this was BLG weren't expecting the gank because of the map split that initially came through. There was an invade level 1, and then Hacker makes this follow-up play where he just walks towards Weiwei, goes in when Fofo is able to move, and dies. And Weiwei got 2 kills there. Weiwei ended up getting monster fed that game, completely 1v9ing. So moving to the second game, this is the one that Ultra Prime managed to win, and it came down to the team fights, but also moments like this. Hacker finding this beautiful kick on a Doggo, but it just felt like Doggo and Fofo really struggling to position in these fights.
Yeah, it really did feel like it was a... Again, we know how good each individual player can be on BLG, but it did feel like every now and again they just weren't quite set up in the right position. They weren't looking to try and get those fights. Even here, you can see it's kind of in, out, not really going for it, now going for it. It's just a little bit disconnected.
Yeah, and I mean, Cryan had a fantastic game. Honestly, you know, I said that Jordan Lyric was being a bit delusional. With how they were playing against BLG, if they can continue that form, I think it's possible, because the Talia performance here was absolutely fantastic. Cryan constantly catching people with those seismic shoves, winning out in those team fights, and despite the fact there were strong scaling elements for BLG, the Gangplank, the Kog'Maw Lulu, they just weren't able to execute on it. And in the end, they did lose that second game. But, you know, I talked about the first game, Hacker making that big mistake that allowed BLG to snowball. Similar thing happened in game 3, where they go for this invade and get completely annihilated. So BLG, game 1, it was a mistake from Ultra Prime that they punished effectively. Didn't give them a chance back in the game. Game 3 was similar, which, you know, credit to them for punishing when a mistake is made. But I feel like if a team isn't making as egregious early errors, then BLG won't have an easier time.
We'll see what they want to go for. But again, like you said, BLG, they did find their form. They did start to pick up those wins. And again, an important win as well, because like we said, if this is a team that we are generally excited for, but like Lyric saying this could make top 8, this is a team that literally is contesting against you as BLG. That's where you finished in the spring split, and you want to try and go higher, but you got to beat everyone below you. So curious to see what BLG can do today and how they're able to transition the learnings, as you will, from the first 2 series. And thinking of learnings and thinking about how we look. Well, did you get a message as well?
Said,
did you? Yeah, I got a message
Let's
as well.
Go up to the moon.
I also got a message.
I'm starting to believe, right? I can get behind it, honestly.
We can get behind it on an Ultra Prime series. How about that? We can get a bit excited when they're actually playing. But you thinking of improvements, thinking about how you're learning from these experiences, you actually deep dove a little bit more in terms of Anyone's Legend and BLG and what they do good and what they could do better.
Yeah, so start off with AL. The good thing is they're good at setting up and finding windows to teamfight. And this isn't unique to this split. We saw that in spring as well. The EDG series, fantastic setup to some of their team fights and able to take them out. And also Chocho, I had concerns about him because he's very much that heavy engaged support play style. And he's actually adapted really well to the new support meta, playing a lot of these enchanters very proficiently. So that's all fantastic. What needs work is the solo lanes are a bit volatile. And we've seen them punished in the laning phase and getting set behind. And they often do fall behind in the early game. If Anyone's Legend can fix some of the issues in the early game, not make as many mistakes, I'm confident they can match teams far above their weight class when it comes to the mid to late game team fights. For BLG, Bin is looking like a solid addition and a lane they can play through. We saw Weiwei in some of their games heavily leaning towards him and getting him snowballed. And Fofo, importantly enough, one of the major criticisms for him was that he wasn't that present for moving from mid, right? We saw Xiaohu playing that super roaming style, similar to like what Fake was doing at MSI, and particularly that meta hurt them because Fofo was just rigid in the lane. He has started to move and be more active on the map. The downside, the thing that needs work for BLG is the mid to late game still feels sluggish, and there were windows for the enemy team to contest, maybe not the best setups for team fights, maybe being slow to set up for objectives and get in position for dragons, and then also those positioning issues in game 2 versus Ultra Prime. Doggo and Fofo were consistently getting caught out. So it's kind of like a bit of a polar opposite, I feel like, for these teams.
Yeah.
Strong laning from BLG, but some suspect scenarios in the late stages, and the opposite for AL.
Absolutely. And like you said, it is still very early on in the season. This is stuff we want to see improve as the games go on, as the season progresses. And honestly, this is a massive opportunity for both these sides. Again, these are two teams who, in my opinion, could very well be kind of testing towards those playoffs. Realistically, BLG should be aiming for higher, but we got to see more from them. And for Anyone's Legend, this is an opportunity, again, to just kind of prove themselves and where they are. And speaking of the two people we want to talk about and how pivotal they are in this series, it's the bot lane, Crisp and Chocho. We've mentioned them many times, and I love that triple kill stat for the supports because it just shows how crazy Crisp can be.
Yeah, Crisp getting that triple kill on Renata. Obviously, no other support got one, so Chocho tied in second. But I think I want to draw your attention to is Crisp is really active, right? Kills and assists at 15, 3.33 second of all the players in all the supports in the league, sorry. Whereas Chocho is a bit lower, but his kill participation at 15 far higher. And it kind of shows that, you know, BLG will find more impact. Their solo laners will make their own plays. Weiwei was playing towards top. Whereas for AL, their early game is so reliant on Chocho. We saw that in the Bard game, setting up ganks with the portals to try and make things happen. And it feels like they really do lean on him more. But also, I want to just highlight the champion pools. You know, Crisp is someone who I definitely had faith in bringing out a range of these different picks, but Chocho I was a bit unsure about. But although we've seen the, you know, things like the Nautilus they've both played, the Thresh for Crisp, we have seen those enchanters both playing Renata extremely well. Lulu and Karma for Crisp, Bard and Nami for Chocho, and again, they have looked good. With the meta shifts, with the durability changes, expectation was enchanters would start to come a bit more in the meta. My concern is I look through every like support in the league, and there's a bunch of them where I'm like, yeah, you know, like Mako was someone, Hung was someone who I was like, those ones can definitely play these enchanters. And then there was some that I looked at and went, nah, I don't see it, right? I feel like they're going to stick to the Leonas, the Nautiluses, the Rakans. And Chocho was one of those that I didn't necessarily expect with how AL had been playing, that he would be able to function well and the enchanters and the team would work. But he's absolutely shown up.
Absolutely, and we're going to waste absolutely no more time here trying to set this one up because we are jumping into picks and bans. It is game 1 of Anyone's Legend versus BLG. Anyone's Legend on the blue side, BLG on the red. And we're already starting to see those pretty standard bans. Actually, standard from BLG. These are very targeted, I feel, coming out from Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, so it's 9 away the Lulu means no real prospect of something like a Cog Lulu coming out. There's Twisted Fate as well. There's a bit of an interesting one, but, you know, we've seen Fofo lean more on picks that can roam to the side lane. So I think AL heavily investing in the bot lane. Although TF is a mid lane pick, you're not banning it because the mid lane matchup. You're banning it because what it can do to the rest of the map. And finally, with that Kalista banned away, I have to expect the Lucian ban from BLG. I feel like leaving up Lucian Nami, very dangerous, especially when Cog Lulu is gone, Renata, Kalista are gone. These counters we've seen, not as many available.
We'll see where they want to go with it. Like you said, the Kalista Renata not there, but we have seen the Renata still do exceptionally well into the Lucian Nami. You can pair it up with multiple different things, but we'll see what the side of BLG do prioritize. Actually going to go with the LeBlanc.
Yes,
so
that's
taking
Lucian
off
first pick.
Yeah, it has to be.
You know, and then for BLG, they get priority in jungler, so we could see them pick up the likes of the Viego. I think makes sense in terms of take up. And the thing is, you know that AL are almost certainly going to go Lucian Nami. So if you need part of a bot lane, let's say you want to go like Renata or Felios, you probably have to pick at least one of them up in this rotation so that you can fully pick your bot lane on that third pick, just to make sure you have an answer. You've left Lucian Nami open, you have to have a plan. Another option you can go for is that Ezreal Karma that we have seen people take into Lucian Nami. Those have some windows in which a Lucian Nami, if they can get on top of you, can burst you out, but generally a good time of using that range advantage to out-trade in the laning phase.
Yeah, out trade. You've got the shieldings, of course, coming out from the Karma as well. And just the general safety of the Ezreal. He's incredibly well ranged. He's got the Arcane Shift, like you mentioned, to keep him safe. So good response here from the side of BLG. They had a feeling that the Lucian's going to be picked in, so they had an answer for it as well. So you're going to go with the Nami. Honestly, I would be so surprised if Anyone's Legend don't pick up the Viego here. It has been such a huge thing, and yep, don't even have to go any further with it because with the Wukong ban, they know that this is the next best thing.
So BLG didn't take the Viego, which is interesting because there can be reasons for it. Yes, you do hand over that powerful pick to AL, but if you'd taken the Viego, you're kind of locked into taking the Ezreal on third pick. It means if AL took something like the Gwen, for example, you wouldn't be able to answer it without giving up a lot of power on your bot lane. So can kind of make sense in that regard to go in this direction instead, to secure your bot lane, give a bit more flexibility to this third pick, and now they will take that Swain and can start to ban away picks that are more difficult to deal with it. Ahri could come through as a ban, something that can play around the range of Swain. Very hard for Swain to keep her within his effective range. And for AL, you can just look to target away those junglers and really thin out the pool for Weiwei.
Yeah, honestly, I think, you know, for BLG, they came in with a very definitive plan, especially with that LeBlanc ban on 3. They're saying, look, we take the Swain, we give Fofo as easy as a time as possible, put Forge on the things he's not necessarily used to or comfortable on. And for Anyone's Legend, it is all going to be about that bot lane. So you got to start, you know, banning away those jungles, get Weiwei onto different things, more fringe level picks. You know, I wouldn't be surprised maybe even to see the Xin Zhao banned away as well. Just things that can kind of early skirmishing will be the port of call, shall we say, for Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, Lee Sin taken out. We do see the Kayle ban actually coming in from BLG. And a question, is AL going to throw a top lane ban? Gwen and GP are open. I could see those two just being traded across. Obviously, BLG have a bit of an advantage in having first choice on which one they want. And ultimately, Bin will get the counter pick in this situation. So if AL have anything they don't want to deal with in this situation, now is the time. I do think with Wukong, Lee Sin, Viego banned away, there's not as much pressure to ban junglers, but they actually go for the Graves ban, interestingly enough. And obviously we saw what Weiwei could do on that pick when he got rolling. And now it really comes down to what he wants to pick up in the jungle. The exception is if they want to prioritize Bin and take the Gwen for him as a blind, feeling that priority. And I will note, it can be a flex. This could be flex to jungle in theory. I don't think we will see that though.
No, I completely agree. I will say, though, for BLG, you're looking at an awful lot of AP damage coming out right now. The Ezreal is natively an AD caster, but of course does have some magic damage in him. And then 3 AP carries there available to you. But you're going to go straight into the Gangplank and the Sylas here for Anyone's Legend. They're going to have access to the Demonic Ascension and even things like the Needlework here. So they've got themselves answers to what BLG are giving. And BLG, they got to find some kind of massive, you know, kind of jungle pick here to try and, you know, set up these lanes.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Swain ult has always been a strong one for Sylas. A lot of these ultimates that add durability in fights, things like the Alistar ultimate, Swain ultimate, have always traditionally been strong. Gives you that extra DPS in fights, but just, yeah, the healing, such a massive factor. And it looks like Weiwei's going to go back with that Kha'Zix that we did see him bring out earlier. We saw that in the series against Ultra Prime. He went the Bruiser Kha'Zix build in that one, which you know, it worked pretty well overall. I think it made less sense in the composition they had then, but should be able to do pretty good here. And importantly enough, adds quite a lot of AD damage, so does help with the damage profile having those 2 AP solo laners.
Yeah, absolutely. It does fill that hole very nicely, and it does mean, you know, with the resets coming in, you'll be able to kind of pick off the side stragglers. If someone does end up kind of, you know, just getting away from the Gwen or the Swain, you can just try and get the Kazakhs with the upgraded leap strike and just try and jump on top of them, or just the leap, I should say. But both compositions locked and loaded. It feels like BLG, they're definitely looking a little bit more... They have certain windows which they can definitely exploit, but it feels like there's an awful lot more answers on the side of Anyone's Legend for what the BLG will be bringing to the table.
I think it really comes down to how the laning phase is going to pay out, because ultimately we've seen Xiaohao, who's had such a strong performance so far. I think he's been honestly one of the big performers for the team. He's on this Viego, which is going to have more early impact than the Kazakhs. They both do spike at 6, but Viego in those early skirmishes does have the edge. Kazakhs kind of just really wants to wait for that first evolve. In the top lane, you have the GP into the Gwen, so you're quite comfortable in that matchup. Should be able to challenge the Gwen a bit in the early levels. You have mid lane, the Silas into the Swain. You're going to be able to find that early prio, be a bit more useful in skirmishes. It's only really the bot lane where I feel like things could be a little bit rough for AL. And ultimately, though, if you can find some early momentum, it will go a long way for this AL composition.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how it all pans out. We are jumping onto the Rift for game 1 of this best of 3. Anyone's Legends versus BLG, both sitting at 1-1 in the table. This could be a big momentum starter for either of these organizations. And it's going to be important, as you said, to see how both these laning phases go for both these teams.
Yeah, and, you know, we have talked about how typically the way that you kind of view these teams is AL... not the strongest in the laning phase, look to pick up pace in the team fights. And on the opposite side, it's the likes of BLG who tend to be strong performers in the laning phase, get those advantages, maybe fumble things a bit later on. Some of the map movements not ideal, but we'll see how that ends up panning out in this situation. No big surprises coming in from the runes, kind of just what we'd expect. Something to note as well, you know, we've seen various different runes for the Ezreal. He's gone for the first strike. Karma's gone for the comment. This is like the maximum poke output from both of them. And that's kind of how the bot lane's going to play out. Level 1, Ezreal Karma, super strong with their poke abilities. And Lucian Nami is not strong level 1. Kind of weak. They're kind of waiting for level 3. So we should expect to see Doggo and Crisp really get control of the lane early.
Yeah, again, as you said, you have the early level 1 priority here, and with the first strike and comet should be pretty decent at just pushing down all of these health bars. You can see just how difficult it will be for Betty and Chocho to really put a stamp here until that level 3 mark, but we'll wait to see what they're able to kind of do. It's actually the interesting little move here. They're actually going to force out an exhaust because he just sidestepped all the poke.
Yeah, I'm going to guess... I was just gonna say that only works if you hit your skill shots. It is a skill shot based lane. The Ezreal Karma.
It's a big if.
Chris misses the first Q and then completely whiffs the mantra Q. So it does end up being a trade of summoners. The health bars are lower for Doggo and Chris, but they're still gonna find the level 2 first. They're still gonna get that priority.
Yeah, you can see with the shielding, Doggo feels very confident to go forward there with the Arcane Shift, knowing they can't really trade it back here as the Anyone's Legends bot lane, but they should hit their level 2 now. So again, the ebb and flow should be available. They should have a little bit more sustainability in this lane until the level 3. But yeah, like you said, need to be a little bit careful on that bot side as BLG. You can't just allow yourself to miss everything, because still Lucian Nami still can do an unholy amount of damage even at level 1.
Yeah, I mean, if you step up like that, he did take the dash, I believe, just to get the proc in, the damage. And now Xiaohao, we said he's going to have the early prio. Oh, the ward just times out now. No, this is what you get for being a efficient clearer. If you're a little bit slower, that gank would have worked.
If only he knew. If only he knew. He will obviously recognize the ward died as he was walking over it, so he's very, very aware that he is in full vision, which means Bin can maybe feel a little bit more safe in this top side to just go a little bit more aggressive. And we were having a chat just before we came obviously live, and we were saying that Bin has only one mode, and that is go in. So giving him information of where the enemy jungler is only going to help him out even more.
Yeah, and also fantastic on Gwen. For anyone who didn't catch MSI, this was such a big pick in the finals where people criticized T1 for not banning it away from Bin. And with the durability change, it being even stronger.
Oh, Doggo needs to be a bit careful here. There's no exhaust. The Ignite goes down onto Betty, who does take a Bit of an unfortunate trade as well. But again, the ebb and flow is there, so Chocho should be able to keep his AD carry nicely topped up. But yes, like you said, the Gwen, very powerful pick for Bin. I think it was banned twice by RNG and picked 3 times by them in the finals. So you can tell how powerful it is. Speaking of powerful, Crisp, he's feeling that level 3.
And honestly, Doggo and Crisp aren't really playing this lane that well. The level 1 was messy, and that does make a big difference. Chunking out Betty and Chocho there, definitely important. And the thing is, AL can keep using Nami's mana as a resource, trading HP but healing up. And now Doggo and Crisp, they have to back away from the tower.
They got to try and back away from this. They got to remember, though, Weiwei is on his way here. There's going to be a flash there from Crisp. It's going to be a little bit of a deterrent there from the Swain. As Weiwei finally pops themselves in, and they just make sure that nothing else is going to happen. But like you said, Summoner's being blown. This laning advantage that you thought that BLG should be able to have, they're not really playing it as correctly as they should.
Yeah, and the problem is Doggo keeps stepping up too far, having to arcane shift out. He's now out of mana. If the trading had gone more in favor of BLG, we could have seen Chocho being the one whom that healing not able to come through. And now Weiwei, he's just trying to shadow to prevent anything happening. But Crisp has to reset. It's a play in for the bot lane of AL, and this is going pretty fantastically for them. And I have to say, we did see them play the Lucian Nami before, and they really did show proficiency on it. I think that was one of the games where we saw Chocho obviously on an enchanter and was like, hey, this guy's actually doing pretty good. But repeating that performance here, and against Doggo and Crisp, a bot lane that typically we have seen do well in the laning phase.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is something that we talked about just at the top of the show. You wanted to see a better laning phase coming out from anyone's legend. So far, so good. Still very early days, only 5.5 minutes in. But this is where you start to get a little bit worried, though, for BLG, because their strength was kind of, the early laning phase and then a little bit of a, shakiness towards the mid to late. It's, as you said, the opposite for the side of anyone's legend. If they get both sides of that coin, you're not really giving yourself many options to play this.
Yeah, definitely can become problematic. And they still have a lot of assurances, like the Azrael will come online at 2 items and be strong. Bin on Gwen is, just does Gwen things. But it's still, as you said, it's not a good start to the game. And it just means, especially now when Betty and Chocho are starting to spike a bit more, the fact you didn't find that advantage early means that it is going to get harder and harder from here on out. Especially level 6, something to note is that Ezreal and Karma don't get that much of a power spike from level 6. Ezreal's ult is fine and very useful, don't get me wrong, but not always the easiest to get off in a close range skirmish. And Crisp, although you get a boost to the Mantra's power, you're not getting an extra ability, whereas the Lucian army, the tidal wave, very hard to dodge in the laning phase. The culling adds so much damage to the all-in for the Lucian, so they really have to be careful when those spikes are hit.
Yeah, well, BLG. Oh my lord, Doggo! He needs to be so careful. The flash, the auto attack's not enough. That was so close, but you can see just how comfortable Betty and Chocho are in this matchup. Even Xiaohao saying, look, if I can catch it, making a bit of a lazy recall, maybe I can get the kill, but still, this is huge. Look at the CS difference. It's only going to get even bigger.
Yeah, I mean, this is just showing. They've hit a spike. They haven't been put behind. With the extra goal, Betty has a pickaxe and double longsword. So much AD, so much burst. And Doggo, the lane you want to play is you poke from a distance. You don't let him get in range of you. But at this point, the mobility's there. Can't really prevent it. And now they're just going to keep applying pressure. And if you fall behind this Ezreal, it's going to be a longer time before you hit those spikes. You might end up missing that critical window to really have impact in this game.
And the big thing as well, you look at BLG's composition, not a lot of engage coming out for them. You obviously think about, you fall behind, you have something like an Alistar or a Nautilus, you can still catch someone out and go for it. There's not really anyone who can really do that. Yes, you'll have Bin on a Gwen on the side lane, but not really, a quick turnaround of when she will become that unstoppable side lane menace. So going this far behind in the bot lane, this Ezreal's going to find it very difficult to actually make any kind of, as he's mentioned, meaningful impact towards these spikes. And they're going to try and find Xiaohao now. He's going to have to smite away his red buff. They will jump on top of him, pop down the exhaust. He does still have flash available to him. He flashes in. The isolate damage is not enough from Weiwei. That's both junglers losing their flashes.
You can certainly see, though, Weiwei now hitting that level 6, able to go more aggressive, using the Evolve as that extra tool. Ultimately, though, Xiaohao still gets his red buff. It's a trade of ultimates, trade of flashes. You're not really too concerned about that one for AL. No real cost of the play. All it means is simply that Xiaohao is off the map for a little bit, but all the laners seem to be pretty fine. ZDC has fallen quite far behind in terms of farm in this matchup, but ultimately, something we did hit on at the start of the day was the solo laners off AL sometimes being a bit of a liability in the laning phase. If Z's falling behind in farm, as long as he's not getting solo kills, as long as it's not too significant, I am kind of okay with that. It is still a gangplank. He is still going to be a monster later.
Yeah, he's still going to have it. There's going to be the bubble landed. They're going to go in with a tidal wave as Chris goes down the first blood. Nothing you can do. Just really not tracking the timings on those ultimates.
Yeah, and just really nice play from Chocho. Getting in the bubble, which is typically a hard skill shot to hit, but out of the fog of war, doesn't give Chris the window to dodge it. And now, fight going to come in over this Herald.
This is going to be it. Forge steals away his demonic ascension, so it's going to be a hex tech of death. As we can see, there he goes. Fofo trying to now 1v3 right here as Xiaohu picks up a Gwen. They will get the Rift Herald here for BLG, but they do sacrifice a kill. And if you're only getting 2 plates with that Rift Herald, that's a roughly equal trade.
Yeah, they want to get more value out of the Herald, try and find more than just a kill with. Otherwise, as you said, AL have been able to match. And, you know, it's a kill on a Forge, which will absolutely take. The Ghost from Fofo means they can't really connect on him. But now they're looking for Chocho here.
Yeah, they could maybe go for it here. Fofo not going to land an ever move onto the Nami, but will catch a Silas. So force the flash there out of Chocho. And again, good proactive moves here from BLG. And speaking of proactive, they may be able to find something in this top side. CDZ, he's going to try and get a plate. I think he's realized he's way too far forward and just trying to make sure he can get himself as much distance away from this Gwen so he doesn't give away any assist.
It actually lives.
Yeah, he lives. Sorry, I had to sneeze right there. He lives and gives over a kill right over to the side of Xiaohao. And how does that even happen? BLG, you're kind of just not really they're not really executing it properly, and they're just giving away so many of these advantages.
Yeah, I think Weiwei thought that essentially ZDZ would just say, I'm dead, there's nothing happening. We're going to replay that bot play. Bubble out of the fog of war. Just catches out Crisp. I think Crisp potentially walking up toward that brush, but it gets caught out. And then we see the Herald play. So Weiwei just focuses on the neutral and wants the rest of the team to basically play interruption. But the problem is the skirmishing power here. The Silas with the Swain ult is going to outvalue the Swain. Xiaohao on the Viego gets the reset so he doesn't go down. And ZDZ is just pumping damage in that one. Don't quite get the replay at top, but yeah. I mean, essentially, ZDZ, it looked like he kind of accepted his fate, but he was actually staying near the minions, so he wasn't isolated, getting as much damage as he could on Weiwei before he made the run to get away, and that bought time for Xiaohao to get there. But yeah, 3-0 for AL. Fantastic start for them.
It really, really is. 3-0, 1,500 gold lead, or just about over it as well. So, and they're honestly just kind of mitigating every single thing that BLG's throwing at them. The CS lead we talked about there for BLG and the top side for Bin just no longer existent. And now you can see Xiaohao just kind of hovering towards this bot side, making sure that this lane can continue to be good because they know how powerful they can be. The Culling's going to do a hell of a lot of damage onto the backside of Doggo and Crisp, and you can't really stay in this lane for much longer. It's just becoming harder and harder.
It's so hard. You're at the point where you don't do enough damage to poke out Betty or Chocho, and as soon as they dash in on you, they can just decimate, and it's only going to get worse. So you talk a lot about the Ezreal 2-item spike being a significant point. For the Lucian Nami, it's a 1-item spike, and it's actually both champions. Gale Force now picked up for Betty, but I'm also waiting for the Imperial Mandate for Chocho. Notice that what a lot of Namis do is they go the magical footwear, so they don't have to buy boots. It means, you know, you're a bit weaker on roams around the map, but you can just spend all your gold on Imperial Mandate, because as soon as you get that, it is such a massive power boost to your Lucian, especially as Betty by that point will likely have finished his Serrated Dirk if he's going collect a second, and at that point you will just burst anyone out so quickly, you will decimate them.
Yeah, and this is just going to be a free dragon, so 2 dragons on the board now for anyone's legend, and then their laning phase has been exceptional right now. We will see, though, Fords trying to find Fofo. As Fofo goes straight in with the Ghost, the tidal wave does land on the 3 people as they try and jump down there as Chris gets taken very low, as does Fofo. Betty is ticking down and will fall, but it's going over to the Karma, and now they're trying to find Weiwei. They flash in on top of him, and he will fall 5-1 in kills. And this is anyone's legend just calling BLG's bluff every day.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job, and ultimately Betty looks like he's a little bit isolated. Does end up going down. They managed to take him out, but not able to follow out the fight. And we were talking about this Herald. 2 plates mid. You know, if you're only going to get 2 plates, it might as well be mid with a tower's more important. But it's not that much gold. It's not going to make up for the deficit. And you're not necessarily going to be able to capitalize on it unless you pick up that second Herald. So not too much value there. And my final note on this, Machine, Chocho just picking up the mandate now. That spike is online.
It is online now. Bin needs to be a bit careful as Xiaohao is there. But again, it's still a Gwen, so can skip and snip her way out to safety, but like you mentioned just there, big one-item power spikes coming in as we look at the replay. And again, this is just BLG looking for something, but Fofo kind of just gets isolated.
Yeah, and Betty does make a mistake here, comes into the fight a little bit isolated, doesn't use the exhaust on way before he goes invisible, and ends up getting bursted out by him. But they do manage to punish in return. And something to note is, this is like the Assassin Kha'Zix build. First Strike, Duskblade, Flash. Last time we played it was the Bruiser build with Ghost, Conqueror, and Gore Drinker. So a lot squishier, but also more ability to execute these targets who are isolated. And ultimately, you have to look for that, because if you're getting caught in the middle of these team fights, Weiwei will just get popped.
Yeah, and again, we're kind of seeing the issue with the side of BLG's composition in the sense of, like we mentioned it earlier, there's no real traditional engage coming out from them right now. They're looking for, as you can see in your picture-in-picture, these picks, these small moments to maybe try and catch somebody out, but we're already at a point where Forge has his Everfrost and plenty of HP on him, and just the survivability with the kiting as well. It just makes it so hard to make any of those picks happen.
Yeah, and the problem is as well that Fofo going the Imperial Mandate build, which I think is fine. The extra movement speed in team fights really powerful. But the big thing to note with this is it makes you weaker in the side lane because you're not as strong in the 1v1. You don't have anyone to proc that extra damage. And so despite the fact that Bin may become a problem in the side lane, ZDZ will easily clear waves. Forge will be relevant in the side lane as well. And it just kind of means that, you know, BLG are going to be forced to play for these picks. That is kind of going to be their route back into the game. And the danger of that is if you try and make a pick and Betty and Chocho decide to turn it around, they will one-shot anyone at this point. They will just nuke them from 100 to 0.
And again, you're trying to make something happen here for BLG on the top side. You did see Crisp and Weiwei hovering up, but Gangplank is just so hard to dive, especially with the turret changes that have come in, of course, on the 12.10. Will mean, though, BLG having control of this top side of the jungle, they will be able to secure themselves their second Rift Herald, but it's not really going to be able to do much. Maybe they'll use it to be able to knock down that mid lane tier 1, but not exactly the greatest of starts here for the side of BLG. And they, like you said, they're kind of relying on picks, mistakes almost coming out from Anyone's Legend, because I feel like any kind of setup around Dragon, Anyone's Legend should have the pick of the litter. Yeah, and it is going to be a Cloud Soul. So 2 Dragons already puck the AL. I think it being the Cloud Soul is one of the better options. I think if it was an Ocean Soul, Xiaohao and Forge become really hard to kill. If it's a Mountain Soul, I think it would just be doomed if AL got it. But still, movement speed is a massive factor when it comes to these team fights. Fofo and Bin, one of the biggest issues for these champions is being kited. And you're now going to have, if they get the Cloud Soul for AL, it will become so much harder to try and get on top of your critical targets. So the fact it's a goal lead for AL, two Dragons in favor of them on top of that, does give a lot of cause for concern right now. Well, Betty takes a hefty chunk from the Ezreal and Swain combination. The poke is still relevant as they look to try and maybe just force this turret down by themselves, but you still got to respect the damage. And as 4-man strong, BLG still cannot force this objective down. They're still pushing forward and they're still looking to make something work for them. But Forge, with his teleport on this top side, should be able to keep these waves from Bin. So, again, it's just becoming harder and harder for the side of BLG. They will eventually just drop down Shelly to force this issue and make sure they're guaranteed the objective.
Yeah, so don't even need Shelly. They're not going to get a second tower off it. Don't even know if they'll get a second charge here. Nope. They won't, so a wasted Herald. And ultimately, look at the bot lane. While this was happening, ZDZ was pushing in bot. So now Fofo has to answer that wave. And the Dragon is up in 5 seconds. Oh, my, look at the damage.
He nearly gets 100 to 0 right there. That's a flash down. He can't contest this Drake now, so this is going to almost certainly be sole point here unless BLG can make some miracle happen.
Yeah, I mean, Fofo had to answer the bot wave. The Herald didn't really do enough to maintain control over mid. And then we see Doggo chunked out, so now Baron should be taken unless Weiwei can steal.
There we go. We're going to see the Ezreal come across. It does land onto Betty, but again, you don't have real engage. You don't have a way of starting these fights here for BLGs. They have to give that one up. It is now Cloud Soul point here for the side of Anyone's Legend. And honestly, we got to give massive props to Anyone's Legend so far in this game. They are executing so damn well and just understand their power spikes so perfectly.
And making the right decisions. ZDZ pushing that side wave. You saw the pings go out. They realized BLG were overgrouping for that mid tier 1. And so they end up punishing them. They lose farm. They lose control of the wave. Both has to answer all these things, coming to leading that to be a non-contested Dragon. And now that Soul 4 minutes away. I'm gonna say the movement speed, I said it before, can be a massive factor when, as you said, there's no engage. If your solution to start a fight is to walk or run at someone, them having extra movement speed makes that difficult.
Yeah, and as well as that, it also gives you that little bit of extra slow resistance, so another little thing that can help you out if you do get hit by the Mantra Q. Forge might be in a little bit of trouble, but again, I don't know if you want to take this fight. There's a cannon barrage, they don't know exactly where Xiao Hao is, and you can see BLG, they have to respect the lack of knowledge that they have.
Yeah, we'll just pop the ultimate this time out, and I think that is one thing to take into account, is in terms of the ultimates, the Swain is by far the best for the Sylas. Yeah. I feel like that's a big reason why they even picked the champion. So they will kind of play around that. That's kind of how it is for Sylas. If you have a bunch of good ultimates, you kind of just fight whenever. But if you have one specific, like this is the best ultimate by a country mile, that is kind of the scenario where you're waiting for that one really to pick up the fights. And it'll be available for that next dragon. And that's kind of the pivotal moment where BLG have to see if they can answer back. A big thing to note is that Doggo will have finished his second item by then. You have to believe with that Man Immune, so he will be spiking hard. My question, though, is will Fofo finish his Rylai's? And I think the fact he's only sitting on the Giant's belt, maybe not. That could be problematic, because I think you really need that to give a lot of power to the Swain. It makes it so much easier to proc the Mandate. It's the reason we're seeing the Mandate is that synergy between the two items.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see already they're almost towards a load of second items. And again, BLG, they will have the Nashor's Tooth for Bin on the top side. They have already got 2 items here onto Wei Wei. Xiao Hao gonna find the jungler, and the two of them kind of both respect and say, on you go, sir. No need to have any issues here. But yeah, it's becoming harder and harder, and this is why, again, I love, you mentioned about the Sylas as well, and you know, I love the fact that we are seeing more and more answers coming out the longer we're sitting on this patch. Is that, you know, different teams have different ways of dealing. We've seen the Nasus into the Kale, we've seen, you know, the Sylas into the Swain. Now we're seeing ways of dealing with these quote-unquote OP picks that people are just finding answers to because there's so much available. Again, the durability patch changed so much that things that weren't, you know, possibly viable may be viable again.
And I think what's funny is, you know, there's a new champion announced, the one with like the water whip.
Yes, Nyla, I think, or Neela.
Someone was talking about how like, seen a fight come in.
We're gonna see a huge fight go in. They're underneath the tower. Forge will go gold, and they kill off Fofo, and they get the resets coming in as well. Wei Wei gets jumped on.
Oh my lord.
Forge is having a moment. He will fall to the tower, but in a 1v2 situation, and you come out with 2 kills, that's still fantastic for him.
Yeah, big influx of gold as well into AL. Now, there is one silver lining for BLG. That was the Swain ultimate used by Forge. That won't be available for that dragon fight. It was the flash used by Forge. BLG didn't use their summoners apart from the ghost for Fofo. It is, you know, not even a silver lining. It's like a copper lining, let's be honest. But it does mean that there will be one less tool available for AL. But you can see they go for this dive. Forge just so powerful here. Steals away, pops it, stopwatch to drop the aggro, Zonya, sorry. And then the team are just there to follow up on the burst.
Yeah, and again, pops the second part of the Demonic Ascension. Will sadly fall down. Doesn't have enough HP to deal with those towers, but anyone's legend now. They're still only about 3,000 gold ahead, but in 50 seconds time, we're going to be seeing a fight. And speaking of fights, we're already seeing Bin trying to go head-to-head here with ZDZ. The TP's going to be coming in. That's Forge trying to jump in on top of this. They will miss the final little bit of the needlework, and now you don't have Bin for 40 seconds.
Yeah, he is only going to be able to TP in like 4 seconds after the dragon spawns, which means once the reset comes through for AL, they should just be able to push into the dragon area. You can see right now, reset coming in for ZDZ, but the rest of the team are already pushing mid, and BLG, this is a worry for them. Without the presence of their 5th member, they have to go for a desperate pick if they want to have control.
It's so hard, though. Forge is going to be so tanky. He's already got the Zonyas and the Everfrost, so it's going to be down to this poke, and you don't really have an engage right now. Xiao Hao has already forced himself with Forge into this pit, and Bin's going to have to find himself TPing pretty much on the side of this. He may look for a bit of a flank, but he doesn't have needlework. He doesn't have ignite. Now the dragon's going to be bursted down. You can see the Swain ult has already been stolen away. They're jumping on the Wei Wei. Wei Wei has to back away. They can smite this, and that's soul secured. A good tidal wave just zones everybody away, and anyone's legend are having their way with this fight. There's nothing you can do, BLG, but run. Run for your lives. Try and keep yourself alive in this game, because right now anyone's legends are hunting for blood.
The dragon goes down before Bin can even be there. And, you know, I was wrong. Actually does have the Swain ult available again. That cooldown's so short. And the Cloud Soul coming in. That chase potential for the Sylas, that extra movement speed. Now with a 4k gold lead, AL in a really comfortable position, and a bunch of poke will stop them from pushing down this mid tier 1. But Soul already picked up such a massive boon for them.
Huge moment here now for Anyone's Legend. 4,000 gold ahead, Dragon Soul in pocket. That means we do have two, well, in 5 minutes time, we'll have two massive buffs available. You can't just try and sneak away a Baron now. I feel like you're going to have to try and go for something a little bit more creative, as we can just see here. Wei tries to go in, but he's isolated. He's by himself. He's the one who wants to look for the isolated targets.
The problem is he has to try and look for a steal, because since Bin is TPing after the dragon has spawned, it's basically dead by the time they're ready to fight. And then they're trying to kite away, but Forge, the movement speed he's gotten from this Cloud Soul, they have to use everything just to get away from him, and they can't turn onto him. He has the Zhonya's available, he has the Swain ult. He's such a hard target to kill, to take out.
We come back in now. Everyone's gone back, picked up a couple of half items here. You've got the Black Cleaver finished up here for Xiao Hao. You're almost towards a Morello's or potentially another needlessly large item here for the side of Forge, depending on which one tickles his fancy. With the Baron maybe going in, they tried to maybe try and steal it away, but they're just trying to keep, I think they're just trying to keep vision on it so that they can maybe look for a desperate fight. But it's Anyone's Legend's game to lose now at this point.
It really is. And, you know, it's definitely throwable, I will say, right?
This is the LPL, baby.
Yeah, there's definitely the pick potential for BLG. There's definitely the team fight potential with, like, Fofo and Bin. If you get stuck in a Baron pit, they can destroy you. But it is so heavily in their favor. They end up grouping mid to take that tier 1. And that does now mean the map opens up. It's going to be easier to get vision control around the Baron area. But it's not just that. Because they've had such a fast Soul with no contest on any of those, well, no dragons taken by BLG, 3.5 minutes until that Elder Dragon. Such a fast Elder, pre 30 minutes. And BLG, if they don't find a way to make it contestable, they could be in a really rough spot.
Yeah, it could be. Rough is putting it very lightly, I think. It's kind of looking a bit desperate at the moment. And now, Anyone's Legend not quite around this Baron just yet. So BLG, honestly, this is kind of their only real response. They have to go for this. They cleared out the vision, but they know they can't really burst this one down. We're going to see the Shirelia's Rebel reused. Fofo's been caught. Fofo's been killed. TP on the backside of this one, as well as the Cannon Barrage kind of keeps them all away. ZDZ now trying to separate them all off as it's a double kill going over to Xiao Hao. Now with ZDZ getting caught out, Bin will be able to pick up that kill, but a flash in with the chains, and that's going to be Betty picking up the third now. There's only so much you can do here on the side of BLG. They had to go for something.
Yeah, Wei can try and smite steal, but what I imagine might happen is Betty will just dash over the wall and kill him. Maybe Forge as well. They need to get vision over the pit, though. They don't want to flip this.
They don't want to flip it, but at the same time, there's no vision here for the side of BLG. This would be very much blind, as you can see them going over now. It's exactly as you talked about, Oxter. An absolute profit. No need to flip, as Nami goes down to the Baron. Ends up being executed on the backside, but Anyone's Legend get the big purple worm.
Yeah, just great patience from AL, and as soon as they knew Weiwei's position, Weiwei having to use the Void Spikes to get vision, they hunted him down. And BLG, I'm not sure what the play was for the Baron start, definitely feeling desperate, wanting to force maybe the TP from ZDZ. But Fofo, this Swain, who's supposed to be a bulky, long fight DPS champion, just gets nuked before anything can really happen.
And this is just, again, the situation BLG put themselves in. They didn't really come out with any advantages at all, to be perfectly honest, in the laning phase. Anyone's Legends were the one being proactive. And again, we bring it back to what we talked about, what we wanted to see different from Anyone's Legend. If we would be relatively, you know, could we continue a little bit of excitement, a bit of optimism for this lineup? Honestly, this team is looking so much better with every single series they play.
And I think as well, like we talk about the fact that coming out of the draft, I like the mid lane matchup they gave for Forge. He was perfectly comfortable there. ZDZ, the matchup is fine. He did fall a bit behind in farm, but didn't really struggle. And then bot lane, I thought, you know, Dogger and Crisp left the Lucianami open, clearly thought they could handle it, and absolutely couldn't. Betty and Chocho have been hugely performing here. Also the Kazakhs as well, just not the biggest daily impact champion. Now, ZDZ, I mean, he's just dead here.
Yeah, he's dead, but can he take someone with him? Wei taking so much damage right there, and Forge is saying, you have killed my top laner, and now you shall pay for it with your life. Tidal Wave almost clips on the backside of Wave, but they're on the wrong side of this map, and now with one more Swain popping down to 0 and 5 on that pit for Fofo. Anyone's Legend get revenge for the gangplank, and now Crisp is on the wrong side of the law.
Yeah, no way they can do anything there. And Forge just feels immortal at this point with the Rabadons, with the healing in his kit and the ultimate from the Swain. it doesn't even feel like Grievous Runes would be a solution, but it definitely feels like they're kind of mandatory to even have a hope. And unfortunately, BLG, they don't have like a Chemtech Putrefier available yet. Just aren't able to do anything to bring Forge down, especially when they're already behind, already lacking damage. And now they're just going to push in and take likely mid and bot inhibitor off this play.
Yeah, and it's 2 inhibitors taken down now for Anyone's Legend. They can go back, reset. Elder will be spawning in 5 seconds. They can get these empowered recalls off. Everything's their oyster. Again, this is just such a difficult game right now. I think BLG are going to have to try and look at this, figure out what they can do differently for game 2, because honestly, this wasn't even close.
No. This was so one-sided. And, you know, it continues to be, and now Elder is up. And I will say, this could be a delicate moment. If BLG are going to come back, it's going to be on this fight. It's going to go Weiwei steals the objective, and they win the fight off the strength of it. So AL, they want to start the fight before the Elder gets low.
You got to flip it here, BLG. You got to force the fight coming out, but they're taking so much damage because they can't really burn this one down quick enough. The tidal wave will go in. It will land on a couple of people. But the damage is just too much. The barrel onto Chris brings him within lethal range. The Everfrost is so good. Forge is 1v3, and no one can deal with him. As I say that, though, Bing tries his very best, as does Weiwei, but they will all be for naught. ZDZ hunting down Doggo, saying he can maybe go for this one, but he cannot trade it back. Triple kill for the Gangplank. Anyone's Legend are taking game 1.
And I just feel like every time I make a call like this is what AL need to do, they do it to the letter. They don't let the Elder get low. They don't give any hope for BLG. No chance of a 50-50 that could give you the power to win the team fight. They start the fight, they land the barrels, and they close out this game so convincingly.
What a team effort coming out here from Anyone's Legend. 1-0 now in this best of 3. And that's gotta feel good. That was domination from start to finish. BLG never got a look in.
And I love what you said there, a team effort, because I really think that's what it is for this lineup. There are definitely some rosters who are on the lower end of the standings, and you see them win games because 1 or 2 members are just so insanely good. And here, it feels like everyone pulled their weight. Everyone was stepping up to the plate. And kind of similar to how JDG are performing at the moment, it feels like these 5 are playing as a team, and that means they're bigger than the sum of the individual parts.
Absolutely. And again, this is a roster that has been built up slowly but surely, picking pieces up, bringing in new LDL talent, bringing in some old LPL talent as well. And bit by bit, little by little, it has become a genuinely decent roster. And the way they're playing around their spikes, the understanding of their compositions. And honestly, I just feel like in that game, from draft to end, they did absolutely no wrong. They got the Lucian Nami bot side, they got the Viego, and they just said, cool, we know what our win condition is. We just got to make sure we counter whatever the hell BLG put in front of us.
Yeah, and I think going in the next game, BLG want to come out with a composition that gives them an easier tools to have a more convincing early lead. This is kind of what it looks like when AL aren't challenged in the early game and are able to just flex their muscles. They are a really solid team when it gets to the mid late. The team fight set up fantastic. The way they played around objectives was always correct. But we have seen them before be tested in the laning phase. And we know BLG are proficient laners, right? Even Bin, when there wasn't too much attention put bot, managed to build up a big CS lead. I just want them to really lean into that. And I'm not saying like pick a comp that just like stomps lane and falls off a cliff, because that might be a volatile thing to do as well. But you look at LNG's game against AL, where they took the Sejuani Kled and just took Forge out of the game. That is something that I think BLG should look for, because here they didn't challenge them in lane. They weren't able to shut them down, and AL just completely took over. I mean, look at that gold graph.
Yeah.
Just never had a look in after the early game.
Absolutely. And again, like you said, I think lacking engage, lacking hard CC that could keep someone in place for as long as possible. And it just really screwed them, honestly, for BLG. There was not really a lot else they could go for. And you just found bit by bit, little by little, it was just Anyone's Legend kind of saying, right, we're playing well against objectives. We're playing well in the team fights. We have more options available to us. Even in the 1 or 2 moments where they may have gone a little bit too far forward, maybe have just, kind of put themselves in a bit of a bad situation, it didn't matter because they were just on the same page as each other, moving forward as a unit. And yeah, honestly, I can't praise this win, any higher. This was just fantastic to see from Anyone's Legend.
Absolutely. And I think we can go a bit into the draft decision specifically that BLG made, because they took the Ezreal Karma and they did that because they were worried, like, let's say Bin took Gwen, they wouldn't be able to answer it, which I guess does make sense to an extent. But also it meant they left that jungle pick, right? They didn't take the Viego when they could have. They left that until the second rotation. And I'm going to say it, this Kha'Zix didn't work. full authority Kha'Zix on the durability patch. Just he couldn't execute anyone, couldn't isolate anyone. There was like one time he killed Betty, and even then it took like 2 rotations of abilities. Not the pick for me. So definitely put Weiwei on something else.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see what adaptations BLG make, or if anyone's legend will be thinking out a clean 2-0. We're going to send it to a break, and when we return, picks and bans for Game 2 will be happening very shortly.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Mila does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Now you know what you're up against. I am Neela of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine. If you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window, and we would.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are just coming off the back of an absolute slapdown from AL onto BLG. I am still Usheen. I am still joined by the fantastic Mr. Ox. Got myself a cup of tea. And yeah, BLG got to find something different because there was just so much going for the side of Anyone's Legend. And specifically, Forge on this Silas was just doing so much for them.
Yeah, it was a great pick into the Silas. I was trying to make a point in the game. I saw like the Silas mains Reddit. They were talking about the new champion, about the new ultimate. They were saying our ultimate. And that was definitely the vibe in this game. You know, the new updated Swain with the improved ultimate. And Forge is like, my ultimate, right? And you saw that constantly. Like every fight, he had it. I don't think he stole another ultimate, honestly.
I don't know. I haven't checked that, but I would love to check it as well. But yeah, honestly, because there was no need at the point of the game where we thought it would be relevant. Even here where we said, oh, look, he's got it. It's 2 minutes till Dragon. The cooldown was already so slow.
Yeah, I was so shocked by that it was back up for this Dragon in a minute 50. I thought he wouldn't have it available because it's obviously double the cooldown. But then he ended up having it available. And honestly, got a lot more value out of it than we really ever saw Fofo able to do so. And this game was from start to finish just decimation from AL.
Yeah, it was BLG getting an old school slapping, as we said, and really wasn't a great sign for the side of BLG or their fans. I feel like a lot of what we talked about in the pregame about, you know, who they are, what their weaknesses could be, and even their strengths, nothing really came up for them. So this is now a big opportunity. Now BLG are moving on to the blue side. They will technically have a opportunity of getting that Lucian. We'll see how the pick and bans go. But they need to really shake things up right now in this draft phase because everything they got for themselves in game one just didn't feel like it worked.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing for me is get away on a pick where you can impact early. On blue side, it should be a lot easier. Wukong will probably be banned. You can first pick Viego or find something else, but don't leave it till the second rotation again. Next one, the bot lane, leaving the Lucian army up. You're on blue side, so again, it's unlikely that's how it'll end up panning out. It'll be BLG likely to ban away the Lucian, but make sure your bot lane has a matchup that isn't so volatile because they really got outclassed in that game one. And then just lanes you can play through, lanes that can like come out ahead early, get that early lead, and then maintain it over AL. Because if you lose early against AL, you will just lose the game.
Yeah, well, with the Gwen, Wukong, and Lucian all banned away by AL, the Viego is the big pick, and that's what BLG end up going with.
Yeah, and AL now, they can match with a jungler if they want to kind of keep their cards close to their chest. They could just end up picking a bot lane right now. Senatom is available. Renata is also there, but the Clister down, maybe not as high priority. So, personally, you could go Senna and then a jungler here. And then you can kind of leave the support until you see what the enemy bot lane is. Because I don't like picking Senatom so early. People can pick like heavy scaling lanes into it. And it's actually going to be the Nocturne coming in. So a lot of global pressure from these two picks, but they have done what I've said. They've left that support pick. Now BLG, we'll see what they opt to do in this situation. If they opt to commit to a full bot lane here, or they end up picking up a lane in a different area. The thing is, you know AL are probably going to want to take the support on 3. So you could take like a top laner for Finn and ban away counters in the second draft phase. A great example would be something like the Gangplank, but they ultimately could just go Ezreal Karma here and kind of play it safe.
Play it safe again, but shouldn't have too much kill pressure, or at least not half as much kill pressure as the Lucian Nami did in the previous game, but they go with the Bard this time around. So
I'd love that. Yes.
We could see a little bit of an extra kind of healing in this bot side. You get that scaling with the Seraphine. It could be a farming Seraphine and a fasting Senna.
Yeah, this is why you don't take Senna Tom, because they'll pick something like Ezreal Bard and they just won't opt into the lane. And the defensive ability off that Tom is kind of wasted. You take the Seraphine. This is now a lane that's going to have tons of pushing power, tons of sustain, and mountains of scaling. So, you know, you already know your lane matchup is Ezreal Bard, which isn't really going to give you too much trouble in the 2v2. And AL respond perfectly in this manner. And now we can move into the second ban phase. AL starting to target mid laners. Ahri is still available, so maybe BLG ban that one away, especially with LeBlanc gone. We could see the second ban be Alessandra with the intended fourth pick Ahri for AL.
And I mean, this is, again, we're kind of seeing Anyone's Legend be very happy with where they're taking their draft. They're very quick. They're very confident in how they want to try and respond to this. And this is just, again, putting more eggs into the basket of saying, look, we know the Forge can beat Fofo. We just need to make sure Fofo's not on comfort.
It's been the TF ban. Still, I feel like maybe Ahri for BLG. I think as much as we've seen Alessandra be powerful, definitely, like, compared to MSI, where Shahu is really dominant in that matchup as a counter matchup, hasn't always been necessarily a thing that we've seen come out in the LPL. So we'll see if they opt to go in that direction or they ban another top laner. Kale is open and available. They will go for that Ahri, will take that one off the cards. Swain is still possible, but bearing in mind Forge showed the Silas was an effective counter. Will they, you know, respect it in that regard, or will they just commit to it?
They might just do that. I will say the Kale being left up gives Anyone's Legend quite a few options, because if BLG take it, you can't take a counter into it. Of course, we've seen the Nasus come out as a crippling counter to it if you should decide to go for that. But the Swain is locked, and now BLG got to figure out where they want to go. And again, Fofo trying to maybe look to something that has a little bit more global pressure, something that can follow up with something like the Nocturne or the Senna, influencing those side lanes.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm a big fan of this, because I feel like into the Swain, you're going to have that early pressure and be able to roam, but you also have a bot lane who wants to leave lane, so you kind of need like a super scaling top laner if you're going to go the Galio. Yeah, I agree with this more. You're going to have early pry on the Azir still, you're going to be able to control lane, you're going to scale very well, and also it's good tools to deal with the potential backline threat. Now, in goes for the blind Gnar, and I feel like this is just a Kale you can easily take into this. Kale, or you can go something like the Jace, but we've seen this matchup be really favored for the Kale.
And I mean, ZDZ's already played Kale so far this split as well. Looks fantastic on it. Really understood where he could and could not be in team fights. His positioning was immaculate. And this is just, again, feeling like Anyone's Legend have just kind of said, yeah, BLG, no problem. Take what you want. We know that you're going to go for all these different picks, and we're happy to kind of respond into it. I really do feel like Anyone's Legend in this draft have given themselves all the answers, but this time around, BLG have got a lot more utility, a lot more engage available to them to maybe change up the rhythm.
And I feel like BLG have to hit the ground running. Like I said before, AL did need to, and they did, but like BLG, top lane is going to naturally lose over time. It is not a good matchup. Bot lane is going to naturally lose early and get outscaled. Mid, you're going to have prio. Jungle is going to have more impact early. So this mid jungle for BLG has to take over the game. If they don't take over the game, if they don't have that early impact, if they aren't making plays, you will just lose. The one thing I can say is that Azir and Ezreal do have long range to play around, and against like the likes of the Swain and the Kale, that can be problematic. But that's easily solved by like the Nocturne, the Senna, the Seraphine. What you can see is you can have like the Nocturne flies in, and then like Senna fires the ult on top. Seraphine, if there's any allies between her and Nocturne, can fire the ult. And, if anyone who doesn't know, if you hit an ally or an enemy with the Seraphine ult, it like resets the distance it travels. And it's already like a long range ultimate. So it basically means that despite the range advantages that BLG have, I still think it won't be enough to shut down AL in the late game. This should be an AL win if they go late. BLG really, really need to be very crisp on this early game.
They gotta be crisp on the early game. And speaking of crisp, there he is on the Bard here. He engages. His roams are going to be absolutely pivotal in this early game. If he can get those magical journeys off to maybe set up Way to maybe get behind the mid lane, the top lane, maybe even down towards the bot. So many opportunities available to them. But like you said, BLG, they got to be proactive. And do have Fofo actually taking the first strike here on the Azir. So recognizing he will just have an easier laning phase. So he just wants to get that early gold as quickly as possibly can. Just get that harassment down as well. But both teams just happy to fan out, not really giving up too much information. And for anyone's legend, you got to feel like they're very happy to scale up to 6. They can get to level 6 and still be 0-0. I feel like they're going to be very, very happy with the state of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Kale becomes so much harder to deal with at 6. Swain becomes so much harder to deal at 6. You suddenly have access to your 2 globals that will... Nocturne's not a semi-global, but if he's in the right position, he should be able to block any plays. Betty can fire his ult across the map. It becomes so much more difficult. And on top of that as well, for the bot lane, the Seraphine ult really good at shutting down any plays with that big charm into the stun you can set up on it with your E. So it's going to be problematic for BLG. We'll see what they can do. Now, level 1 for the Ezreal Bard is pretty decent position to be in, but the problem is, like, the Seraphine shoving power is so hard to deal with.
Yeah, you can see already just dropping down that cube, and Betty as well having his available to him makes it so much harder to deal with this. And yeah, like you said, yes, you have a fantastic level 1 here for the bot lane of BLG, but sadly it's been trumped. You know, the game of top trumps, you are going to lose that particular stat check. If you're the second best, sadly, there is still someone better than you. So, wait to see what ends up happening there.
Yeah, unfortunately, being the second best team in a league game
yeah.
doesn't bode well.
It's not a great situation to be in, I'll be real. You know, you don't want to be second best in a 2-team race. But,
yeah.
It's a nice way of saying last, but yeah. And again, for BLG, we're gonna be where do you want to see them kind of, you know, set themselves up? We now know where the junglers have started. We now know the paths they're going on. Where do you want to see that activity that you talked about?
So I kind of like ganks in the bot lane. Both of these bot laners are immobile, and you have the Bard Magical Journey to set up. I will say, I think Bard is more effective on red side because, you know, that big chunk of terrain you can portal through. Very, very effective and very hard for AL to have vision if they were on blue side themselves. But on this side of the map, the Magical Journey isn't as effective, but still a powerful tool. So presumably, Betty and Chocho will be pushing the wave quite a bit. Even just if you're trying to trade, you can end up pushing accidentally, and that can put them into a vulnerable position.
We'll see. We are
oh my God,
heavily focusing.
having fun in this lane.
I was going to say, we are heavily focusing on that top side to make sure we see where the Kale is doing. And again, Finn did put himself in harm's way. Sadly for him, he was taking a couple of turret shots when he probably didn't need to. And now with Wei towards his bot side, looking to see if he can maybe take a scuttle, but sadly for him, scuttle's already been taken. Yeah,
already gone, and I mean, he can head up towards the top side of the map to take that one. But importantly enough, CDZ, this big wave that's coming out, he should be able to crash this. Bin has just TP'd back in, so he can crash this, reset, I would think. And then he's going to be safe from any potential gank from Wei when he's up there. We'll see if he gets the timing right. It's kind of funny, we're kind of talking about opposite sides of the map from what they're showing, but important that ZDZ does get the crash in so he's not vulnerable to a gank.
Oh, Wei does do exactly as you called of him. Xiaohao now sees him there, so the crash should, as you mentioned, come in here for ZDZ. He knows exactly where the enemy jungler is. He is contesting the Raptors. No smite there for Xiaohao, so just waiting for that one to come off of cooldown before he really goes for something. And Fofo gonna have the range advantage against the Swain. As you can see there, ZDZ, he wanted to try and maybe make this one work, but he might have overstepped. That's the problem when you're trying to make the crash work. I feel like this is a bit of an avoidable mistake, an unforced error from ZDZ. He did not need to be here. He knew exactly where Wei was. Doesn't give over an assist, but you still get the kill experience when you're in the range.
Yeah, and if you actually looked at the wave, it was gonna bounce back to ZDZ. He was just trying to stay in range for experience, which is so greedy. Like, I can understand you're playing Kale, everyone's going to be spamming in chat, the little point of the clock, level 4 out of 16. You do want the experience, but not when it costs you your life. He will TP back up and be able to catch the wave. But yeah, just an overstep, punished because of the wave state now. But you're going to have a look at bot lane. Already a plate taken by Betty and Chocho. Doggo just getting harassed under tower. And this isn't really going to get better anytime soon.
Well, it's still a good start, though, for BLG. The bot lane will have to bear the brunt of it, as we may look at Crisp doing a magical journey. Whee! Almost perfect. You can get, I think you can get right past the inhibitor line there as well.
My favorite thing, and I will say I've done this, I'm not the most proficient on Bard, but is when you see someone sit in base for like 10 seconds or something, trying to line it up and get the maximum magical journey, and it's like, you would have been fast if you just walked.
It's even better when they do take the time to like set themselves up for it and then mess it up, and they don't actually get the setup for it. But ooh, there's gonna be a stun coming out here. Crisp needs to be very careful. He's only just come back, remember, and already down to about a third of his HP. So his bot lane is not getting easier. We also just saw ZDZ hit that level 6 for the range now available for the Kayle. This game is, again, we wanted to see BLG hit the ground running, and yes, they've done well so far, but they need to be a little bit more proactive.
Yeah, they get one kill, but it's not really meant. Oh. Yeah, they got one kill. It didn't really mean ZDZ was punished much. She's still keeping up in experience and farm. Hit level 6 about the same time as Bin. 6 is going to be coming soon for Xiaohao, which is a big spike, and this could be a volatile moment, but Forge has his ultimate, so they feel confident.
They feel confident, but Fofo's also making a bit of a movement down. They do not land the root, but they do get the flash, and this is where the game gets a little bit dicey here for the side of BLG. Do you really want to try and flip this over a dragon? You don't quite have the position here. Crisp has come back in. The dragon down to about 700 HP. They're waiting for the smite to come in and it will be secured. They will get the never move and drag him all the way back in. And that's going to be way falling. A magical journey shall be followed here as Forge and Xiaohao feel like they can maybe make something work on the bot side. Crisp has to flash, and Forge again setting his team up for success.
Just beautiful play, confidence in the fact that they have that Swain ultimate, that extra value, that power when it comes to skirmishes. And what I love is the focus on Wei. They catch the CC onto him, and a lot of the skirmishing power for BLG would be on the back of this Viego being able to jump into champions, get the resets that obviously can't come through. One, because he isn't even level 6 yet, but also him being the first target to be taken down. And with the dragon in pocket, you know, some people might look at this and say, hey, AL have great scaling. Why are they forcing this so hard? And there is a risk element to it. But ultimately, the thing is here is that because they've secured this early dragon, it gives them so much extra time. If BLG start to find momentum, they're an extra dragon away from Soul. It gives AL more opportunity to lean into the scaling should they need it. And so far, this game's been going pretty well. BLG are going to look for that Herald. We'll see if they get contested on it. Xiaohao not quite 6, but should get off this red buff.
Yeah, should be able to get up to his ultimate here. Betty is in the vicinity as well, but there's a couple of resets coming in for anyone's legends, so not quite sure they're in a position to really go for this contest, and they're just going to leave it go over. So BLG will get themselves the Rift Herald, and again, we saw this in incredibly similar fashion happen in Game 1. AL focusing those dragons, knowing that they can get those scaling picks going for them, but BLG saying we'll get the Rift Herald, but Rift Heralds weren't exactly profitable for BLG in the first game. They need to be a lot more, I would say, careful with how they put them down and a lot more mindful of where they're doing it.
Yeah, and also Rift Herald's actually very hard to use against AL's composition because one, setting up a dive is quite hard when both solo laners have those fantastic ultimates of preventing dives. And the other thing is Xiaohao and the Nocturne, all Xiaohao needs to do is not get spotting on vision. As long as he's not seen on the map, BLG can't really get a good Herald, because if Xiaohao turns up, they fight you and they defend the tower. It's really unfavorable.
It's unfavorable. The flash forward, the sphere is going to land, and ZDZ will pick up the spoils. BLG did not know where the Nocturne was, and just like you said, they get punished.
Well, I will say, my intention was hold the Nocturne ult to be able to deny good Herald usage. Wait, Xiaohao just says, no, I don't care. I want to kill on the bin. I want to get my Kayle ahead. And the counterpoint to this is BLG trying to look for some potential Herald, but if you actually look, Wei isn't in a position to do anything, so not able to make that cross-map play, not able to punish the bot lane, means AL get away with this one pretty easily and get that free kill.
I mean, man, the longer we watch this series, the longer we see AL play, the more excited to go. And this is just, again, good read on Bin saying, look, he's exhausted. He doesn't have the Mega Gnar. We can just go for this.
Yeah, and flashes, but I guess his E was on cooldown. This might be why the play came in, because you would think with Flash and his leap, he'd be able to make enough distance, but clearly didn't have it available. Must have used it in an earlier trade or to get away from ZDZ, and it ends up really punishing. So good communication between ZDZ and Xiaohao to set this up. Now, we will see BLG have really good control on this bot side river. In fact, their vision on the river in general is pretty solid. And that does mean they're trying to move between lanes and find windows to go for a Herald play. It looks like they might opt for a mid lane Herald play. It feels like Xiaohao is expecting a bot, which is why he's shadowing. But BLG move quickly up towards the mid lane. We'll throw it down here. This won't take the tower. but it will put the mid tower pretty low and get a bunch of gold to Fofo.
Yep, get a bunch of gold over to the Azir, get him scaling up, which is exactly what you want to be seeing, but only actually 3 plates, so we take those at the end of it all. 3 plates going over for the side of BLG, and 1 more Herald push should they be able to secure the next one. Would mean that that tower should fall. Weiwei and Crisp now walking around as a bit of a death ball composition. They have got access to the Tempered Faith and, of course, the Heartbreaker as well, so should they find an opportunity to dive onto this Kayle, they might actually go for it, but it's very difficult to do so right now. That Kayle already has got the steel-plated toe caps and also got himself the ultimate, so very difficult to actually take him down.
Look at the cost, though, bot lane. You know, Crisp is playing this bard. You want to roam, you want to make plays happen. You're just losing plates. Doggo's getting shoved in on the tower. And not only that, but Chocho's getting the farm. Betty's getting the soul value. Both of them scaling up to be really exceptional. It's not, that's the thing with the Tahm Kench, is that, like, he will be a bit stronger than normal because he gets farm, but it's not that big of a deal. A fully farmed Seraphine is a absolute menace to face up against. And now we're at the point where, you know, Xiaohao has paranoia again. So any play BLG goes for, there is the risk they will be answered.
And again, mentioned it a little bit earlier, the more I'm seeing Anyone's Legend play in this series, the more I'm getting excited for this roster. They are just playing so cohesively together, and it is really great to see. We talk about some of the, you know, the great rosters in the LPL, of course, RNG, EDG, the world champions as well. So, but we don't. I love seeing these smaller rosters, these smaller teams coming in, making their moves, trying to find what works for them, and it working. They're not overforcing anything. They're just playing exceptionally well to how they want to play the game. And this is, again, going to be another dragon going over, as we can see a little bit of an all-in here on top of ZDT, but he's already a level 10 Kayle. It's going to be fine for him to pick up this wave. And yeah, Anyone's Legend, they're just playing smarter.
Yeah, they might end up fishing for a dive here. Kayle still has the ultimate, but I feel like they should be able to pull this up pretty convincingly. They don't have the Bard, the Gnar ultimate, sorry, so kind of comes down to Crisp to land the CC.
Fofo was making his way up, but the wave hasn't crashed just yet. Xiaohao is moving. He will be able to get the Tempered Fate down onto the tower, so they can go for it right now. There's going to be the ultimate as the Divine Judgment from ZDZ trying to keep him alive, but not long enough. They will be able to secure that kill onto the Kayle, but a lot had to be used.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I feel like ZDZ made a bit of a mistake there. I could see he was trying to position so he wouldn't get stunned. I think he should have just eaten the bard ult, right? But it would have allowed him to buy more time before he had to ultimate.
Gives him invulnerability.
Yeah, exactly. And then that might have been enough time for Xiaohao to get there, for Forge to be in range, to pop his W. So maybe a bit of a misplay from ZDZ. But we see the punish come out from BLG. They're going to be able to get some plates for Bin, but in return, they lose that bot lane tier 1. They lose the first tower. They won't even take this tower in the top lane. And at the end of the day, this is a Kayle. You know, you can set them back, but ZDZ is still going to become a monster later on.
But do you run it back? That's the question right now. Do you know that Crisp and Weiwei are just going to sit here in topside? Well, now you don't have your ultimate. You don't have the Dawning Shadow. And you don't care if this Kayle's going to be underneath the tower because you will stun him up. You will ignite him down, and Weiwei will pick you up. That is just a little bit of disrespect there from ZDZ. He did not cross his T's and did not dot his I's.
Yeah, an overstay. Xiaohao moves down towards the bot lane, and ultimately this is the value BLG need to be getting. Those early plays, the Bard roaming to find success. But the problem is, AL picked up that second dragon. AL are a bit down in gold, but they are going to be so much stronger later on. And you think about the win cons for BLG, this Mountain Soul would have been a fantastic contributor, but you're so far away from it. The earliest we can see a Mountain Soul for BLG's 32 minutes. That is just far too late in the game.
Yeah, it's just not going to really be realistic for them in that point. So BLG, they got to stop the stack though from Anyone's Legend, because again, as much as the Mountain Soul would have been fantastic, or will still be, could be fantastic for BLG, it's just as good for the side of Anyone's Legend. If them with a Mountain Soul able to keep this Senna and Seraphine combination going, especially when we start to come to those 5v5s where those combos of the ultimates are there, that's when this game gets a lot scarier for the side of BLG. They are having a much stronger early game this time around. Got themselves about a 1,300 gold lead at the moment, taking away that second Herald as well, as first items start to get completed across the board.
Yeah, I think honestly the Mountain Soul would be fantastic for AL. One big reason is the way teamfights kind of want to play out for BLG is they kill a target as soon as possible and start getting resets, and also to lose Seraphine value. One thing to think about with Seraphine is she has the big AoE shield. The more units that are alive, the more passive procs she gets, the more value she's getting with every W press. And so if you're able to kill a target, she's only hitting 4 targets instead of 5, and then 3 targets instead of 5, you know? And you're also getting the resets on a way. So Mountain Soul, if it can prevent someone being picked off, it's going to make AL so much harder to deal with when they're already going to be really difficult to deal with. A minute 50 till Dragon. I feel like BLG have to find an opportunity, a window to contest this. And I think it might just be picks, right? Playing around that Bard, playing around the ultimate, the Tempered Fate to catch someone off guard, especially like Betty or Chocho who are immobile.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. A minute and a half. You will have pretty much all summoners available for both sides of this particular matchup. Level 11 though for ZDZ, so he's going to start scaling up very nicely. Should be able to go back after finishing his Cull and get his Kraken Slayer as well. So this is where the game gets a little bit harder for the side of BLG. They're all of a sudden on a timer now. This Kayle is starting to scale. This bot lane combination is getting ridiculous as well. And with Betty having access to the Umbral Glaive, this makes it so much harder to maintain vision control because you can just take it away so quickly.
Yeah, it's such an obnoxious item, honestly, is the way I'm going to put it, especially when you're playing against so much potential pick, potential CC from AL. I know we talked about the pick potential of BLG, but also goes in the other direction. A Seraphine ultimate out of the Fog of War, the Nocturne ultimate as well, if you don't have vision of who's around, can be so devastating. And what I really like is
that. Look at that! Just cleared the entire area by herself.
It's so strong. And that's without even using the Umbral Glaive passive, which is back up again. You can just bounce between the sweeper and that. In fact, if you actually look, so normally teams will switch to like a sweeper on their jungler, and Xiao actually doesn't have one because they... Oh, there's the pick attempt.
Yeah, the Tempered Fate no longer there, but they will get the CC down onto Betty, and Betty will be killed off now. The Nocturne ultimate comes out, but Forge is in the top side. It doesn't look like he really wants to go for this fight anymore. They will get the Magical Journey out and flash forward. There's going to be the Encore, but it's not going to be enough to keep this Seraphine alive. BLG, they find the picks that you were talking about, and they make it work.
Yeah, even though the bottle doesn't connect, Betty gets a bit overzealous. You don't have your mid laner here. You don't have the anti-dive threat up the Swain. You don't have the Kayle nearby. And yet he's looking to try and make a pick on a Crisp. Ends up backfiring. And as a result, BLG going to be able to secure that dragon, deny the soul stacking from AL, going to be able to get mid tier 1 and a bunch of gold as well. And we said they needed that momentum. This mid-game point where the Ezreal was starting to spike, an absolutely ideal circumstance to be getting these leads.
Absolutely. It is an Essence Reaver start, though, for the side of Doggos, so he's going to be waiting to get his Mythic. But let's have a look here. Like you said, this is just, again, Tempered Fate misses. You can just back away from this. You don't need to go for this pick onto Crisp, and then he just gets caught out.
Yeah, gets caught in the stun. Basically just dead, but, like, ZDC's only just arriving, wasn't in range to ult. Forge was recalling. You know, it's just poor for Mayal. No reason to be opting into that situation. And then Chocho ends up being caught out as well, pays for hit with his life on top of that.
Yeah, well, 2 kills went over. They also did secure the dragon and got themselves a mid lane turret, so there's quite a few bit of objectives going over. About a 4,000 gold lead coming out now for BLG, and this is exactly what we wanted to see from them. This is exactly how we wanted to see them play this game, because this is what they need to do in order to kind of, you know, come out with the series. Don't forget, they're still 1-0 down in this. If they lose this game because it's outscaling or because the Kayle becomes too big of an issue, that's the series over at 2-0, and that's going to be pretty bitter pill to swallow for the side of BLG, but they're not out of it just yet. They are starting to get that Gnar into an absolutely unholy position. We actually haven't really talked about it, but 40 CS ahead of this Kayle, a Chemtech Chainsword already ahead. So it's really becoming obnoxious for ZDZ to try and be in a side lane, but it's only temporary.
Yeah, he will eventually outscale him in the side. And it is this AD Kayle. I kind of prefer the AP Kayle in a lot of situations, but you can kind of talk about the difference between the two builds. With the AP Kayle, you get... Oh, I'll hold that thought. See what happens here.
We're going to see what happens. They do get the Nocturne ult to try and dissuade this. There's a TP coming in off this as well. There is the Emperor's Divide still available for Fofo, as he's got the Shurima's Legacy to stop anyone from re-engaging. They almost catch themselves a little bit of a pick here for BLG, but they don't gain anybody in terms of kills, and you can see the healing coming out now in a second. It's going to be able to top up everybody nicely.
Yeah, but a lot of ultimates burn from the side of AL. They don't have the Seraphim ultimate, don't have the Paranoia. It does limit their effectiveness. And they're kind of just playing this defensive game, trying to hold the siege at the moment. But Forge...
Oh, Crisp does have to go into his Zonya's. Broken his stopwatch now, as perfect timing does its job. And BLG recognize maybe they don't want to stay here for too much longer. They're a bit too close to those fine margins of throwing the lead they already have. They back themselves away, but this is giving an opportunity. You can see already AL are just kind of forcing it towards this mid lane, saying, look, we might be able to take this turret.
Yeah, Doggo TP's in, but look, Ping's coming out for a potential flank. Bin is walking over, and Fofo could go for the biggest shuffle ever right now. He is TPing behind, they're looking for this.
They're looking for it. Forge is a little bit separated from the rest of his team. He's going to get isolated if he's not quite careful. As we can see now, Fofo finally makes himself known. The flash is not quite there. Xiaohao cannot stop his mid laner from getting caught out from the true shot barrage. That's going to be Forge dead now to this game. They might look just for the big purple worm. BLG, they're trying to kill this momentum that AL thought they had.
Yeah, and you see BLG are doing a fantastic job of pushing the game forwards, trying to make things happen. It's completely understandable. They need to do this. And so they're going to go for this Baron. There's no vision in the pit right now. They will get it from the ultimate.
And now, here they go. He goes in for the steal. Stolen! And he gets himself off the back end of it as well. The shuffle was awful, but the tempered fate is beautiful. 3 people have been caught right now, but can you get any of these kills on the backside? ZDZ will fall down, but will Chris be able to catch anybody else? He's going a little bit too far forward. Needs to be very careful. These are very low health bars. Fofo, he gets himself away with the shuffle, and BLG might have been able to do it. They're so low. They just keep themselves alive. And anyone's legend. They had the Baron. They got the steal, but they may have lost themselves a couple more Barons on the back of it.
Yeah, they really did not need to overstay there. Betty got so greedy flashing in. Oh, he's going to try and burst Bin.
Bin. Oh, he gets some. No, he doesn't. Doggo
Man.
keeps his top laner alive. All you needed to do was just get your reset off there, Betty. At the end of it all, it's only 1 Baron buff, but it's on the guy who stole it in the first place.
Yeah, and this ends up being an overstay. Forge holds his ultimate the whole time here because he knows they're just trying to get out. They don't really want to fight here. The TP flank comes in, and yeah, Forge again, completely overextended. You can see the rest of the team are wanting to back away. But he keeps looking for these trades, try and get some extra movement speed, maybe for the mandate proc. Xiaohao does flash away, and him being up is so pivotal when it comes to this moment. We get the blue trinket that comes out and the ultimate to give full information so he can dive in. There's nothing you can do to stop the Nocturne getting in. They try and shuffle to knock him out, but that just ends up saving him. I will say, though, this follow-up play, Betty, man, this was questionable. So they are out at this point. CDC just died, but the rest of them can just get away and keep walking. And then they start to turn around damage, and Betty flashes in to try and go for it, and that just basically means everyone else is committed. Chocho gets bursted trying to protect his AD carry, you know, and then once again Betty is out here. He could have just recalled with a Baron buff, but instead he tries to pick Bin, fails, and dies. So yeah. Xiaohao played fantastically. Betty, don't do that.
Yeah, Betty kind of getting a little bit overzealous in that particular play. And again, I got to say, for Xiaohao, he kept his team in it. That Baron buff steal is actually massive. It won't lead to anything in favor of anyone's legend, but it will stop them from getting pushed in. The Baron buff power coming into this composition would be absolutely huge, especially before ZDZ does hit that, you know, second item in the level 16 phase. And honestly, I got to say, the Kayle was the last pick to come in for anyone's legend, but it has been shut down. 1 and 4, 50 CS down, or maybe even by 40 behind the Gnar, and really not having the same impact that we expected to.
Look at the clock. Level 14. And again, I brought this point up earlier. I'm not sure. I didn't get to finish it because the fight started, and it looks like as soon as I bring the point up, the same thing happens. No, okay. Paranoia's going to cover. Cool. So basically, with the AP Kayle, your ult does more damage, more AoE damage. Your W gives more movement speed and healing. And ultimately, you have a lot of burst with the AP build, but the AD build has a bit more DPS, so you need to consistently auto with this build. I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan of it here, but that's essentially the thought process that comes through, is that like the DPS of the AD1 is what holds supreme. I still think the utility you get from AP and the burst gives it. I prefer it, but we've obviously seen, I think, more AD kills in the LPL than AP so far this split.
Yeah, again, personal preference, you know, to each their own, I suppose, but we are starting to slowly but surely get to there. ZDZ still hasn't finished off his second item. That is just really hurting him right now. He needs to get up to this item to try and really kind of have a moment to kind of go for any sort of consistent split wave push or split lane push, but Legacy of Shurima, they're being popped up into that mid lane, but it's getting very hard to siege on this. Yes, you have got the Ezreal and the Azir for poke, but aside from that, you're actually relatively short-ranged here as the side of BLG. Very difficult for them to actually make any meaningful damage.
Yeah, and that's why the Baron buff would have been so big for them, but obviously AL managed to steal away, essentially denying it from them. And on top of that, this is why the Seraphine is so big compared to the Tahm Kench, is the wave clear. This Seraphine can kind of just sit mid and annihilate waves almost endlessly.
3 items.
It makes it so hard to do anything without that Baron, and it just means they can continue the stall of the game out as long as they want. And you got to think about the dragons as well. The fact AL got those first 2 dragons, the LG would already have soul by now. We'd be looking at 3 minutes until Elder. So AL, as much as they're behind in gold, they've done everything they can to stall this game out, and they're just going to look to continue to do so until they get to the point where they hit critical mass and BLG can't deal with them.
Wits End finished up, level 15 for ZDZ
it's one
as
away.
well. You got a minute till Baron, 2 minutes until Dragon. You've got to feel like Baron's going to be the big one here for BLG. That could be, as you mentioned earlier, a big game changer, a big game ender, should they be able to secure themselves that buff, and they are doing exceptionally well at keeping up their vision. And right now, ZDZ, you can see him. He just wants to get as many waves into him as possible. He knows he's so damn close to it. He's about a third of the way, so maybe 6, 7 more waves, he should be fine, but he needs to get as much as he possibly can.
Yeah, but again, it's just a matter of not playing too aggressively. Dragon's in a minute 30. I don't think ZDZ will have level 16 by that point. You can see he's just been zoned off this wave. He doesn't want to push over and overextend. So BLG should get that 3rd dragon. We'll see if AL do opt to contest it, but I think they probably just want to wait until the big spikes.
Oh, Tempered Fate comes out. That's way looking for something here. They get the flash and the ultimate out of Betty and Chocho respectfully. And that's big cooldowns coming out now. Minute till this dragon, 10 seconds till Baron. BLG are still the ones putting this pace down, putting down the pressure on top of anyone's legend.
One downside, though, is this build from the Seraphine. It's like the super heavy ability haste build, right? The mythic passive from the Leandries gives ability haste. All your items give ability haste. The ult will be up in not too much time. Do you see BLG posturing? It's so hard, though, because remember, they have the W, the Visions of Empire from Forge to check on quite a short cooldown. If you look across, they have... I think that's 3 blue trinkets. I think CDZ's is a blue trinket, yeah. They have so many ways of checking this Baron. And as long as BLG aren't doing it, they don't really care. Now, BLG are setting up for this 3rd dragon, but it is only the 3rd. It's not the soul. AL can just wait and give it up if they need.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's what they're going to do right now. They're just, again, pushing ZDZ closer and closer to level 16. He should be about, I think, maybe a half just above it, so 1/3, and he's going to try and soak up this wave. And this is where the game gets a little bit scary. All of a sudden, we're starting to hit critical mass. BLG will pick up their 3rd dragon. It will put them on Mountain Soul. And again, this is 3 Mountain Drakes stacked up on top of each other, so those resistances are nothing to be sniffed at.
Yeah, the resistances are nice. But ultimately, they don't have a super tank who's really going to get a ton of value. But don't get me wrong, especially with the durability changes, they're relevant for everyone. But it's not like AL are really lacking for damage, is something I'll say. As long as the soul would make a heavy amount of difference, right? The extra shield, I think, really powerful. But still, AL have more time. Gold lead, about 5,000, but still manageable. You got to think of the value the Senna's getting from the souls. Currently at 100 souls. Definitely I think I've seen 120 at this point, maybe a little bit higher. So definitely got the most in this game. But still, it's going to get worse and worse. The range is going to become super significant.
All right, set me up. We've obviously got Baron up, 4.5 minutes until that Dragon Soul is available for BLG. How do BLG force the issue? Because right now, sieging down mid lane, this ARAM ain't working.
Yeah, sweep vision, I think, is the ultimate thing. And then look for picks. Betty has no flash. If you land a Bard ultimate onto him, he will just die. So fish for that opportunity, get the pick, translate it into a Baron.
They may look for it right now. We are going to see Forge pop into his ultimate there as they get the paranoia going straight down on the Fofo, who backs himself away. A flash from Xiaohao, and he gets the ultimate from the Kale super early. So 3 massive ultimates, actually 4 massive, all ultimates
5
down on anyone's legends. Yeah, so not only that, they also lose the flash from Xiaohao, and now this could be an opportunity for BLG. You got to still respect this poke and this damage coming out, though, from anyone's legend. It's still very significant, and with the Senna and the Seraphine, they can heal up for days.
Yeah, they have all the sustain, and ultimately they can't get that mid tier 2 still. I will say AL kind of fumbled that one, the Kale ult coming in and the flash from Xiaohao, but now Bin's in trouble.
Bin's in a lot of trouble. He gets feared and rooted down. They tried to start the Baron, but they can't keep on it. They knew they need to keep this Nar alive. Not quite able to get it just yet. They are still trying to proc it over the
How
wall
many blue
here.
trinket wards are in there?
I
There's
was
Division of
gonna
Empire.
say.
They still have more tools.
Level 16 for ZDZ.
16.
He just about hit it, and now he's on massive power spike right here, and they can't continue this. They've taken too much poke. BLG, have they waited too long?
Maybe. It's definitely feeling rough. And you can see how tentative they are. The ult's coming up available again for AL. Xiaohao with his paranoia would be able to get in the pit. You do not want to flip the Baron once more. And it's that W from the Sway in the Visions of Empire. Literally giving you visions of BLG. You can see them whenever they're going for the Baron. Woo! Big ult comes out. Gonna chunk Betty. He does have the sustain, so he doesn't have to reset. Now, Dragon in 240. I think AL are at the point where they can feel confident to fight it. Forge on that 3-item spike has the Rylai's Mandate combo and has the Zhonya's as well to buy more time in his ultimate. And ultimately, ZDZ also has the rapid fire. So with that level 16 extra range, also has the empowered rapid fire range. Can really connect on the targets you wouldn't otherwise be able to.
Oh, this game is starting to get real tense all of a sudden. I will say BLG have put themselves in a nice position where if they don't feel comfortable forcing around that dragon, they can just leave it go. It's the third.
You say that.
I know.
Time's ticking, right? I feel like they have to get this soul.
They have to get the soul. They had to go for something. But Forge, maybe going to try and find out, see if he can catch out the Bard. But the Magical Journey will push him back. Paranoia was used, but there's a Tempered Fate. Actually gets eaten up. I'm not quite sure by what, but it doesn't actually land onto absolutely anybody. Xiaohao keeping himself away, and Bin trying to look for a flank before he goes into the Mega Forge. Has got his ultimate popping, but he's not really in a position to fight this one. He goes golden alongside having the ultimate. He's still alive, but finally will fall. But look at ZDZ trying to position himself to be able to keep everybody at bay. Fofo looks for him. He's not quite able to get the Shrimmer Shuffle, and now he's in a terrible position. Bin does get the kill onto Chocho, but this kill is still huge. Double kill coming in for ZDC. The Heartbreaker is just that for anyone's legend as this KO will fall. Great flash there from Betty, and he's continuing to go forward. They're not quite landing the CC, and he gets another one down. Wei in so much trouble, and Betty saves it. Triple kill for the AD carry of anyone's legend.
And I flamed him before, but in that fight, he was on point. Betty constantly repositioning, finding new angles, getting the damage down. ZDZ as well, able to do the damage on the KO. Massive team fight for the side of AL, and we'll get the replay. And I gotta say, once more, AL kind of a little bit of a misplay when it comes to the timing with the KO ultimate. We end up having Forge kind of away. Betty, ZDZ, and Chocho wrap around the other side. They're creating space. And then Forge, it's the Zhonya's KO at the same time. I guess just the communication wasn't there, but we don't get time, I think, to see this. We have to look at the replay where they're going for the Baron, and there's going to be a fight. So, yeah, we saw the fight already. Let's see how this happens.
The TP from Fofo, he doesn't have flash. He has ultimate to try and keep himself away, but they've already jumped down onto Bin, who's already got himself away. And that's just a great collapse. Now you know that Fofo's dead. That consistent damage no longer available. Bin needs to get Mega. They need to get themselves in the pit. You can see that the great ultimate there with the Tempered Fate, the ultimate from Ezreal as well, peppers down these health bars, but the Baron's been secured. Bin almost going Mega, and anyone's legend, they want to get out.
They got it. They got what they wanted. They can head over to the Dragon as well. BLG just won't be able to contest this. And we were talking about critical mass. We said it non-stop. AL hit it. They forced a fight before the Mountain Soul was really on the cards. And now BLG will be denied it. And yes, this isn't Soul for AL. But the fact that they are not picking it up, the fact that BLG aren't secure in this, I feel like the game has gone on too long. Level 17 for ZDZ. And Betty, importantly enough, was like 3-4 levels down on Doggo. Has started to catch up on this set. Has really put out so much damage in these fights.
He really, really is. You can see ZDZ now getting towards that Lord Dominic's regard as well. So just going to be an absolute monster. I don't think anyone can really fight against him, and especially when no one has any real armor to try and, you know, step up to him. You talked about the armor or the AD versus AP build. Feel like the AD build will just be a lot more potent, especially when no one's actually building resistances. So BLG, they might have just waited again, like you said, a little bit too long, and I think it might just be too little too late.
Yeah, it feels really difficult from this position. Banshees on Chocho and Edge of Night on Betty. We kept saying the goal with the bottle was to pick these two off, land the Tempered Fate on them. With the Banshees, well, with this double spell shield effects, it gets so much harder. You can't just throw it out. You have to proc it first. And you do see they have been able to proc both of them. That does mean AL's bot lane will probably just back away.
How much is that turret?
Play it a bit safer, but it is so difficult for them to find windows in.
How much is that turret health on? It looked like it was on single digit there. We didn't actually quite get the observer clicking on it, so I wasn't able to confirm it. But Betty picks up a red buff, and the siege shall continue. You still have Baron for a minute 18 there for anyone's legend, and they will try and utilize that with a little bit of a side lane pressure. And this is the great thing about the Nocturne. Yes, both your teleports are down on your solo laners, but he's got his level 16 paranoia. His paranoia range is basically from top to mid, so he's going to be able to join pretty much any fight should he be needed.
And this tower is, this tower's going for sure. Ult comes through. Does actually proc the spell shield from Betty, but not from Cho-Cho. I think BLG just need to try and find a fight whenever possible. They need to just make something happen. It's probably going to be in a rough spot, but if you wait, it might just only get worse.
Yeah, you're going to get poked out. This damage from the Kale, every time you get a rapid fire cannon proc, it just becomes harder and harder. There's going to be a great Tempered Fate, and they're separated, so Forge might be in trouble, but he goes immediately into stasis. You can already see the Heartbreaker defensively from Weiwei. Is good. They're going to keep pushing forward on top of this. Fofo does not get any real value out of this, and Fofo, or Forge I should say, is just huge right now in the middle of everybody, and they waited too long. Anyone's legend have basically congratulated themselves into the late game.
And I saw Bin with a big ultimate. He saw the opportunity, and then he only knocks Forge into his own team. Definitely not the play you're looking for. And Critical Mass has been hit. We passed it, and now AL are looking to try and close this game out. BLG, it's just the bot lane to defend, and I don't think they have it in them.
They've only got themselves a Bard, an Ezreal, and a Dream. If they can make it work, it would have to be now, but CDZ is too big. That paranoia on such a low cooldown, they can decide to dive on top of him if they so choose. They can just ignore the Bard, who's looking to try and kill the minions. But the Nexus turrets have fallen. The Nexus will go down. Anyone's legend 2-0 on the day, and you can see how much that means to them.
Absolutely massive. Real big upswing. A lot of people looking at BLG, as much as they had a shaky spring, still being one of these stacked rosters that is difficult. A litmus test in the LPL. The weaker rosters sometimes just cannot handle the star power, even if BLG don't always fit together. But AL, this was a fantastic series. Game 1, knew they had to get that lead, found it, the bot lane performed admirably. But in this game 2, it's so easy to look at this and think, oh, BLG just didn't do anything. But I think the draft really made sense for AL. And then on top of that, it was them slowing the game down. They got the 2 early dragons. They were so firm on contesting those. And then they were able to give up 3 dragons to BLG without concern. They gave themselves time to scale. They played around their blue trinkets, the W from the Swain, to just make sure Baron didn't happen. There was that steal from Xiaohao, but ultimately they bought themselves enough time until the game was just in their hands.
Yeah, and again, massive props to anyone's legend. They dominated game 1 with an absolutely fantastic game plan and execution. Game 2, much rockier, but like you mentioned, they drafted very smartly. They said, look, if this goes super late, which BLG tend to like it to do. Fofo is the king of late game carries, the Azir, his most, kind of famous pick, if you will. And they had the answers. They said the Kale, the Seraphine, these things are going to be so much more powerful than just your Azir. And it is exactly that. BLG took too long. BLG just couldn't put to bed the game. And it ended up being that, honestly, I think the most pivotal moment has to be that Baron steal from Xiaohao at the 25, 26 minute mark was huge to kind of just stall out the game.
And I think that the way you can just identify this whole series is AL was smarter, better prepared. I think individually, we've said this time and time again, BLG are still really strong, but it felt like the game plan was there for them. They understood what they had to do. So many times in draft, they gave themselves significant advantages. The fact that they took the center and left the Tom, so many teams would just lock center Tom, and then they'd get answered by Ezreal Bard and be like, oh, well, I guess Bard takes over the map and we get a Tom Kench with a bit of farm late game. But no, they leave it so they have the Seraphine option. They take it to punish. Doggo got shut down on lane, couldn't do anything. They got a ton of gold. And then when it came to those team fights, BLG, I feel like they came in a game with a difficult task to undertake, and then they just weren't able to do it with some excellent play from AL. I am really hyped about AL after this game.
They're just looking so good. They're honestly looking cohesive. They look like they're smart. As you mentioned, they came in with plans, and I'm just loving the diversity that we're seeing from them as well. The big thing for me is, like you said, Cho-Cho was one of those big engaged supports. We're now seeing him play those enchanters on multiple different levels. The Seraphine, of course, in that last game, and the Nami in game 1. So this is a team that has options. This is a team that doesn't just pigeonhole themselves into one style. And for anyone's legend, this is a great start. 2-1 already in the season, and you've played against some like pretty decent, you've already beaten RA 2-0. That would be another playoffs contender. BLG today 2-0. Like these are not bad teams, or these are not, easy wins, quote unquote, to be coming up against. This is a great start.
100%. I think the meta suits him as well. My concern was Chocho in this meta. We've clearly shown he's super proficient, but the fact that, BLG couldn't do those similar plays we'd see in Spring, dive set up in the top lane on picks like the Kale. Obviously, you wouldn't see the Kale in Spring, but like the fact that the game is harder to push forwards, even though BLG were trying, they couldn't do so. And they at one point had 6,000 gold lead. It just didn't matter. Look how much damage Doggo and Fofo did compared to the counterparts. Did not matter. The sustain was there. The numbers mean nothing. It's all about who got the win at the end, and AL knew exactly what they had to do. This was not like, oh, what will be fun? Well, oh, wouldn't it be great if we start a fight and we win or something like that? It was no. This is how we win. We do nothing but this. That was the exact game plan for them. And as a result, BLG was just completely stonewalled.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, one of the stats you saw there was 3 towers to 7, despite a 6,000 gold lead. That wasn't really coming from towers taken or structures of any kind from the side of BLG. It was winning team fights. It was getting CS leads. And that was the big issue that we saw for them coming into that mid to late game, was that, yes, you have an Ezreal and Azir, incredibly powerful, but you don't really have a sieging power.
Whoa.
You needed that Baron so much.
Just want to call your attention. Crisp, 171.8 vision score. I think that's the highest we've seen.
Wow. That's impressive. It's even more impressive. Yeah, I was gonna say it's even more impressive when you think that there was an Umbral Glaive, Betty Senna on the other side who's just clearing it.
I think that might be a factor. Is that I placed like 5 wards? Oh, they're gone. Okay, place 5 more. Oh, they're
I
gone.
gotta quickly reset and get my wards back.
Yeah, just constant resets, and ultimately BLG still leaving something to be desired. And I think it's the fact this is a 2-0, not a 2-1 for AL.
Yes,
really showing some positives. And I'm kind of looking forward a bit into their next opponent, which is going to be LGD. I think AL do beat LGD. After that, it's IG. That should be a bit closer, but I think AL have the edge. Like, they have a real opportunity to pick up a bunch of wins. And when we're talking about potentially making playoffs, if you pick up a bunch of these wins, like, right now they're currently at 2-1. If they beat LGD, if they beat IG, that's at 4-1. It's not too far away from like being at the halfway point to getting a playoff spot, right? We normally talk about, I think it's 9 wins is the usual amount.
9 wins is pretty consistent. 8-8 is like you're kind of rubbing it, kind of like running it a little bit risky. But yeah, like even at 4-1, if they come out with that kind of that kind of a score line, 4-1 is literally 1 win off of exactly how many they got in Spring. They were 5-11 in Spring split. So you're already, as you said, only about a third of the way through the split, and you're coming out with 4 wins. Could be massive for this roster, and building that momentum. Again, it's all about kind of how you can kind of hit the ground running, and it just feels like anyone's legend, like you said, well prepared. They understand the meta so well, and the pieces are just fitting.
Yeah, I think you're completely right. The pieces are fitting. They understand how to make it work. And I think as well, diversity. The two games, completely different game plans, completely different comps, and they seemed very proficient on both. So well drilled and really solid performers. But BLG, yeah, I think anyone who watched Spring and saw what BLG were going through, this isn't like a massive surprise to them. I think the hope was that like Bin would be able to add an extra element that might be able to make things happen. But the problem with top lane as well is that like, game 1, sure, the Gwen, if they were able to make things happen around it, if they didn't have the Kazakhs in the jungle, perhaps we could have seen something. But game 2, when you were on this blue side, enemy team's going to counterpick. It ended up being a bad matchup for Bin. Even though they did set up Bin and try and make plays around him, it wasn't going to be enough to make the game go in their favor. So I feel like there's still a lot BLG can do coming away from this to learn from this. But not the best start for them overall, with once more how stacked their lineup is.
I mean, it doesn't get easier either. They play up against top esports, who are kind of finding their footing in the last few series. EDG, who I would say are on a little bit of shaky terms as of right now. Definitely an opportunity for them, but it doesn't really get that easy. Or in fairness, no one really becomes, easy in the LPL. But we do have our MVP. It was Xiao Hao, and honestly, I'm thoroughly enjoyed to hear that name coming in through my producer's ears, because that guy, that Baron steal, it kept the game alive for them. And 1-1-9, he did what he needed to do.
Yeah, I think the calls around securing that early dragon, being able to get that one, the 2 first dragons gave them exactly the amount of room, because it meant that BLG weren't able to get the soul, stealing the Baron away as well. And these early plays of the Paranoia, giving a bit of gold over to ZDZ, putting a bit of pain towards Bin, and this Baron. I mean, this is the pivotal moment. This is where really BLG, even though they're aware this could be a flip, you can feel that they were starting to get desperate.
I mean, they had to go for something like that. And even then, you know, when the Baron was being started, you saw the double TPs coming in here for BLG. He just said, cool, get off the Baron. We can sustain through it. We just need to kill off one of these carries and secure ourselves that. So really thoroughly deserved. But yeah, I mean, Bin almost had
the
it.
Narvel as well. Xiaohao flashes away and he knocks the Swain into his backline.
Man. It's a feels bad, man. It's a little bit of a feels bad, man.
It's a rough one.
I mean, you could see it. You could see the 5-man, you know, Gnar ultimate into the wall. It nearly was there.
That was not the game losing play. The game was already lost by that point, right? Bin was doing anything he could to try and make something happen. So it's funny to point out, but realistically, this game was lost long before that.
Yeah, it really, really was. Well, of course, commiserations to BLG. They fall to 1 and 2, but congratulations to anyone's legend. 2-0 on the day, now 2-1 in the table. We are going to send it to a break, though. When we return, we'll be setting ourselves up for our second series of the day of LNG versus TT.
Yeah, today's series was better, but AL did put up a fight. I do think AL looks like a respectable team now, but, you know, Rob, since you were on that game, how did it feel? How did it feel casting? How did it feel watching it? What do you think of LNG?
Rough. Rough. Like watching it, it's just like, you know what? I'm kind of like, oh, you know, LNG, they're doing the right things. They've got like Doom Beyond Clay, he's roaming all over the place. It kind of looks all right. And then you just kind of see them collapse in the mid game where no one really seems to want to be on the same page as to what they're going to do. Like Ala gets caught out. They had like the opportunity to kind of go for some of these team fights. The team fighting has been a bit hit or miss, especially when you're looking at like the fact that they used to play split push, now trying to see if they can go for the team fighting style. It's definitely taken a bit of growing room and teething pains first. So I don't know. I haven't fully convinced, especially when they're going up against relatively weaker opponents. They should have been able to smash these games, but they really didn't.
I do got to say, though, I love the Kled Sejuani. Sorry, I just had to throw that in. Kled Sejuani, super pod.
I thought it was really good into Swain because it's so easy to set up ganks on him early. You have the healing reduction from the Kled. I do think because like Swain's best scenario is when you're into a bunch of short-range champions. So I feel like that's kind of where things got a bit messy. There was that team fight they lost because, like, you know, when everyone's up close to you, Swain really thrives there. You had to like put him behind the lane, which they did. But my favorite moment was the bot lane fight for the inhibitor tower when you saw the Swain ult, like you saw Forge, it was timing out. Because, you know, you get the red bar under the health bar. I'm like, oh, it's about to go. And he's running at them like, please come back. And then LNG, and they just run into him. And you just see the ult extend. And then he gets like this Zhonya's with the ult on where he like heals to full. And I'm just like, do they know what that bar underneath does? Do they know? It was so mind-blowing to me. But other than those like moments where they really helped the Swain out, I think game one was pretty good. But again, this is a weaker team. And even if LNG continue to win, the last two splits, they literally went like 7-0.
Yep.
And then just flopped. So like, even if they keep winning, I still would not hold my breath on this team.
I don't think they'll get to the they've got like, oh, actually, yeah, they got top esports at week 4. So I feel like that's going to be their first one. But even then, if they like somehow, look, top esports aren't exactly most convincing. Let's be realistic. So I mean, if they manage to eke it out against top esports, I mean, it's anyone's legend to just be TT, OMG, LGD, IG, and then it's like week 5 before we get them against JDG. So they just seem to keep like getting these really easy roads into LPL where everyone builds up false hope and then it all comes crashing down.
You know, we like to do some things sometimes. All these beats and rhymes. You know, we get it in. So we're gonna start it like this.
Wave waters, we a pair of erudite men who grab the pen and then we Eric write. Meaning we do it easy above you parasites. He in a mic 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Jesus is an artiste with smart speech. Move smooth as a car thief and start beef. Black Panther with sharp teeth. We keep the moving while our music's pumping like a heartbeat. We did it once, now we checking in with a second win. When it comes to lecturing, they call me Malcolm Excellent. My record spin of veterans is dark water. Competition is wishing we set the bar shorter. Seems like they can never get ahead of us. We be catching flights, stay on the mega bus. Take it to Maryland, you'll recognize my rep strong. You a pillow, you soft to get slept.
Yeah, we coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. brothers yelling black pride. Take offers, budget on the black side. Your girl can act shy, she been looking. Sleep, get your ones, fives, and tens took it. Real gains take labor, I've been pushing. Still turning haters in the pin cushion. Catch me in Brooklyn, mainly Columbia. You better lace up quick, baby, we running ya. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up, so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up, so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
We're back. Anyone's Legends secured themselves a 2-0. We had a quick break to come back into our second series of the day. I am still Ushin. You are still the fantastic Mr. Ox. We're going to be coming into our second series. Before we start our second series, though, I decided we would have a little bit of a quiz, a little bit of a start to the season, a meta quiz, if we will, if coming into this particular one. But we're going to tell you who's that champion. And I'm going to be asking Ox and you guys watching at home as well. You can have a couple of guesses in the chat as well. Please try not to cheat. But who's that champion? If we get the Kings, will you be LNG or King TT? We'll have to wait and see. But I'm going to ask you our first question of the day, Ox. Are you ready?
Yep.
$1 million on the line. All right. This is going to be what champion has the highest presence? And I will give you bonus points because there are more than one answer. If you can get every single one. There's more than one. They are equal in terms of their presence. So who has the highest who has the highest presence in the league so far? That's picks and bans.
I would have to think Lucian because he is banned so heavily. And when he isn't banned, he's picked. So I think Lucian is definitely one of them. And then probably Wukong, because I can't think of a game where Wukong's been glossed over. So I'd probably say Lucian and Wukong could be the two highest presence, in my opinion.
All right. You're gonna lock that in?
I'm gonna lock that in.
You're gonna lock that in. Well, I can tell you you're half right. And you've missed, which also makes you only 1/3 right, because our highest present champions, including those last two games, by the way, are Wukong, Viego, and Gwen. 98% presence throughout the LPL.
Wow.
Lucian 96. So Lucian was not quite up there in the top 3. I knew that one would throw you off just a little bit.
I wasn't far off.
No, you weren't far off, but yeah. So right, we're gonna get a little bit more specific now. So there is only one answer with these particular ones now. So out of all the champions that have been played so far, who has the highest combined KDA? The champion with the highest combined KDA. That is your next question.
That's really hard because the thing is, I feel like logically it would probably be a champion who hasn't been played much, because if it's like a 1-game sample size,
solid logic.
That's where you can kind of come out ahead. Who hasn't been played much? Are we including today's games as well?
No, we will. This particular one, we are not including today's games.
Okay, I'm trying to remember because there was that Kazakhs game from way. That's a 1-gamer. I'm trying to work out if he died in that one, but I can't really remember. Kled there was one Kled game, but I know that they definitely ran it down a little bit. But that game, maybe. Okay, this is gonna be a bold one. I'm gonna throw out there. Wait, KDA. So kills and assists.
KDA.
No,
kills,
I'm gonna
deaths,
go with
assists.
I'm gonna go with Bard because I know there haven't been much Bard games, but I think they both won. And obviously, Bard is a champion that gets a ton of assists. So I'm gonna try with Bard.
You're not even close.
Not even close?
Ari,
Okay.
9.8, 17 picks, and an 83%.
That's the crazy thing, because I went for something because I thought small sample size would help.
Yep.
Ari's most played mid, I'm pretty sure, and she has that higher KDA. I think it shows how broken she is.
Nuts, absolutely nuts. Why people put such a high priority on the champion? And now
that makes sense.
Your last one. This one's again a little bit of a stranger one, shall we say? But the average game time for these champions, the highest average game time. The longest
which champion has the highest?
Yeah, so which champion has the longest average games? This one. Oh, do you?
It's Renekton. And do you know why? Because Renekton was played once, and that was the longest game of the split. So, therefore, it has to be Renekton.
Absolutely correct. 50 minutes and 14 seconds. God
I will
damn
say,
it.
no one picks Renekton wanting to be in a 50-minute, 48-second game.
No. And look, the funny thing is, the second one was Vladimir with 37 minutes and 37 seconds. So yeah, Renekton.
That kind of checks.
Yeah, it does definitely check in that one. So you know what? You came out with about 1.2 points, and I'll give you that one there as we come back into it. We check in and how the kind of the meta is doing, and now you get to know Renekton, a late game champ, confirmed. Anyway, moving back.
Did he win that game as well?
I don't believe
No, I don't think he did.
so. No, I think he lost.
No,
Yeah,
I
no,
don't think
he's
he did.
sorry, he's not a late game champion then. Never mind. Completely strike what I just said from the record. But coming back into our next series, it is LNG versus TT. And for LNG, they are 2-0. They are looking to put themselves back up with JDG on top the LPL standings. And for them, it's been a little inconsistent. They've looked fantastic, but to a point.
Yeah, I think, we had that game up against AL. Ultimately for LNG, AL, as we just seen, AL are actually a pretty decent challenge. I think it's the takeaway ultimately, but I did love this draft that came out. The Doinby and the Kled, Tarzan and the Sejuani. The power of this combination is kind of similar to when we saw Aurelia Sejuani, in that it's very easy to set up the passive, but they really punished forwards in the early game. The problem was later on, the composition started to be a bit harder to execute on, and they started to make mistakes. And we kind of harped on this at the start of the day when talking about AL. AL can punish you in later game team fights, and that's what we started to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see here, they get separated. The Kled's not quite there. And despite this being a 3v4 in favor of LNG, they're not quite in position to, as you say, get themselves into a spot where this team fight can go in their favor. And they're rightfully punished. It did take right up until this final fight where the key ability is actually the Quicksilver Sash available to Light.
Yeah, Light. This is the scary. I feel Aphelios is one of those champions where if you get hit by Renata ult, you can just decimate your team. Some AD carries like Lucian Ezreal really don't do that much damage to allies, but the QSS here allowed him to turn it around on the enemies is enough to make the difference. And ultimately, I'm going to say the way LNG ended last split, right? They went the 7-0 win streak at the start of the split, then they started to bomb out, and then playoffs, they got decimated. And I think as much as, they had some moments against AL where they didn't look completely convincing, they did manage to beat them. They did manage to beat BLG. I think Arle has looked better. I was so critical of him in spring. I was constantly finding opportunities to be critical, but I think LNG do look better now. There's still a lot of question marks, though.
Yeah, a lot of question marks to come in now for LNG. But like you mentioned, we've seen it now 2 splits in a row, summer 2021 and spring 2022, where they went 7-0, and then the momentum started to fall off. They lost gas, they lost power in their machine, and they just kind of struggled themselves towards the playoffs, where they, as you mentioned, inevitably got decimated. So for LNG, it's about how they can kind of, fix those small little problems. But coming up against TT, they should still be heavy favorites. And TT, they show moments of brilliance, especially against someone like V5, but they just can't quite bring it together to get them the full win.
Yeah, and I think the thing is that we saw a lot of positivity between the top jungle. We don't have Chieftain anymore. They have Beishuan, really strong performer.
Beishuan?
Xiaoshang in the top lane.
Oh, Xiaoshang, sorry.
Yeah, Xiaoshang in the top lane. Looking pretty good, I think, and these two working well as a unit. And that is kind of the positive takeaway from me, because I feel like the bot lane and mid, not ideal. That is my concern. But these two have been kind of like a refresher on the roster, coming in and showing what they can do when they have a good lane matchup they can play around. So hopefully we see more of that.
Absolutely, and I think as well, we talked about the top side of the map. It is obviously a big question mark with Puff and Southwind for TT. Can they stand up to the likes of Light and Iwandi? But the way that kind of works is with these junglers, with Tarzan and Beishuan. It just kind of sees you the different variety that Tarzan brings versus the very heavy carry side that Beishuan has.
I think Beishuan needs to be the carry. A lot of people think of Tarzan as being this carry jungler, and don't get me wrong, he's definitely had a lot of moments in his career where he was, but he's also willing to play these picks that are more leaning on setting up his teammates, like that Sejuani was in that previous series. And Tarzan is a player who I think has looked fantastic in the LPL, but there was last split where he had some uncharacteristic poor performances, which was a big surprise to me, because normally, even when the team was doing badly last year in summer, he was still like this one person who was doing well. And obviously they made that big redemption run in playoffs. He was a massive part of that and performing at Worlds. And I'm hoping we're going to see him on form today and for the rest of the split. For now, we do head in the ban phase. Interestingly enough, LNG banning away the Lucian on blue side. Wukong is still available. That will be banned, so maybe Viego first pick?
I don't know, man. I'm just funking to the groove. That's all I'm doing right now. As we can see the first pick coming in. The Viego going to continue with that 98% presence that we talked about. Of course, the Gwen and the Wukong as well. But TT, they had an answer for it. They're going with the Graves and the Twisted Fate straight away. We are seeing some lightning fast picks.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this because Kallista's open and available and they opted not to prioritize. Yukao playing that utility role though, and it's clear they want that setup for the Graves in the jungle. Presumably will be in the jungle. We are seeing him there more than top lane at the moment. Now for LNG, do they opt to go towards potentially like Kalista? Renata could be a strong rotation here. I feel like, looks like they might even lean on the Nautilus though for Iwandi. Nautilus so not even leaning towards the Kalista. Still a decently strong lane though. Really not though the kind of cream of the crop we've seen on the current patch. Priority is a bit low on that one. But we're going to see what TT will answer with.
I was going to say, very reminiscent of spring, to be perfectly honest. Like, this draft at spring playoffs, god tier from the side of LNG. But we'll see if TT want to try and maybe shake things up. We haven't seen anything that has, really come to forefront here for any of these teams. But something that can do some very big damage is going to be that Kalista. And with the Twist of Fate for Yukal in that mid lane, the bot lane looks like the place to be.
Yeah, I mean, picking the Kalista, obviously able to apply that early pressure. I will say it hits a point where, like, particularly we saw that Aphelios performance in those replays, how he just performed up against the enemy Kalista in the late game. She has to get in range of you and you will just shred her, but the early pressure is there. And now for LNG, Renata makes sense as a ban. I could also see them getting rid of, potentially another engaged support like Alistair would make a lot of sense. They do go for that Renata initially. And TT are kind of banning away those mids with potential roam pressure. Take away the Galio. We'll see what else they opt to deny away from Doinby. Clearly don't want him to move in on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't want Doinby to be able to move around. I will say that you're banning away things but against Doinby. He's got so many options available to him. They will move away after the Galio has been banned because, again, it was more just a direct counter to the Twisted Fate. They will ban the Gangplank. Honestly, I feel like this just opens up Doinby to maybe take himself that Silas into that mid lane, has priority, gets to steal away the ultimate as well, and you just kind of become, similar to game 1 of AL versus BLG, you become a better version of the enemy mid laner.
Yeah, definitely a potential option to go for that one. See if they end up going that direction. I'll see what LNG's final ban is. Could even look towards something like the Kale, but they will go for that Alistair. Obviously something that syncs well with the Kalista. I expect a support pick from TT. I don't really like the Leona. It's kind of fallen off in this patch. I would love the Taric, though. I actually think the Taric's fantastic. When we first saw Kalista come back in the meta last year, Taric was what paired. They do end up going for the Braum. A lot of power skirmishes. Bear in mind, this is 3 auto-attacking champions with a Braum. So if someone steps up, you stun card them, you Braum passive them, they get CC locked and die. For that reason, I feel like Silas may not be the play because he is a short-range champion. I think you want to play at a distance, and something that can play at a distance, something Doinby has had a fantastic game on, is that Corki.
Corki has been locked and loaded. Again, great game from Doinby on that particular pick. It has been something he has been leaning towards. And again, LNG sticking to the tried and true late game method, saying, look, if we can get those big team fights off, if we can just get that Aphelios and Corki to that 2-3 item spikes, we're just safe as houses. And with the Gnar to kind of combo up with the Viego and the Nautilus, again, it's a very solid front to back team fight.
And they end up going for the Camille, so I thought perhaps the Kale could come out, but clearly with the Braum support, they want a bit more engaged, something that can get on top of the Corki and knock them down. So Xiaoxiang will go for the Camille. This is just an old school matchup we've seen time and time again between the two top laners. Obviously, both champions benefit from the durability changes. Mini Gnar's a lot harder to punish, harder to dive. You also have percentage HP on your W, but Camille has this special ability to do ridiculous true damage, which is obviously quite fantastic. Now, I feel like LNG want to kind of kite back, play at a distance, but TT, they can kind of do the same. It's basically like good target selection will dictate things, but ultimately Doinby does have that Corki, which will scale up to be an absolute monster. So we'll see how things play out, but I really honestly like the composition for TT, at least how the bot side of the map will play out. The 3 auto attackers plus Braum, skirmishes will be so easy to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love as well, obviously with the durability patch, everyone was kind of saying, oh, it's always going to be Corki in the meta. There's always going to be a lot of that. Honestly, he's not really been seen that much in the game. It's kind of exclusively been Doinby bringing out this pick. Everyone, yeah, I know. I'm with you on that one. I do not want to see Corki going back into the meta, but it does feel like, I think it's 2 games now. This will be the 3rd for Doinby on the Corki. I think the other one was Shanks, I believe. But again, this is kind of the tried and tested method that LNG are happy to go with. I will say, though, is that they need Tarzan to kind of pop off again. This is how they've been relying on their compositions to say, look, Tarzan, you are possibly one of the best, if not the best jungler in the league. You need to carry us through this. And it does feel like everything relies on him on this Viego pick.
Yeah, finding any momentum. You're not going to have too much backup because it is that Corki in the mid lane. Really waiting more time to be relevant. And ultimately, that early pressure is going to be so important. I'm kind of hyped to see if TT go for an invade. Their composition is so good for invades. With the Braum and a Twisted Fate, Callisto as well. If they catch anyone, they will just die.
They will, in fact, just die. As we see there. No, nothing really untoward in terms of the summoner spells, or assuming the runes, but the base run going, instead of the flash, going with the ghost, so prioritizing the chase down instead of anything else. And I will say as well, both AD carries looking to get themselves out of dodge should they get locked up. They both go with the cleanse, so no exhaust for either side as well. So if you get jumped on by either team here, you're going to feel it.
Yeah, and so we kind of saw this with the Kazakhs coming out from Weiwei when he went the ghost. And the thing with Graves, he has his own dash built in. The ghost allows you to sort of, in those longer fights, chase down targets. But yeah, these are a little bit more vulnerable early. Now they are going for that invade. Beishwan is just going to be able to take away the red buff here. Kind of expected when you have this much power on the level 1, and so Tarzan positions himself to steal away the enemy red. We do see Xiaoshang heading over, though. I just got vision of Tarzan, so they wanted information. They don't get anything more. They won't be able to stop him. But they know this is a split map situation, and I think this kind of works well for TT. You really want to heavily play for your bot lane with this Callisto.
Yeah, absolutely. Doomby, though, will be a little bit of a nuisance
cheeky.
now with the Prosperous Bomb. And yeah, honestly, can just be a little bit cheeky there onto Beishwan. He had already pushed in the wave. And again, it's a Twisted Fate. Level 1, he's not exactly going to push it back, is he?
Yeah, won't really be able to do much in return. And Doimby just comes in, steals one little chicken, backs away. That's all he needed to do in that situation, that scenario.
Hey man, I get unruly when someone takes away a chicken nugget from me, you know? Even just the one. It's like, no, you can't do that to me. But might see a little bit of a trade now into this top side. Xiaoshan going for very aggressive trade here onto Ala, but he's got to respect the fact that Tarzan, as you mentioned, is on a split match. He's horizontal jungling, and he's going to be on this top side for a very long time.
Yeah, you just have to play defensive. And Camille, fine to play defensive. Obviously, not the easiest target to dive, and with towers being so strong, unlikely to happen. But you need to make sure you don't overextend without the hook shot and get caught out.
Well, they're going to go for a bit of an engage here. The Unbreakable gets popped up, so the trade does go in favor of TT for the moment. Iwandi still very tanky, though, as he has gone with the Glacial Shroud, or excuse me, the Glacial Augment. Yep.
Yeah, you
So many
kind of
glacials.
knew they weren't committing to that play because Southwind didn't walk in front of him. If you were 100% committing to kill Iwandi, Southwind would have stepped in front when he got stunned to block an anchor to get him out. But they're just trying to go for a heavy trade. They knew he was a bit too close to tower to get the kill. And a bit of pressure, but nothing really comes from it.
Well, you have a split map now. Very not the most common thing in the world that we've seen, but where you want to see now is obviously we talked about TT heavily prioritizing in this bot side, but for the side of LNG, we want to see this Viego going. We want to see Tarzan making moves. Where, though, is my question. Where do we want to see him prioritize?
I mean, if the wave state ends up messed up top, kill Xiaoshang. If Yukal ends up overextended mid, you can punish him. Set him behind definitely makes a difference in terms of like how much pressure he has at 6. Well, lane's a bit trickier because I think the skirmishing's a bit too strong for TT, right? If you end up engaging bot and Puff and Southwind kite you with the passive from Braum, you will just lose, and especially if Beishwan turns up. So the time being, focus on your solo laners for Tarzan and see if you can find windows there. Ole's doing really well in this 1v1 matchup.
It really is, and Ole's been that question mark, I suppose, for LNG. Really didn't have that good of a spring at all. Hasn't been exceptional so far in summer, but again, very early days, and we just try and think about and reminisce. So back when he was on, 2021 Worlds, the form of which he was able to play in the group stages and of course the play-ins was so much higher than what we've seen from him so far. And that's where LNG want to try and bring him back, but we will see a bit of an engage now going into this bot side. A flash going to come in, but the flash straight away has been answered as Puff picks himself up first blood in the bot lane.
And I'm not sure what the game plan was for my 1D there. Even if Beishwan wasn't there, I think you just die to the two of them. So questionable at best is all I can say. It's really hard to find windows onto this Callisto Braum early. You're going to get punished if you try and all in, especially this is an aftershock Nautilus. Nautilus is already a squishy support compared to like Leona, Alistair, Braum, he is far squishier, and without Aftershock, you will just get bursted.
Yep, we can see it here again. Iwandi just thinks it's a 2v2 without the Unbreakable. Maybe he thought there was an opportunity. But again, just like you said, I think he dies regardless if the Graves is here. I don't even think the Graves actually gets an assist or anything.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't win that. Like, Southwind had already positioned himself so you couldn't get a hook onto Puff. He was always going to hit Southwind. So I don't know. You know, it's just a bit of a fumble coming out from Iwandi.
Gaming.
Yeah, well, an early kill for the Callisto, definitely the sort of thing you want to be getting. Definitely a positive. And they're going to translate that pressure into that dragon. We obviously saw last series having early dragons was a massive factor. And I think here you're going up against a Corki. A lot of those dragon fights might end up being fought with a package present on the enemy team. The scaling of the Corki is a threat in the later stages. So I 100% think TT getting that early dragon is a good call.
It's a pretty good call there. Get themselves nicely on the board. Still 2 minutes until the Rift Herald spawns. So at the moment, LNG... Go on.
If you look at Doinby's inventory, this is very much a... I'm just stacking. This is like the vibing inventory.
We scale it. Tier, coal, everything.
He's
finally getting some damage now. We'll have the Man Immune pretty early, actually, in fairness to him. And hopefully, if you're an LNG fan or a Doomby fan, oh, I'll stop myself as Ala goes for a full engage here onto Xiaoshang. But level 6 available to Xiaoshang makes it very difficult to go for this. And you can see already, Ala has to respect it, flashes away pretty instantly, knowing that if he gets caught up by that, he's probably dead.
Yeah, I think it might have been close, but he definitely didn't want to risk it, understandably. And I think as well, this control ward in the river made a lot of difference. Because you know, if Beishuan just turned up, it could have gone really bad.
Whoa, here we go.
Really bad.
Yeah, this is the combination. You got the Twist of Fate, you've got the Camille. They get the Hextech Ultimatum comboed in with the Fate's Call, or excuse me, the Destiny. And that is going to be an easy pickup here for the side of TT.
Yeah, really nice execution. This is why you're picking up the TF to be able to make those plays. And there is a big mid-wave that's going to be missed, but Beishuan is happy to pick those all up, as any jungler would be.
Yeah, he gets himself, doesn't have to gank, still picks up an absolute boatload of farm and experience. So all's fair in love and war. And TT, they've got themselves a really good start to this game right now. And this is kind of what reminiscent we saw in their first series as well. Their laning phase has been pretty good so far this split.
Yeah, and I think they need this momentum. I want to see what they can do with the bot lane more so, though. And ultimately, the Herald. Herald will count up 20 seconds. I think if you can get that one, maybe crack the mid tower, opens up UCAL to potentially play to sides, or you can just play heavily to sides with the TF. Look to take a first tower and get some snowballing in. We'll see if they're able to translate the bot lane up towards the top side of the map. Ultimately, Puff and Southwind have control of the 2v2, so they can kind of move when and if they want to.
Oh, hook does not land, but Beishuan is now here in the bot side. Iwandi gonna maybe get caught out here, and yep, he has no flash. He has nowhere to go. And that is a nice little kill, actually, going over the side of Puff. 2-0 on this Callista. Tarzan, though, recognizes this and says, okay, I got to make something happen. I got to go for this Rift Herald.
Yep, I mean, go for the bot lane play will expose that, but it's a nice one from Beishuan and Southwind. Using the sweeper, knew that they wouldn't spot it out. And then also you saw when the stun connects, Southwind moved in front of Iwandi, blocked any chance of the anchor, dragging him away. Now, they should be able to finish this in time. Just be able to smite to pick this one up.
I mean, there's many Nars. They may look for the fight after this. No Hextech Ultimatum just yet, and they haven't picked up the Herald here from the side of LNG. You've got the Iwandi coming in on the Nautilus, so it's a 4v4 for the moment. The Callista and the FLL still a ways away, but with the Braum concussive blows, they're going to force the flash out of Tarzan, and that Herald is going to spawn away. They might even look for the engage. The Fate's Call going to force 2 flashes, but Light can't go anywhere else. He cleanses, but he dies. Puff picks himself up his 3rd kill of the game, and TT, they're putting LNG under pressure.
So good from Southwind, the prediction, waiting to sort of see, you know, like, and firing in a direction where even if Light flashes, he still gets hit. End up chasing him down, and shit, the Herald was picked up by LNG, well, sorry, was taken by LNG, but the fact they don't secure the eye means it's basically meaningless, and TT have a 1,500 gold lead off these early plays. Really positive start.
Very, very well played so far by TT. And again, very reminiscent to their first series. Yes, they lost 0-2, but these are the good plays that we're seeing. And again, just understanding how strong they are. And everyone has just to kind of back away. LNG really want this Herald because it will give them so much, but they can't.
Yeah, Iwandi wants to go in because he's like, I've already died enough. I'm not worth that much. I don't care if I go down. But realistically, they can't contest this. This is how TT's composition works so well. 4 auto attackers plus Braum, the stun card as well. Anyone who ends up being too close will just get locked down, and Southwind finds the ult angle onto Light, gets that kill. Just really well played.
And again, Xiaoshang just, again, keeping Ale down and just making sure that this Gnar just have no relevance in this top side. And again, great moves coming out from TT. LNG, though, this is what we kind of talked about. The consistency, the idea behind what they're trying to do is fine. The execution, though, very much not quite there for them.
Yeah, and it's just difficult to find headway there. Pre-package, remember, one of the big changes that took Hawk out of the meta is your first package is at 10 minutes, not 8. Right, so prior to this, you would have your package there to use for the Herald, and then you'd be able to sync up with Dragons later. Because of what happened with the changes, it's not available until now, but Doinby has it, and they are looking.
Yeah, they are looking for Southwind, who does have to flash away after the stand behind me, but the package is now down. You have Destiny Gate available, no TP for Xiaoshang, but he would have to be to a tower anyway. I don't know if you really want to fight for this on the side of TT, and I think they feel the same way.
Yeah, I think that was enough to ward them off, using the package around those objectives. And this is kind of how LNG want to play, utilizing that tool. And importantly, Puff's ultimate wasn't available, so was forced to use the flash to get out. Now, it's going to be a Cloud Soul. I think it has some value here, but maybe not the most. But here's the trade-off, right? You commit all that towards the bot side to get the Dragon. You lose 2 plates top, and that means Xiaoshang has caught up a lot of ground when he was previously behind in this matchup.
Okay, Beishuan pops the Ghost. Not quite sure what that one was about, but just very quickly wanted to get himself from bot to top. It's tactical.
Yeah. You see the question mark pings coming out from LNG.
Oh, speaking of question mark pings, Light going to get jumped on here by Southwind and Puff. They even get the Destiny Gate, and he is dead. There's going to be the Glacial Fissure to keep Doonby at arm's length, and he cannot get a kill back. Iwandi is coming in, but I don't think he's going to be in position in time unless he goes for a flash. They land the gold card. Doonby almost going down. Does have the Valkyrie to keep himself safe, but TT, they're running the show right now.
Yeah, really nice execution on the dive, and the TP comes, but it's too late to match Yukao's ultimate. Able to come in instantly, punish Light for being isolated and low. And remember, he didn't have that cleanse again. And now, Puff, 4 kills for 0 on this Callista. 20 CS up and 2 levels, as you said.
This is getting rough for Light, and this is kind of comes back to why a lot of teams have just not really fit. I'm going to stop myself before we go into this meta point, because we can see Ala maybe getting Hextech Ultimatum very soon. The rest of Beishuan, though, and the Twisted Fate are here. They've been spotted out.
I'm not sure why they didn't go for that. I feel like that was
honestly,
such an easy play.
Felt like
maybe the thought process was Beishuan didn't have Ghost, so it can get there in time.
Can't get there in time. No Ghost, no play, no Ghost. But as I was saying, this is kind of why we're seeing a lot of teams just shy away from this Aphelios right now. The Aphelios is just so weak. If you get something like a Callista into it, the power you have in that 2v2, you just can't really survive it unless you play perfectly.
Yeah, this is why I thought the draft was a bit weird, because they passed over their chance, you know, because TT potentially could have picked up the Callista in the first rotation, opted not to, and then LNG could have taken the Callista, and again, opted not to. And this has been such a high prior pick. This Callista is often banned first rotations in the LPL, and they just weren't phased, weren't bothered by it, and you can see how powerful it can be, especially the fact that LNG gave over to TT with the Twisted Fate in hand. And I mean, maybe that was a factor, because typically Callista doesn't like playing into Twisted Fate because of that point and click stun, but even so, taking the Aphelios into it clearly has not worked so far.
I mean, you look at the games that so far Light has played in Summer Split. He's 2 Ezreals. This will be his second Aphelios and a Xayah and a Lucian. He really hasn't looked towards that Callista whatsoever so far now, be it that because it's banned, it's picked away. I'm not going to try and deep dive into that just yet, but it does feel like this is a bit of a hole in the armor of LNG. There's something that they're not quite ready for. And you can see Ala, he thinks about it. He knows that Xiaoshang has an all-in potential. He just can't walk near this.
Yeah, he knows that Yukao's been missing for mid long enough. He could be there. So he has to respect completely the fact that he could just get taken down so easy. There's so much lockdown between these solo laners. If you do overstep, you will just die. Especially the mini Gnar. You know, the extra durability change doesn't do enough to save you there. And now we see a bit of a rotation up from TT towards the mid lane to apply some pressure, but Corky's back, so should just be able to clear out this wave. They are looking towards the second Herald, though. They swap Yukao down bot. He has that TP and that Destiny, and they move Xiaoshang up towards the top side, which I kind of like, right? A big factor if you engage will be that Camille being able to dive in, and Xiaoshang does TP back in to make sure he's there to defend the wave.
And well, TT, despite putting everyone on top side, it's in perfect time for this Rift Herald. So second Rift Herald pretty much secured, guaranteed. No real response here for LNG. They don't have vision control in any of the sides of the map. They don't even really have a push going for them except for that mid lane. But even then, you can see Puff already wise to the tricks and should be able to clear this one out without any real damage going down. So far, so good. And TT, they're following the likes of AL from earlier today, where the expected favorite is just not really standing up to them. And LNG, they need to try and make some momentum going for them, because TT are honestly just running them around the map. Oh, speaking of which, Doonby, ooh, almost gets caught out there by the hook shot, but still keeps himself safe.
And let's talk about the game plan for LNG. So firstly, you have the Man Immunity complete in the Corki, and Luden's coming up soon. Pretty big spike, right? Not quite the spike you want, because you would want to have Sork Shoes as well. That 2-item spike is pretty nasty for the Corki, but you are getting there, and ultimately, you're going to be able to start syncing up your package with the Dragon Timer. Remember, he used the package before last Dragon. The Dragon is a 5-minute respawn. The package is now a 5-minute respawn, so you cut it a little bit closer than it used to be when it was 4 minutes, but he's able to pick it up now and has it ready. TT are ahead. The Callisto is super strong, but you are dealing with the threat of the package, so they have to be careful how they approach this one. And look, Xiaosheng has just picked up his Divine Sunder and is heading down. They want this fight.
They want this fight, but Yukal did swap out his teleport, which he just used to get back into lane, for an exhaust. So exhaust is actually available for the side of TT. Should they be able to get onto Doonby or maybe even the Aphelios, that could be huge for this ensuing fight. Rift Herald goes down, but hasn't really been in a position to charge, and that's Shelly not getting to do her favorite thing in the world, which is headbutt turrets. But it does mean that TT get the value out of it, which is position over this dragon. And looking at the way LNG are prioritizing, they ain't looking for a fight.
Yeah, they got what they wanted, which is control the area. It's a shame that it doesn't get a charge in. It would have really chunked out the mid tower, and especially against like a Corki, can be quite hard to take that mid tier 1. But TT get what they want. It does only mean they have that second dragon. Still a while before potential soul, but for now they'll definitely take that. And we do see maybe he's leaned his pressure up towards top to try and get some damage on this tower. Yukal should be in here in time to defend it. Maybe might have to just back off. He's scared that potentially Tarzan could be shadowing, so they'll just end up going for a cross-map trade.
Cross-map trade, bot for top, but...
And Puff wins the race, so he gets that extra gold.
He gets the extra gold. That's a 3,000 gold lead still, maybe 2.5 for the side of TT. 5 kills to none, 2 dragons to 1. And the turret AP. So LNG, though, they are still very happy with the scaling on their team. Again, it's an Aphelios and a Corki. Even an Viego as well will be able to do some serious work in this late stage. However, 4-0 2-item Puff on this Callista. He is huge. And combo that with the rapid fire cannon on Yukal. Yeah. They are big. And this is where I want TT to start pushing the narrative, pushing the envelope to make things happen.
This is absolutely where you want to do that. The fact that you have the long-range rapid fire to lock someone down into the Everfrost. Puff, as you said, the 2-item spike for Callista, fantastic. This is kind of your best point in the game for TT, so you want to start snowballing, trying to find more advantages. But on the other side, Doinby has just picked up that Ludens, makes his wave clear better, and those rockets are starting to hurt with the completed man immune, so it kind of feels like it's Doinby against the world right now. He is the pivotal piece for LNG to stall this game out and to try and disrupt TT's game plans.
Absolutely, but TT, as I said, they have good starts to the game, but still only 2,500 gold, not insurmountable as of yet. Not quite sure how Doonby misses that rocket, but you know, everything's possible when you're Doonby.
The minion juked him. Minion juked him.
Yeah, it did. Minion juke. I love when you see like minions or like Scuttlebug just juking people like all their CC and stuff. It's like my favorite clips in the world. But
dude, I swear Scuttle is such a troll.
Scuttle is Faker in disguise. I am convinced. It's just so good at dodging out so many different skill shots. But we'll see. Oh, look, getting a bit of harassment down here. He is level 12, so using that Meganar ultimate off of cooldown isn't really going to be that big of a difference. But Doonby might be in a little bit of trouble here. However, he has been safely warded up, and they should not be able to get the jump on him just yet. And now LNG again, they're very happy just pushing forward, kind of keeping this farm lead going.
Yeah, you kind of need TT to move back to cover mid. And the reason that play can't work top is because Doinby just destroys waves. He just one-shots them. It's kind of why it's becoming a bit difficult to find any pressure. And you can see that in the farm as well. Look at the CS lead between mid laners. Doinby is getting hyper-fed right now.
Yeah, he's 40 CS ahead of his counterpart. 30 CS ahead of anybody on the side of TT in terms of close, but it will end up being eventually TT taking away that tier 1 in the top side. Mid lane tier 1 is still available. 2 minutes till Dragon spawns, and we are just waiting for a next real big fight to kind of happen here for the side of TT. And honestly, this stalling out is, again, great for the side of LNG. You mentioned it. Doombee's just getting huge. I will say, though, there's the Glacial Fisher coming down. Ala, he's in a lot of trouble, and he's nowhere to go. Oh, that's just so unforgivable.
Yeah, caught sleeping. Really shouldn't be in that position. And a nice kill from TT. You'll look to see if they can try and pressure the mid tower off this. At LNG, they don't really want to fight until the next package is available, which is on that next Dragon timer. So just waiting for that.
Well, UCal, why are you there? Why are you there? Oh, I'm not quite sure what that play was, but now... What? What? Oh, I'm going to have to bring myself back into this one here. I'm not going to give you a chance as Iwandi has to go golden. He's in the Hextech Ultimatum, but Doongi is doing damage. You're in a chokehold. TT, what the hell are you doing? What was that?
I am so confused. I am speechless.
That's Baron. Why? UCal and Xiaoshang just fully throwing it into the side of LNG, and LNG get themselves a Baron. What just happened?
What are they... I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, TT are going to try and contest to try and stop this Baron from happening. It is getting low, but remember, base one, no flash.
Yeah, no splash, but again, it's still a Doonbee, so he's still got himself a Corki. They're going to try and go for this fight right now. It's again Ala for giving himself over the wall, catches out all three. And I'm sorry, TT, you deserve everything that's coming to you right now. You just gifted them, hand-delivered them the game after doing so much for so well for so long.
Let's watch this replay. Let's...
Why?
Like...
He has full vision, like, why?
That's what Destiny does as well. Like, you can never talk about not having vision. Your ult literally gives you vision on the whole map. I am kind of a bit irate after that play.
I'm a little tilted,
I'm not gonna lie. Played so well, and they just throw it away for no reason. How is it ever gonna play? How is it ever gonna work? You know, Iwandi is just around the corner. And now, Dragon's up. Doinbee's level 15. They have Baron. They're easily going to be able to take this with the package as well. I wouldn't be so bothered if they hadn't played the early so well. But man, TT do not want to win this game.
With package still available for Doonbee, they can barrel up mid, say, look, we can force this fight. We can force around this objective because there's nothing you can really do. And it's exactly what they're doing. Beishuan trying to secure his own blue buff. Yeah, honestly, like, it was TT's game to lose. And they did just that. They just... threw it away for absolutely no reason. I'm just so confused. Now Xiaoshang, what is happening? Why are you going in on that? He loses his ultimate because he thought maybe he's all caught someone out. I just don't know, Ox.
Yeah, and now Corki has GA on top of his pretty hard spiking items. He's level 15, 2 levels above the highest level of TT, and the poke is really going to start to hurt. He is out of rockets at the moment, fortunately for TT, but as soon as they come up, he's just going to keep layering down this poke.
I'm just so disappointed. Like you said, it's just they play the early game so well. They're calm, they're cool, collected, and then UCal just turns around and goes, "Hang on, lads, this isn't what I was agreed to." And now Ala is just keeping everyone away from this tower. You can't do anything. Honestly, I actually think that there's no way you can ever kind of like fight this LNG team. Doonbee is just too damn big.
There are still windows, right? If Doinbee miss positions, if you get a good flank from Xiaoshang, you still have a lot of CC in your composition. Let's say you take out Tarzan so he doesn't get resets. Doinbee ends up dying early into his GA. There's definitely windows. It's not completely doomed. You still have a 5-0 Clister, right? It's just a lot harder. And TT really did this to themselves. They made the game far harder. The fact that they don't get that 4th Dragon, you know, well, it would have been their 3rd overall, means it's a longer time before Soul, longer time before Elder. The fact that LNG got the Baron means LNG are ahead in gold, and also TT's first Baron is delayed. So for all these reasons, it's harder, but it's not unwinnable, right? And there's still hope.
Impossible.
It's just unnecessary, right? I think that's why it's so bothersome, is that it felt like it would have been so easy, but yeah, it was something.
For sure, something, as you say, but yeah, well, as you say, it is now a 2.5, or actually 2.5. It's about a 1,500 gold lead here for LNG. They are equal on Dragons, and Doonby's getting to become a monster. You do have 3 items onto your Callista. You do have opportunities available to you, but they're becoming thinner and thinner, harder and harder to execute on as the game goes on. And Puff trying so damn hard. 5-0, like you mentioned. Honestly, have to give him so much props. Him and Stoutwin have been playing so well in this game, and then Yukal and Xiaoshang decided that the game was going too well. It was a little bit too suspiciously good. They were a little bit overzealous, and they end up getting taken out. But now Xiaoshang, he can't really go up against this because you don't have control over your own jungle. You're going to have to forfeit this tower most likely because there's just no way you can defend it.
The problem is, Xiaoshang does have stopwatch, but he's going to kind of have to...
Oh, Puff. Oh, Puff. Oh, Puff. That's not what you want to be seeing. He's now at from 5-0 to 5-1. That is your bot lane that was doing well. And yeah, I think there's just not a lot you can do now. I don't know. I don't know why Tarzan did it. I think they're just kind of styling on people now because they recognize that this game is pretty much theirs. They have the scaling and they have the damage.
I'm going to be real. It really feels like TT kind of got tilted after that play. Because Puff just kind of walked up there and got smashed in the ground. Had ult, had sums. Didn't end up using anything. And now, with all that extra influx of gold, it's looking rough. Let's get a replay, though. Steps forward. He gets stunned, but has cleanse and just doesn't opt to use it. I guess he thinks the Braum's enough to save him? I don't know. Feels really weird.
I don't know, man. This has gone from a really great example for TT and how they were setting themselves up for the thing, and honestly, it's gotten a little sad. It's more disappointing when you see what potentially could be, what could have been, but it's just not coming together. And again, the only person to blame right now, this isn't LNG outplaying them. This isn't LNG being so much smarter with their macro or crazy mechanics. This is TT with massive unforced errors.
Yeah, honestly, it's kind of insane. And Doinby's the main beneficiary. 80 CS up on the mid lane matchup. Level 16 right now. Obviously, 3 points for the Rockets means they really start to hit on the squishier members.
Even on
and you can see Southwind chunked out. Yeah.
Even on the set, 3 rockets, and he's down to below half HP. We will see them maybe go for this. Heartbreaker has to be used by Tarzan, as you still have to respect the damage that's coming out from the people on the side of TT. But with Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, you have no control over your blue side jungle. You're probably going to have to get this one, or you could maybe flip it for a Baron.
I think it's a point where you have to go for desperate plays from TT. You know, you're in a hole. You have to just make something happen, and it might end up backfiring, but you're at a deficit now in this game that's very hard to overcome. You can see Light has caught up in items compared to Puff. Doinby's about to reset for his final item here. Sorry, not final item, for 4th item, I think. Does he get it, or is he just going to go for the package? Either way, you know, LNG are so strong. And I think he's going to go for a Death Dance, so he's going to be even harder to take down.
Ooh, the flank of Ages. They have no vision on this whatsoever. Doonby is behind the turret, but nobody's here. Absolutely nobody there, but the rest of the side of LNG are saying, look, Doonby, we'll get you in a second. There's the ultimate coming out there for the Nautilus to try and start it all off, with the Glacial Fissures slowing everybody down. Great package across everybody. You've got the separation to deal with. TT just aren't in a position to try and go for this. As I say that, though, Puff is still putting out spears. They eventually take down Doonby, and Xiaoshang is still pretty big. Look at Puff. He's finally turning it around as a double kill comes in for the AD carry, and they finally get the ace. TT, they capitalize on LNG getting too overzealous and finally get themselves back in the game.
And just when it felt like TT's hope was going out the window, LNG throw them that one. They go for the super heavy engage, and this Corki, who I was like is so strong, is the pivotal piece for LNG, ends up committing way too hard. And there's 2 fronts to this fight, so we'll try and highlight both of them. Firstly, the lockdown on Puff doesn't really connect because he flashes away, and then he starts kiting like crazy right now. Arla gets knocked up. Great play from Southwind, and Puff just gains so much ground in the situation, able to get so many spears out, dodging everything. Really well played by him. On the other side of the fight, Corki just zoomed in to get beaten up on by the Camille and the TF, and then they rejoin the fight to follow it through. It was not just the fact that Puff played so well, but Corki, Doinby also ended up in such a rough position, and that has given some hope back to TT. They're still not completely out of the hole, but they are alive in this game.
They are on life support, but yeah, like I said, the Corki package was great if his team was able to follow up. It looked like him and Tarzan were able to go into maybe a 2v2, but Tarzan completely backs away, and Doonby ends up, as you mentioned, all alone, so doesn't really work out for the side of LNG whatsoever. It's now swung back in the favor of TT as they finally get themselves some kind of life in this game. Basically off the back of Puff playing it so damn well. I will say, though, they haven't got any summoners left on their AD carry, and they will have to try and be very, very careful with how they go with this one here. Yukao will have the ultimate available on the Destiny Gate, but they can't be going too overzealous.
And I will also say it is TT's turn to throw now. So, by that metric...
I didn't realize we were playing catch. My bad, man. I thought it was League of Legends. It's totally my bad.
No, this is definitely catch, Machine. This is definitely catch.
It's TT's turn to throw. They have the ball after LNG threw it to them. It makes total sense.
Absolutely. And
I was mauling for a bit.
Corki did back off to buy Death Stand, so they will finally get that mid-tier one. But it took so much work to take that one down.
Yeah, well, we'll see now with no GA, though, for the side of Doonby. He isn't as safe as he used to be, as Ale now gets jumped on and taken out while underneath the tower. They do have Tarzan and Doonby trying to chase down on the Xiaoshang, but they can't finish him off just yet. As I said, that the death stand's still ticking. They will just take out the tower. That's a two-man knock-up here for Southwind, as they might try and look to re-engage this fight. Everyone needs to try and back away. As TT are pushing forward, the collateral damage just keeping them down. Flash in, they get the stun card on the Doonby, but he uses his life as collateral. Yukao goes down, Xiaoshan goes golden, and he should be taken out as the Gravitum gun is good to keep him locked in. TT thought they had LNG cornered, but it was LNG who were able to strike back.
Like I said, catch. I don't know, man. Yukao again, I don't know why you flash in for that stun card, but no one can follow up. It was a good initial play with Xiaoshang and Yukao going for this dive onto Ale. So catch him in mini-knob, perfect time, and interrupt the dash as well. Get the kill, and then importantly, get out. Tarzan can't overcommit here, doesn't have the damage to finish him off. And then the fight starts to continue. A bit of a back and forth. You see with the extra member, TT feeling confident. But the play that is the big question mark for me is Yukao's final play in this one. No one is in position to follow up. I don't know. It's not the play.
Maybe it's a game of catch between Doonby and Yukao. You know? Maybe it's about those guys playing. No one else is playing catch on. To stop myself, as we might have another bit of an engage here. They do not land the Winter's Bite onto anybody, but with 30 seconds until Dragon spawns, this would be Cloud Soul for LNG. This game has all of a sudden gotten very close and very much gotten to this last team fight. 32 minutes on the clock. You will have GA available for Doonby very, very shortly, and flashes will be available for the AD carries. Puff has everything. He is the man that needs to stay alive now in this fight if TT want to win.
100%, and it's target selection for TT. Great at just picking out single targets and taking them down one by one with the stuns. Oh, let's got Mega. He's looking for a flank.
He's looking for it. He is in Mega right now, but Xiaoshang is wise to the Mega Gnar tricks. Dragon has been procced. He will not have any spears in it just yet. They're going to try and turn this one around as Yukao goes for the flank with the gold card, but they have to turn around onto Puff. They're trying to see if they can finish this one off, and TT will get themselves their third Drake. Southwind goes back in as he tries to get himself back out. There's the Glacial Fissure onto 5, but you don't really want to be in that position, and now everyone's just running for the hills. Puff is the one you want to catch, and he is the one who will die. You will get the Dragon, but Southwind decided he wanted to be a part of this game. He was sick and tired of being left out, and he grabs the ball and throws it straight back to LNG.
Why did he go back in? I'm losing my mind, Sheen. Why did he go back in? They got the Dragon, they were out. Oh,
crazy
man, I think they can probably
our
end.
Game. Crazy is our game, and that is literally what's been happening this game. I can't define to you or tell you or break down what has happened because it has all been crazy. And now we'll see maybe the final fight coming in as LNG take down Nexus turret number 1, the Graves, the Camille, and everyone else shall fall. This is going to be game 1, and on a Seahawks, you have the unenviable task of trying to break down what the hell with that game.
I'm just speechless. I want to see mind blown. LNG managed to clean it up and get the win, but that game was anything but clean. So many unforced errors, so many errors, just completely no reason for them to happen, and it was just players overstepping in some manner, and LNG in the end made less errors, so they ended up winning. That's what it comes down to. They also had the scaling Corki in pocket, but
I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. I'm just so... I don't even know how to describe how I feel right now.
I'm
Yeah.
shocked, right? Because I can see these mistakes happen. Like every pro player's had a moment. It's like, man, what was I doing there? But so many in the same game, and also the fact that like
From both
when I'm like,
teams.
okay, things have calmed down, should be fine. No, Southwind just like goes in and dies. Kyle just flashes in gold cards. And what really blew my mind was like we had Southwind and Puff in the like 2v4 team fight playing so well.
Perfection.
And then that happens. And I'm just like, wow, it's such a yeah.
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 Oh, man.
Yeah. You gotta love LPL, man. You gotta take the rough with the smooth. Sometimes you get yourself absolute bangers like JDG versus Top Esports. Other times you get TT
AL vs
versus
BLG.
LNG.
That was a banger.
Yeah, that was a banger, and that was really fun to watch. But yeah, this was an interesting game. Emphasis on the int for that particular
Oh
one.
my
But yeah.
lord, man.
It was it. You know what? This is what makes us stronger as a casting pair, and this is what brings us. We get a baptism of fire throughout these seasons. But at the end of it all, LNG are 1-0 up. I honestly have no predictions, nothing really to kind of say apart from the obvious of like, don't int and don't randomly guesstigate yourself into 1v5. I don't know what else to tell you, Cal. Like, what do you want me to say?
Whenever, like, there's so many different approaches when a coach speaks to their players after a game. You know, sometimes it'll be like, okay, you run over the things that you like, what your plan is for the next game. Sometimes you'll run over, like, different coaches, different approaches. It'll be like, oh, mistakes from last game. We'll talk about draft, or like, sometimes you give pep talks. I would just sit them down and be like,
lads.
Really?
Yeah, like it's a real
Really?
kind of like disappointed parent just looking.
So-
I think
so-
both teams,
so-
even with
sort it
LNG with the
out.
win, yeah, like even
Sort
with
it
LNG
out.
with the win,
Okay.
like, my God.
Come on. Like, they'll literally be sitting there like, I gave you the draft right. I gave you the game plan. You were doing it. And then you did that. Come on, guys. You're better than this. If this was a scrim, we would have won, right? And
Yeah.
it just feels like, mistakes came out on the stage. The pressure was on. Going behind it, other than that one questionable play, pretty fantastic game. Really on point with the damage, obviously expected from the Corki, but farming up a storm and being such a relevant piece. But I'm just going to delete that game from my memory and we'll move on.
We're going in with LNG having a 1-0 advantage. We're going to send it to a break to try and recollect ourselves before picks and bans for game 2. And hopefully we'll see you guys very soon. About 5 or 6 in the bot lane. So it is still the lane dominance that we expected to see, but now we're going to see a hook coming out. Beautifully caught out there as they jump onto light. The exhaust is going to be enough. Excuse me, not the exhaust. The ignite may not be enough as Crisp is out taking a bad trade, but they have the Gangplank ultimate to trade it back.
The teams have swapped sides of some disrespect here. It's IG on the top side of the Baron now, and they don't really know how to get home. Weibo denying them entry, as that's massive damage onto the backline. SFM behind the enemy lines. In goes on with a 3-man taunt, and in go the rest of the team. Wink will fall. Shinliu goes down as well, and IG have been torn asunder. Berserker is on Gwen, finds one answer, but it's only going to be the one. They can try and look for vision around Baron. They already have decent vision control here, but EDG want to pick as the charm comes through onto Hung. Looking Kalista ult to save his life, but actually Scout doesn't get to move, doesn't get to play. His Viper has to retreat on the play. Hung flashing forward to try and find more. JJ won't go until the Dawning Shadow arrives. Great kick across the team. Care turns golden, but he's down as well, and it's a kill for Flandre. Mako flashing forward. With a Kalista, it's always going to be hard. There's Drake taken by Weibo. IG want the fight for themselves, but Wink can't really get in just yet. Hostile takeover goes wide. Yukai into the back, but one bunk pulls out to safety. SFM in the middle of everyone. That's a huge pull-in. Do they have the damage? It's also to one bunk. He cleanses it. SFM goes down. Double kill for Yukai. In comes the Shy, though, to try and answer. Angel gets one. Dashes out the backside of the fight. In goes the Shy. The solo laners come up huge for Weibo. It's a triple kill. Make it a quadra for Angel. Oh no!
And he might go to
Doesn't matter. He might not be able to stack up any at all. That burst damage is huge, but missing is getting very low as well. Jackie Love. Oh ho ho! Hope with the slam down. Shadow Surge is gonna miss because of the flash. The hook misses as well. Mark gets outplayed by Hope, and Hope unleashes the calling into Knight. Knight has to flash away. What plays coming out from JDG? They have woken up.
Guilty Simpson. What? What up, though? Yeah. Listen. Yo. I be poking holes in the poker nose. The cameras reveal your real hand like the poker show. I got the dope flow, Coca with the pen. A winner, sure to show composure in the end. Closer with the wind. Pitch from a mile so high from here I can see streets of downtown. Visual, sick with rhymes with past physicals. Grimy, keep some gear and fresh tennis shoes. Kush got me putting off interviews. I don't wanna talk, I just wanna spark. Hood rats got a nigga watching like a hawk. I prey on them, lay off in them and lay on them. I keep smoking till I'm dead and gone. I keep that, accompany the lead and chrome. I won't change, catch me in the spot with a dime. Ready to pop nines, ready to rock rhymes. Buckle up, what? Let's ride, yeah. Smoke one, yeah. Get high, what? Get live, keep it jumping. We like something, then touch the sky. Buckle up, what? Let's ride. Smoke one, yeah. Get high, get live, keep it jumping. We like something, then touch the sky.
Yeah, and next up is I, Young Gun. In third place, come to touch the mic, and it's like earthquakes. How I up the vibes, the dirt shakes and the dust will fly. Don't adjust your high, fire system, just recline, and I'll supply fly diction to bust your mind. The art of rhymes like wisdom, it comes with time. You can't deny my gift, cause I'm done with mine. 11 syllable patterns, and that's just a line. So when the miracle happens, you'll be justified to touch rewind. It's not for the unrefined. I serve food for thought to the hungry mind. And trust me, guys, this is just a slice, but it goes up in size like a cup of rice. I rap with a frown, you're acting a clown. I'll be all up in your face like a custard pie.
Yeah, buckle up, what? Let's ride, yeah. Smoke one, yeah. Get high, what? Get live, keep it jumping. We like something, then touch the sky. Buckle up, what? Let's ride. Smoke one, yeah. Get high, get live, keep it jumping. We like something, then touch the sky.
Gold smoker, LPL that goodie. I take you to Detroit, show you racks from my hoodie, and spin wheels bigger than some full-grown midgets. You think you find it live or somewhere else? Forget it, forget about it, nigga. I doubt it. Did you ever find it quite like these? Niggas get you high like you're smoking on weed, and give you bomb music, make your eardrums bleed. Nigga, that be weak.
Yeah, buckle up, what? Let's ride, yeah. Smoke one, yeah. Get high, what? Get live, keep it jumping. We like something, then touch the sky. Buckle up, what? Let's ride. Smoke one, yeah. Get high, get live, keep it jumping. We like something, then touch the sky. Let's ride. Get high. Let's ride. Touch the sky.
Hope you're all back after taking a nice break, calming yourselves. We calmed ourselves after that particular game, and we're ready for a new experience, a new setup within this game. I am still Ushi. I'm still joined by the fantastic Mr. Ox. We got two things to talk about before we come into this series, though. Number one, Lumao has been subbed in for Iwandi. So Iwandi out, Lumao is in. And number two, Doonby is our MVP on the Corki. He did a hell of a lot of damage apart from that one play with the package. He was a monster on the pick.
Yeah, there was a one questionable play, but everyone got an int in this game, it feels like. And ultimately, Corki was such a massive factor. Really farmed up a Storm, and it just felt like he was that late game element that TT had to be worried about, that perhaps forced some of these errors from them. But in those fights, doing so much damage consistently, and other than when he packaged in, felt untouchable.
Yeah, really did feel untouchable, and honestly, just the opportunities that were lent to him, he never really, thought about it, and never really kind of gave him an inch afterwards. Like, right, you want to give me this opportunity? I'm gonna take it. And this is just a perfect situation for a Corki. You're just in a chokehold. You're in a narrow area. You can't really defend yourself from him, just like keeping himself safe and putting down the barrage. Yeah,
and it's prime scenario for them just to fire off their artillery in here. Light as well with those guns. The green for the range, and then the blue for the AoE, able to do all that damage in here. Yeah, small mistakes from TT. Ultimately, I think we have to remind ourselves that the reason we're so frustrated with these mistakes is TT had a really strong early game, so there is positive to be drawn then. But Doinby just felt like he was going to be too much of an issue, and eventually was. That was the thing. The game was on a timer, and it eventually ran out. Yeah, absolutely. Corki is still a massive late game threat. You combo that into something like the Gnar that can help you set up. They can tank with the Viego as well. You're just going to be in a good time. You even saw as well, he never really became overzealous or thought he needed to be 100% damage. It was always kind of like he got his big item spikes, obviously, with the Muramana and the Ludens, and then straight into the GA, the Death Stance, knew that the only real threat to him was this Callista. Once he mitigated that, there was no real threat to him in the end. Yeah, and the early GA as well. I mean, the thing with the AP Corki build is Ludens gives you pen and obviously the proc. The boots gives you pen as well. You have all the AD from the Manamune, and then you just want more raw AD. Your AD scalings are way better than your AP. The build only goes for magic pen, and so when he gets things like the Death Stance and the GA, to give him more AD, it's still giving him the damage he needs, but it also just means he's so much harder to take down, so much harder to find an opportunity to punish. And he was that pivotal piece. We saw how much the team struggled when he did die in that fight. So Doinby performing once again on this Corki. Yeah, really becoming a standout pick for him so far in the summer 2022 split. And of course, we got to talk about now. We talked about it very briefly as we come into this one here. Iwandi is being subbed out. Lumao is being subbed in. So we might have a little bit of extra time before picks and bans. He does have to get all his settings and stuff set up for himself. But this is an interesting one here as well, because again, we saw it in spring where it was Lumao starting, Iwandi on the bench, then they swapped it. Now they're going the opposite way where it was Iwandi starting, Lumao on the bench, and obviously kind of bring him back in. Lumao does bring a different flavor to that bot side, and I'm curious to see how Light works out with it. Yeah, I think ultimately Iwandi, a lot of people had a lot of praise for this guy and his solo queue performances and want to see him in. This was not a good game from him. And I think if you're going to have a support sub, you're going to use, now is the time you switch it over. And I think it's, it's just one game from Iwandi that wasn't the best. A lot of people had high expectations for him coming into this meta because, he's been so proficient on enchanters and solo queue. But I digress, and hopefully the bot lane can be a bit better this game, because that was the main point at which TT found their advantage in this game, was punishing via bot. Yeah, absolutely. I think if, again, positives for TT, that bot lane 4-0, I think after the laning phase, 2 levels up over Light was Puff. So this was becoming a massive issue, massive thorn in the side of LNG. And again, despite, all the things that went down, I still think the bot lane was a massive positive for the side of TT. And again, if they are able to make that advantage happen again, there's no guarantee you're going to be gifted as many opportunities in game 2. So I think for LNG, they're looking for a more consistent bot lane, or maybe even just a safer bot lane to be able to try and make these, not scale away from them as such. And this could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. We don't know. We haven't seen Lumao all split. Yeah, I didn't like the draft ultimately. I feel like the Viego first pick fine. The Corki was a really smart pick and worked well there. I preferred TT's draft across the board. It was just like the bot lane, the early pick up on the bot lane. And it kind of feels like Light is having some issues with champ pool in this current meta, because you're banning Lucian on blue side. They're on blue side again. we'll see if they opt to ban Lucian again, which is, again, we typically see this as a red side ban. It's normally like a debt you have to pay, and if you don't, you have to deal with Lucian Nami. And the fact that LNG are banning on blue really just hurts their draft strength. And the fact that they also handed over Kalista, you know, once again, the Lucian ban comes through.
Yeah, I mean, again, it does feel like Light straight up doesn't feel comfortable on the pick, or maybe it's a combination of Light and LNG in general not really knowing how to play around this particular setup. So not really a positive start here for LNG on blue, but TT, as we said, they lost. They did opt to go onto the red, which again is a stranger one in terms of this series, because we do tend to see people look towards that blue side, force the bans out. Excuse me, like you said,
Well,
but
I
Diego should just be the first
Lucian on
pick.
blue, then why not, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't have to give away that free ban. But TT now, so far so much the same as game one. They might just go for this, you know, again, similar lock-ins. Get themselves the Graves, maybe get themselves the Twisted Fate. Yeah, the Twisted Fate as well. Just again, I don't think the picks were bad. I just think the execution in that mid-game was just atrocious.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's hard to bounce back from this one in terms of a draft, because it really wasn't down to the draft, it was down to the execution. I do like that they pick up the Kalista early. They don't give an opportunity for LNG to take the Kalista. I think this makes more sense, in my opinion. So I think it's a good adaptation, because if, again, you know, the fact that LNG passed over Kalista makes it seem like they don't have as high a priority, but you can't assume that they're not going to take it this time. And they secure that 80 carry pick for themselves. Looking at potentially the Sejuani, they will actually go back for the Graves again. So I like this as well. I think, you know, I don't think Graves is the highest power jungler, but with Wukong banned away, getting something comfortable with Beishuan can make all the difference.
Absolutely. And I think, again, as well, we always talk about this, that TT, they are playing through Beishuan. Beishuan on a carry or something that can carry is, again, we are running this back 100% if this Nautilus is locked in. This will be 5 out of 10 picks that are identical coming into this ban phase. And again, I think LNG are saying, well, we won with it last time, and TT are saying, well, we should have won with it last time. So both teams happy to go with it.
Yeah, and the question here is, the problem is you can either take the TF now or you can take the Braum, but you can't have both. Now, bear in mind that LNG did ban away other picks.
Ooh.
There is higher prior support, and they opt to go for the Renata. So I really like this bot lane. Renata Kalista really strong. Very hard. If you don't get on top of the Kalista or outrange her, she will just kite you. And she can basically play super aggressive with the fact that she can't die, and she can just keep stacking up the Rens until she kills the target. But now TT, you know, they banned away Galio last time. They banned away Gangplank. I can see the Gangplank being a repeated ban. But they actually go for the Kayle in this situation. LNG could just ban away the Twisted Fate from Yukal. You know, deny that one away.
Yeah, options available to them. We'll see what they want to go for. They're actually going to go away from the Azir this time around. So saying, look, we want to try and maybe give Doomby again that super scaling pick. If he gets the Corki, very little can go up against him. Maybe the Victor as a such, but the Corki shall be banned. Thank you so much, TT, for getting rid of that pick. But LNG now, they got to figure out where they want to put this last ban. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised, again, like you said, to put away that Twisted Fate. I think Yukal was playing relatively decently with it up until a point, and then, you know, having that pressure up top side was fine as well. So this is still a worthy ban, but they're actually going to go with the Silas themselves, maybe baiting in TT to say, go ahead, pick the Twisted Fate again.
Yeah, we'll have to see on this one. There's also the Galio as a perspective that is being left open. Obviously, TT banned that away when they picked the Twisted Fate last time. Looks like they could be looking at a different direction, though. We'll see if they opt to go for this. I will say that, you know, the Camille was kind of that option to have some engage on the lineup. You have even less engage now, because at least before you could throw the Braum in. Throwing the Renata in doesn't work. For anyone who doesn't know how Kalista ult works, when you hit a target, you bounce backwards to your auto attack range. For melee champions, that's fine. You're in melee range. For champions like Renata, you bounce back to your full attack range, and then your ult is so slow, people just run away. Like, it's not a good combo in that sense. It's basically better as a safety net and to bounce people from being on top of you. So I think giving that engage option on the roster makes sense with that Ornn. But the problem is, LNG will lock in that Camille Galio. That's a super threatening combo. And TT need to work out what they want to take in the mid lane to try and mitigate that.
Yeah, well, the Ornn can technically go mid as well. We have seen Urukai pick it up and bring it into that mid lane, and you got to do a bit of a switcheroo. Don't think it really does exactly what they wanted to do in this particular sense, so might see another change of pace.
Swain 100%. Oh, yeah. Please. I saw the Zoe and I was like, no way. You're just going to get jumped on and blown up. Swain thrives in this opportunity. You want to dive a Swain? Have fun. Like, TT have this perfect anti-dive composition up against a dive comp of LNG. It's actually a really nice draft, I feel like, from TT. The Swain makes so much sense in this situation. And sure, there's still elements to LNG that make sense, like the, you know, if you do create space for light, you can pop off. But I love TT's draft. I think it's really good.
Yeah, again, we see TT going for a very good early priority in the bot side. They've got good safety and kind of teamfight prowess in the top side of the map. So we'll see what they're able to kind of do with this draft now that they've got themselves set up for it. And like you said, lots of things that can deal with what LNG are throwing. I will say, though, if LNG can find off maybe, you know, skewed timings in the early stages where they have the Hextech ultimatum and the Hero's entrance, the other team does not have access to their ultimates, that's where they could maybe snowball this game. But it does feel like right now, TT should have the tools available to them to deal with whatever LNG throw at them.
Yeah, we really need Doinby to be super present on the map. This needs to be a game where we have the Galio roaming, Tarzan taking over on this vehicle that has more early pressure than the Graves, and them using that to snowball the game. If they don't, I feel like they're going to have a rough time. That's the difference between the previous game. The previous game, it was TT with the Twisted Fate, and the Corki's not too relevant in those early setups for plays. So LNG should be hoping to set the early pace of the game, but if they don't, you know, the Ornn scaling is there. The fact that the Swain is into 4 melee champions and a short-range AD carry, perfect opportunity for him. The Kalista Renata is like the anti-dive bot lane. If you jump on her, they pop the ultimate from Renata. They can create so much space. Kalista won't die immediately. You can keep stacking up Rens. I feel like, you know, I was kind of frustrated last game when TT lost by the lead. If they lose with this draft, I will be kind of mind blown. But there is still windows. There's definitely windows that it really comes down to what Doinby and Tarzan can do. And Doinby looking to start it early with the potential cheese.
A little bit of potential cheese, bit of brie, bit of mozzarella. It's always good.
Uda?
Oh, Lord. Ooh, a bit of Uda cheese. I love cheese, man. You ever have a fried halloumi? Fried halloumi?
Halloumi,
So
yeah, it's good.
nice.
It's good.
Yeah,
It's
halloumi.
good.
I love, yeah. But I actually looking at Doomby. Not only does he have the Predator, he has the Ghost and the Flash. The man is looking to get on top of your face.
This is a max speed Galio. I'm not a huge fan of this, honestly. I think TP is really valuable, especially later in the game. What you can do is Arlay can go in on Xiaoshang, and then Doinby can ult on top. They kill him, then they both TP into Baron. I kind of like that play, so I'm not as big a fan of the Ghost, but either way, Will mean he has a ton of movement speed to help him get onto the backline, and now Puff and Southwind potentially cut out. Bear in mind, Doinby's sacrificing a lot for this. Puff and Southwind should expect LNG to be in that bot lane brush. This is like a common play where you stack in a brush enough for it. Thing is, they probably don't expect Doinby.
They do not expect Doinby to be there. The flash is already going to be used by Southwind, but where are you going to go? Light picks up that kill, but Puff got enough kills there on 2 and gets out after killing off the Gallios. So not exactly a perfect start here for LNG. They only trade 1 for 1, and Doomby's going to lose a little bit of time and presence in this mid lane.
Yeah, that's the thing. He has no TP, so he's missing quite a lot mid. His summoners are down. Mid is going to be rough for Doinby, and his chances of roaming outwards can be severely reduced. The upside is TT's bot lane have no summoners, and they're now zoned off the initial wave. You know, this is a heavy momentum-based bot lane, as cluster lanes tend to be, and they've just lost a ton of momentum, so going to be kind of difficult for them to find headway back into the lane. They will be able to walk up now. The level 1 is still strong, but the level 2 is going to come out shortly for LNG, and they can really look to just engage off the back of that.
Yeah, here we go. The hook will still land. That was insane range, and that's Puff falling down. Lumao picks that one up, and honestly, this is a great start for the LNG bot side.
I mean, I said, you know, like you saw Puff and Southwind come back in. They're like, oh, they're still level 1. We can step up. We can trade. No, you're going to lose the battle to level 2. Going to lose the race. Lumao, who just got subbed in, lands a great dredge line onto Puff. And now you're really in the hole in the bot lane. And it's a lane we said GT wanted to make work for themselves. And LNG have found a great start.
I mean, for LNG as well, I imagine Doomby was on comms and like, hey, I've absolutely ruined my laning phase. You better make sure that start works out perfectly for you. And they are paying back the reward of Doomby going down to that bot side so early. Beishuan now setting himself up around this first scuttle. And it's going to be a trade on the top side for both scuttle visions. But you can see Ala now recognizing that he has got total confidence in being able to push this one up here on the Xiaoshang and should be able to keep Ornn underneath his tower.
Yeah, and Xiaoshang a bit behind in farm and actually struggling to pick up the CS under the tower. He just missed like half of those. Do you see Yukal being fished for?
We've seen this before. They all just pile in, get the CC down. Yukal gets taken out. As I say that, never mind. Oh, Tarzan has to commit his flash. They wanted to try and donate that one over to Doomby, but they do end up losing a couple of summoners afterwards.
I thought the healing coming out from the passive would have been enough. Not quite, though. And a really nice gang. Good roam timing from Lumao. Good setup. The Predator from Doinby allow him to close the distance and make it so you don't have to land the skill shots when the taunt already connects. Newcal, unfortunately, was waiting to flash for the Nautilus Q now. Patron, that's a zombie ward. You can see that.
Yeah, sadly, this gang shall not be working in the favor of TT, but it does mean that they get the crash in, so LNG. But now you've shown yourself on bot side. Xiaoshang needs to be very careful with how he takes these trades into Allah.
Yeah, I think you should just be able to look for a reset, get your mana back, and come back in. Tarzan's in the vicinity. You are so low. You could just die, Xiaoshang.
Xiaoshang and Allah could both die. He's going to want to try and get the crash here as Tarzan.
Yeah, I think I will say Thorin's shield is something, right? I love how Xiaoshang was so low and he's just healed back up.
Oh, ooh, almost getting the charge off to get the knockup down, but the wave shall be mitigated here as both junglers found themselves topside. And again, LNG, they're mitigating a lot of the pressure, and Doinby now has Ghost and has Predator. He might just try and just keep doubling down on this.
I mean, you have to expect this for TT.
Here we go. Puff, he should be fine. Yeah, he backs himself away. Good job, Puff. Good
You
job.
hear all those pings going out? Puff is not happy, right? Is all I'm going to say. He's not impressed with how this game has been going. And this is honestly the style that Doinby became famous with. When he won the World Championship back on FBX, everyone saw him as that mid laner who wouldn't play for lane. He'd play to roam. Nautilus mid was one of his specialities, playing these heavy CC mids, looking to be super present on the map. And it is really working so far for LNG in this game.
Working well. 1,000 gold lead for LNG. They put a lot of resources into Light and Lumao. And again, Lumao coming in as a sub for Iwandi, obviously feeling a lot more comfortable in this particular setup. And again, it could just be pure comfort. This is a very decent game so far in terms of the early game, and it's exactly what they wanted to try and mitigate. Game one with Iwandi, it was very much a 100% TT favored bot side, but now with the pressure and the presence they've been able to get with the Galio in the mid lane and of course Lumao on the Nautilus, they've actually mitigated it, completely flipped it in terms of what we expected.
Yeah, I will say that like Lumao's looked good so far in this game, absolutely. But he also got the level 1 gang from Doinby. He also is not playing into the Braum. He's playing into Renata, which has more windows to punish, especially when set behind. So I think it's definitely an easier game for Lumao to play, but he has been solid so far. Particularly that hook he got when he hit level 2 was really nice. And now Southwind has to be a little bit careful. One of the things with the Renata lane is she has long cooldowns. And if you burst her, it's quite hard for them to get the turnaround kill. Like, if you just blow up a target before they can stack up the rend, they won't be able to get the reset. They won't be able to get that trade kill that allows you to stay alive. So, have to be careful in these situations. But things have stabilized, in fairness. Puff isn't too far behind in terms of CS, but I think he's looking to push this wave and then go for a reset. And once more, Lumao moves out onto the map.
Yeah, well, Tarzan now level 6. You do have the Hextech Ultimatum and the Hero's Entrance available to LNG, so might see a combination of Doinby and Ala up towards this top side, and you can already see as well side of TT trying to, figure out where they want to go, because again, it's all about being proactive. It's all about how they're able to make this one work. And just as I say it, Doinby, he's already trying to make a nuisance of himself and saying, look, I can make this happen. You got to be very careful, very aware.
Yeah, and the pressure's really felt. You have to be so concerned whenever Doinby leaves lane, especially top is a big concern because of the setup available with the Camille, but it is still LNG who will be setting the pace. And now, level 6 has been hit for Ducal, which means he's a lot more relevant in skirmishes. But in return, obviously, the roaming pressure for Doinby is there. Tarzan has his level 6. The resets in the Viego, definitely a big threat. So I think Herald is coming up soon. I'm not sure if TT want to necessarily contest this one. We will see, however.
Sending Puff.
It's really going to come down to Tarzan. If Tarzan gets resets, that's where we find fit. Oh, no.
Oh, this is the combination you talked about. The flash and the ultimate being used here by Xiaoshang. But that is a Ghost. That is a Predator. That is movement speed Galio coming to a top lane near you. And now we see the rest of TT try to go for this. You're going to see the Demonic Ascension coming out here for Yucal as he maybe tries to just catch out this Allah, but he's being slowed off. The Never Move is going to be good to bring him back. Both top laners are now dead. I will say, though, TT, they're losing a lot for Puff right now. Light is just free farming both on bot and on mid, so he's got 20 CS above his counterpart.
Yeah, managed to pick up a big lead, and they'll go towards this Herald. But this is risky because they don't have the Swainel anymore. Swain loses so much value not having the ultimate available, so they have to make this one quick. Doinby's coming back on the map. Light is approaching. This could be scary.
Puff doesn't have ult. That's a level 7 of Felios, but they need to try and make this one work already. But Tarzan just gets caught. Hand shook, taken out. That's a kill. That's a Rift Herald. Nicely done there by TT, and they stabilize the top side of the map.
Yeah, typically, Viego thinks he's safe in that scenario as he can ult out, but it was actually a really nice handshake from Southwind, baited him in, locked him down, killed him, and now they can potentially look for the whole tower here. They do a lot of damage to it, and with the Herald, this could be a massive influx of gold that is much needed for this cluster.
Oh, absolutely. Puff has been bleeding out so far, and you can see Ala, he has to respect it. They have access to the Fate's Call and the hostile takeover, so you cannot just walk over, and that's going to be the full tower taken out. And massive turn here for TT. They finally get themselves some momentum going in this game, and honestly, they needed it because it was starting to run away from them.
Yeah, it was looking rough, but they managed to find the pick. They managed to find a couple of kills to trade around. We'll see the replay. I don't see Shashank plays this as well as he can, blocks the stun coming out from Ale, and then when the ult comes down, watch how close he is to getting knocked up, but manages to flash out just as the ult times out. We then see them approach. You can't escape the Taunt, but he does at least cancel it with the W. Ale then has to flash to secure the kill, and because Ale flashes, that is why he dies here, because they had to finish off the kill quickly, but he no longer has his tool to escape. And look how patient they are with the CC. They let Ale dodge back and forth, only throwing the never move right at the end. Doesn't give any window for Ale to outplay that one.
TT stabilizing the game, actually got themselves a little bit of a gold lead, and we're giving Puff, as we mentioned earlier, some nice resources with that top lane turn. And honestly, this is great for the side of TT. It opens up that side lane. Xiaoshan can play a little bit more fluidly, as you can see right now. Just saying, cool, I pushed up top. I don't need to be there right now. I can roam first towards this dragon, which is spawning in 40 seconds.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of teams today prioritize those early dragons, just trying to ensure you have more time. If the enemy wants to lean towards Soul, or honestly just for yourself, you know, to make it a pertinent threat. I think especially as LNG have that first dragon, TT would love to secure one for themselves. They have control of the area. We'll see if they just sweep down towards it. Both top laners have TP. Our lace is coming up in a second.
Not unleashed just yet, though, so both teams will be, if they want their top laners to be, it will be going to a tower in either mid or bot lane if they want to try and join this. And yeah, I think LNG are saying, look, give them the dragon. We already got the first one. We don't really care about the second. They're seeing if they can maybe go for a dive on top side, but this one's getting pretty tanky. It's becoming very difficult. In fact, Doomby's just saying, look, we're not even going to go for the dive. We're just going to try and steal away some camps, get some extra resources, and maybe work something else out. Oh,
but they're looking for
Yuko.
No, he's trying to run back to the lane. I think the thing is they weren't really able to find a setup. LNG ideally want numbers advantages, but you can see how they feel just tentative and potentially making a mistake here. I think considering how rough the early start was for TT, they're feeling a lot more comfortable with the current state of the game. You'll see that Yukal isn't going for the Imperial Mandate build. And so we have the two main builds we're seeing, right? Imperial Mandate and the Liandry's. I like Liandry's here because you're into 4 melee champions. They're going to have a lot of HP that you can shred through, but also one thing people forget about with the Imperial Mandate is whenever it's procced, you get movement speed. So when you're playing into longer range compositions, it can really help you to get on top of them. This composition that LNG has, you should never struggle to be on a target. They should be coming to you. You should just sit on top of your Calista, press R, and vibe. He's actually on the Everfrost, actually, not even the Liandry's. Not sure I agree with that one. Is going to offer that route, but yeah, I think Liandry's would have been my pick in this game.
You're a pick of the litter, shall we say. But yeah, honestly, I think that's exactly what you talked about in the draft phase as well. This is a dive composition from LNG. This is a team that wants to get on top of you, as we can see right now. So Xiaoshang, the next target here for the side of LNG. They've even got the Viego coming up as Tarzan. Maybe looks to get something, but again, very difficult to really lock him down. He's got his Fast Fire Gauntlet, so this is actually quite difficult to really solidify, and no Rift Herald either means that there's no real benefit here for the side of LNG.
Yeah, they keep trying to make these plays and lean up, but this is kind of the difference between pre-patch 12.10 and on 12.10 is that these dives feel so much harder. Ornn, obviously decent champion at the kind of mitigating dives, but 3 members should be enough until the towers got buffed so heavily that if he connects CC on a one target, the tower hits will ramp up and they'll probably just go down.
Well, see what they want to try and maybe work with this mid or top lane. You can see already Ala needs to be careful, relatively safe as no one else from the side of TT was around, but does get himself a plate before they end up falling in 30 seconds time. But yeah, again, this is kind of Doonby trying to make things work. There's the Everfrost coming out. They get the handshake, but it's still a very tanky Galio. Very difficult to really burst him out.
Yeah, I'd rather the damage personally. You know, you do have that CC chain, which is nice, but I feel like you are going to need that AP damage. Your only other AP damage is that Ornn, who's obviously not doing that much later on, but regardless, I digress about talking about what items I wish were built. We do have Dragon coming up in 2 minutes 30. We do have Herald coming up in 50 seconds, though, and Tarzan's potentially fishing in the area. Scuttle is up soon, so might be able to secure that and give themselves presence. You can see the bot lane already here for LNG. So they're able to get prio mid if they need to and force TT out the area.
I'm trying to be proactive, trying to see if they can make something work for them. But like you said, they don't want to overly push forward. The Raptors will end up running away as Tarzan actually seeing as Xiaoshang is relatively low and making his presence very, very low. And they're going to just cut off the minion wave and say, look, you're caught out. There's no one here to save you. You don't have a TP on Yukal right now, and he is dead. Xiaoshang falls down, and that's going to be the Camille picking up that kill on the top side. No real response available here for the side of TT, but they will be able to trade back the tower.
Yeah, I think Xiaoshang just trading a bit too much. Ended up getting really low under tower. If he was healthier, maybe he had a chance to turn that around, but ends up being punished. And it's a trade on the other side. So TT aren't exactly losing out too much. It's just the kill, really, that is the difference maker.
Oh, Doomby does realize that he's probably in a bad situation. Honestly, yeah, TT can keep going for this right now because there's no one really answering from the side of LNG. They now recognize that the Nautilus might be here. Light is being left on his lonesome in the mid lane, so he's going to try and burn that one down. The Rift Herald is live. The top turret was saved by Yukal as he did TP up to it, so LNG were not able to pick that one up, but with the Rift Herald spawned up, we can see them trying to prioritize that. But you can see already in the minimap, TT, they're really looking to try and maybe go for something here around this dragon area.
Yeah, they want to secure this one, but the problem is mid tower's low, top tower's low. They were actually, I think Tarzan was just doing the skull there. Hasn't committed to the Herald. Doesn't want to potentially get challenged on it. Probably could have gotten away with it, but maybe the team wants to reset and play more towards this dragon. Bear in mind, though, Ollie just TP top, so feels like that not necessarily the play if he wanted to make that happen. Now, we see Xiaoshang going to clear out the wave. Does mean he sacrifices a ton of health, and at this point, you kind of know it's doomed. But the fact that you cleared out the wave makes it a bit of a trickier dive, and also means when we see them go for the turret, sorry, they don't actually manage to finish it off because he thinned that massive wave out. And now they are set up for Dragon in this position. Gold is pretty much dead even, but TT have control of the area, so I feel like they should just be able to start this.
And already LNG saying, look, we want nothing to do with this dragon. We're happy to let it go. So they want the Rift Herald. They want priority in the top side. And Beishuan picks that one up very easily for himself. There is a trinket just popped down to make sure they know exactly where it is. But TT might not be letting this Rift Herald go for free. And honestly, right now, LNG, they're kind of scattering their resources just a little bit. As I say that, though, Xiaoshang has to flash away from the Everfrost of Doomby, who's still chasing him down with the Ghost, with the Predator, with as much CC as he possibly can muster. There's the Hextech Ultimatum coming down on top of the Ornn, and he will be taken out. Easy peasy there for LNG, and not only that, but they get the Rift Herald as well.
I'm going to say this isn't a fun time for Xiaoshang, but he's not playing this weak side that well. He keeps opting into situations where he can be punished, and as a result goes down for the third time. And this 3-1 Camille Farley will be scary. You know, we talked about the team fight threat from TT, the fact that when it comes to those 5v5s, I really favor that comp. But LNG could just opt in the side lanes, and that's why it's important they have that first dragon, because if they didn't, if TT had 3, you might have to opt into team fight sooner rather than later. Ocean Soul will be massive this game. I feel like Ocean Soul is a situational dragon. Some games it's really good, some games it's a bit meh. This game where you have super tanky champions, you have an Ornn, you have a Swain on one side, Camille, Viego, Galio on the other, it becomes so much harder to kill them when they're healing constantly in that combat.
Yeah, definitely, as you said, situational. But in this particular situation, it is definitely good for, I would argue, both sides. As wait, that two? Where did those two pink? Did they just miss pink? I suppose both the thing.
Oh,
how does
he
it?
doesn't
What?
actually have vision.
What? That is so strange to me.
The
It doesn't
butterfly.
really
Look at the butterflies blocking the vision.
Yeah. It's all on the butterfly, the 6-man of LNG. I will say, it's not that big of a deal. That pink ward literally gains you very little information on the side of LNG, so it doesn't make that big of a difference. But what might make a bit of a difference here is now Lumao needs to be careful. He gets flashed on top of as he tries to flash away. Does have his dredge line to keep him safe. But that is going to be a bit of engage now down for the side of TT and for LNG.
Yeah, nice buffering from Lumao, but ultimately the thing is you don't actually lose that much because Flash on Southwind is a lot less important than it typically is for Renata, simply because you have a Callista. So in these situations where it's like, oh no, Southwind might be caught out, you have that extra safety net, which is I think why you can go for aggressive plays like that when you play this lane. But Lumao's shown his mastery of Nautilus with that buffering. But it's still a summoner bear that they potentially look to punish going forwards if Lumao is overextended, trying to get some wards down.
Well, Doomby will have found the ward that was popped down here to make sure his pink ward stays alive. But
I wonder whose it is, right? I feel like it's probably Arle's because he was playing top, obviously. And also, normally the jungler and the support, like if you look at the inventory of LNG, the jungle and the support are the ones with control wards. They will move their control wards quite frequently, like depending on the objective. But top laners tend to just slam one and forget, right?
Yeah. It's definitely not Lumao's because he dropped his pink ward right there and it's still up top. So we'll see if we can do it. Well, actually, it could end up being there forever because if Ale never buys a pink ward again, then it stays in top lane, never in a brush.
He needs his refillable potion. It's more important than a new pink ward.
Oh, the Gale Force has been used. They're going to try and fully engage onto Light, and Light is dead. Straight back into the darkness. You trade back a kill as he is shut down for a bot lane tier 1, and they're pushing for the tier 2.
I think they're just going to go for Baron here. A lot of flashes burn, but actually, look, Yukal has gone for the spellbook swap. He has a smite available. This will be hard for LNG to contest. Remember, we talked about how good anti-dive TT have. They still have the ultimate for Swain. They still have the ultimate for the Renata. Tarzan's going to have to try and steal this one. We'll see if he can manage it against 2 smites.
Well, 2 smites and a rend, you got to remember as well. But there's no flash here for the Callistas. He goes in. The smite comes down. It is Yukal who secures that one for his team. Now Tarzan needs to try and get himself out of this fight, out of this team, as he keeps getting chased down here by Beishwan and Xiaoshang. They will not be able to get any other kills. Ends up being a Baron traded for 2 turrets on the bot side.
Yeah, so a heavy penalty, but I think TT could be happy with this one. And it's the coordination between those 2 smites. The Baron died from 2k HP. There wasn't a window. There's nothing Tarzan can really do in that situation. So really nice play for TT. Obviously, gets them a bunch of gold, gets some experience, and we get to see what they can do with that Baron. We'll get a replay off this pick. And Light, just a bit overextended. I think he probably should have flashed the Ornn ultimate. As soon as it connects, you're just basically dead. And a lot committed from TT to kill him, but they know if they get him, with the fact that LNG were lent bot side, it can lead to so much more.
Absolutely. Now with 30 seconds till Dragon spawns, LNG though are in a position to be able to try and contest this one here. Remember, they have the full push in bot side, so no towers available there for the side of TT, but with the TP coming in from the Ornn and the Baron buff push coming in as well, it should be easy enough for them to put themselves onto an Ocean Soul point. You talked about how important this could be for TT. They are very, very tanky. If they can get that extra survivability and keep those long engages going for themselves, it could be huge.
Yeah, I mean, if LNG steal this, it really gives them some extra time, but I feel like the scaling from TT is fine. I'm not a big fan of the TP from the Ornn, though, because it means your side lanes aren't defended, but they will be able to secure that. The objective control, the Callista coming in clutch. And engage
5v4. Yeah, that's a good Gale Force here from Light, but remember, he has no flash. They flash in to try and catch him out, and they will do just that. He's trying to see if he can keep himself alive, but he just cannot do it. The hostile takeover is good onto Doonby and Tarzan. Ala, though, on the back end of this, is going to try and catch out Beishwan, who does flash away and keeps himself alive. TT not out of this one just yet. Doonby trying to see if he can catch out Beishwan with the Winds of War, but he's just not quite able to connect. And TT, they're getting some momentum, they're getting these objectives, and more importantly, they're keeping LNG down.
And you know what? I criticize Xiaoshang for playing the side lane, but his setup of these fights has been great. The ult doesn't connect on a Light, but they know he has no flash. They force the Gale Force, and Yukal's TP puts him in a really uncomfortable spot. They'll be able to get those 2 towers mid and some more gold. And you can kind of see how hard the team fighting is starting to feel for TT. LNG want to be diving in. That is what, like, 4 of the champions do. And all the champions on the side of TT are so fantastic at dealing with it. The TP timing is great as well. Lights can't walk fast enough. And beautiful, the WE instantly to come out, even with a cleanse. Xiaoshang just walks them. And then in this mix, right, you have Doinby and Tarzan beating each other up. Arle tries to go for Beishwan, but between the stopwatch and the bailout, wasn't that sheer fire that he was going to get that kill regardless. And then he also ends up going down. Like I said, I love the comp from TT. I think it works so well. And as long as they can keep forcing LNG into team fights, forcing them to group, they will be in a good position.
Absolutely. You are kind of waiting here for Ala to become unkillable, untenable in a bot side, or excuse me, in a side lane. But 2 items, he's getting there, but not quite 100%. Now he has to try and keep running away because don't think he really wants to be here right now. He's going to end up getting flashed in on top of by Southwind. The block is good. They're really committing an awful lot here to try and kill him off. He dodges away, not quite though, from the hostile takeover. And again, more and more momentum. Doomby's in a side lane, but you've already taken that tier 2. There's nothing for you to have.
I wasn't sure the block would be enough, but they really commit to make sure they get that kill. Southwind once again committing his flash for a play. And as I said, with the Callisto's the safety net, you feel comfortable to do that. Now, we do get the recall from the Ornn to try and defend there. It does give a potential window for Doimby, but it's still, this is a hard engage to pull off into the Swain.
Yeah, they have vision. They're trying to look for it now, but the Everfrost, and like you said, the Swain just puts out one never move, and there's nowhere for you to go, really. You can't really jump in on top of them. Very difficult to make that play work, and you're just running out of options here for LNG. You're kind of relying on Light super scaling on this Vifelios to really kind of drag you back out of it.
And I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, ultimately, especially as talking about the side lane, the fact that, you know, LNG only have that one dragon, they are 2 minutes away from potential soul for TT. And not only does the soul make the team fighting so incredibly difficult for LNG, but also holding the side lane. Xiaoxiang, one of the big things with this Camille is she'll constantly trade, chunk him out, lure him down, and sustain up with the Ravenous. The fact that he's going to have sustain of his own with that Ocean Soul will mean it's a much trickier issue to try and force there. And now level 15 for Beishuan, by the way. Look at the CS lead between him and Tarzan. Tarzan only level 12, 3 levels down in the matchup.
Yeah, Tarzan has not been having a great setup of things. And 3 items versus 2, you can see that. Honestly, if Beishuan gets on top of Light with 1 auto attack and a Q, he will probably half health him, if not 100% him. So you got to be so aware of where, you know, Beishuan is going to be in these fights. I will say, the minute until that dragon spawns, it will be full summoners available for everyone except for possibly Southwind. So there is still an opportunity here. But now Doomby, he pops his ghost. Maybe looking for something here. That's a great Everfrost, though, on the 2 people. That's going to be Yukal popping his ultimate. The Demonic Ascension has already been used very, very early on. Xiaoxiang now trying to keep Ala away as he does get himself the hook shot, wall shot away, but gets knocked up by the Ornn Horn. They get the never move down as well. The flash in from Lu Mao is good. That's going to be a Moonlight Vigil coming in, but it doesn't really do any damage whatsoever. Oh, no. Light, so maybe have killed himself and the rest of his team, but they're looking for a full-on engage. They will not get hit by the ultimate of the Renata as they keep going on top of this. It's all on Light. He needs to be the one to carry this fight. He needs to be the one that goes for it. Look at the chakrams. Look at the damage. He's not quite able to keep himself up and alive. And it will be TT finally cleaning up the rest of these kills. They just can't quite get the damage down as Tarzan. They know exactly where you are, sir. They're not going to try and risk this one. They're going to take you out.
Yeah, they're going to be able to find him. Beishuan massive in that final fight. You can see Tarzan trying to block the autos for his AD carry, not quite able to find it. If anyone didn't catch it, the Blast Cone, I believe Light had his Severum Q activated for the movement speed, and it automatically autos anything in range, so it just killed the Blast Cone, blocked him from getting away. But regardless, it was a close fight. You can see Light, as you said, that late game carry, a pivotal piece for LNG, but it wasn't enough, and now Ocean Soul secured for TT. All that sustain coming in is going to be massive.
I mean, let's have a look at the replay here. You can see that Light almost gets the perfect thing, but he doesn't have his IE yet, so he just doesn't have the damage.
And he gets caught. One of the reasons why LNG feel confident in this fight is Yukal's ult, as you said, was very early. He doesn't manage to reconnect. He's trying to find targets to keep it going. So now it's gone. They know they're losing the top laner, but they try to make the re-engage. And it looks like Baron's just been taken. Not sure if a contest comes in, but yeah, he pops his Q, and as a result, it kills the Blast Cone. Unintentional, I feel. And then in this close range fight, this choke point, he actually gets a ton of value. But watch Puff. This is a power of the Renata Callista. Stacks up the Rend, goes down, but manages to get the reset. And then here, Beishuan, you see Tarzan trying to block the autos for his AD carry, but only took a couple to connect, and he ends up getting the kill.
Yeah, well, Ocean Soul was the prize, and I believe the Baron as well. 2 minutes 40 on that particular buff for TT as they have themselves about a 5,500 gold lead as well. So the advantages are stacking up, and we talked about how incredibly powerful this buff is going to be for the side of TT. They now have the Ocean Soul. They have the siege potential as well. This is starting to get a bit dire. LNG, they need a mistake. They do have 3 items onto their carries, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
And look on the other side as well. Ornaments have come in. Yukal has his, just hit level 16, so has the strongest version of his ultimate. Puff has the empowered shield bow. Look how confident Southwind is, by the way, knowing he has the backup of the Callista. They're going to be able to just take this mid tower, I think.
Yeah, you have Tarzan and
Wait, please there. Wait, please there.
Yeah, you still got the Inferno, but Tarzan and Doomby were on top side, so they get total control of this red side bot lane and mid lane jungle. So, gonna take the last of the outer turrets. Only inhibitors left for the side of LNG, and again, you want to try and dive, you want to try and go for an engage. As I say that, Yukal, everything they have is just too good at dealing with everything LNG want to go for. And at 1v2, he comes out top trumps, and that is the sad reality of LNG.
He comes out full HP. It's the other thing. The healing is so insane. And unfortunately, the two who were looking for him didn't have the grievous wounds. It's only Doinby who actually has it. But I'm not even sure it'll be enough. They're looking for the engage.
They're looking for him. He will get himself away. Puff goes golden as he got caught out by the dredge line. And this might be an opportunity here. The hostile takeover goes completely wide. Does put a little bit of damage onto Ala and Tarzan, but again, it was just to take the inhibitor. So, Beishuan gets himself over the wall as Lu Mao misses out on the dredge line. And now you can see TT, they focus back in towards this bot side. They've still got about a minute of Baron, 2 more waves to kind of go with. The Ornn gets double knock up. They flash in. Lu Mao is dead. Doonby flashes away to keep himself alive. Doesn't get hit by the Everfrost now, but you're 4v5, and I honestly don't think there's much else LNG can do.
I think it's just done at this point. Your only option is to go for that miracle engage, but the counter engage from TT is so powerful this game. Let's see them try and make a last-ditch effort.
You gotta go for something. You've got 3 items, 3.5 on your Aphelios. He's gotta make it work as Ale goes in. They're gonna try and jump on the Tarzan. You can see there that Light almost getting taken out, but keeps himself alive as they get themselves room going. The Callista is now dead. They trade it back for Ale, but you got yourself a little bit of extra healing, and the minion's actually not focusing on the tower at all. So this is still survival for the... I know, he was looking at something else, man. I don't know. He's like, oh, look at that bird over there. But it does mean that the side of LNG survive, and they get more cash in their pockets.
Yeah, the stasis effects really coming in clutch there. You could see that the goal was to try and get the reset for Puff, but the stasis meant he wasn't able to do so. We'll get the replay coming out. So this is just fantastic from Xiaoshang. Buffers the stun, and then they try and turn on him afterwards, but he just gets that big knock-up. It was a questionable play from LNG. They didn't really have the damage there. But then in the follow-up play, we get TT just charge forwards, and they do manage to find Puff. I think the minion's been cleared out as well as what slows it down. But it's ultimately those stasis effects having so much value, because when we see the dive come in, Puff starts to get chunked. He ends up getting the W cast on him. Ale gets a kill, and then stasis, no chance to get a turnaround kill. And as much as Ale goes down, it would have been disastrous if Puff was able to survive, if he was able to get that reset.
You can see as well, Light didn't actually have his flash in that particular one. He had his Gravitum right at the end and then immediately stopped the Severum. So it was actually literally the perfect guns for that situation to be able to stop the onslaught from coming on top of him, and also to be able to sustain when they were able to get on to his face. But LNG now, they've got 2 super minion waves to try and deal with. Ala's going to try and deal with this bot wave as quick as he can, try and cut it off before it makes anything relevant. But TT are saying, cool, you're bot lane. We're going to just try and push in top.
Yeah, I mean, they can flip the Elder, but it's a bit risky, so they're just going to try and push in here. Really, Light needs red-white, I feel, to win in these fights. These up-close ones. Engage coming in.
They're going to go for the engage. TP's going to be ally coming in as Doomby goes straight into Zhonya's. They do get the hostile takeover coming over as well. As you can see, Light trying to just put the damage down, but this Ocean Soul is keeping everyone so healthy. And they finally take down... It doesn't take any damage whatsoever. It's going to be 4 for none. How can you try and take down these beefy boys when they've got all the healing in the world? And that's going to be TT taking us to game 3 and a 1-1 scoreline.
And honestly, TT played this well, but I just love the draft that came out from them. LNG really ham-fist themselves. I don't really like the Camille Galio into a Renato. I don't think it makes sense. Your whole goal is to pick out a single target and kill them. Doesn't work effectively when they have that bailout, but the Swain as well, just such a fantastic pick there. And as soon as the Ocean Soul was secured, it felt like there was a 0% chance of LNG winning team fights unless TT massively misplayed.
Yeah, and again, TT, honestly, I feel like they should have come out on top in terms of game 1. They definitely threw that one away. They were not allowing the same thing to happen in game 2. LNG showing more cracks the longer we go on. Again, big issues there. They swapped out Iwandi for Lu Mao. I don't think it made that much of a difference in terms of anything. It just felt like the whole team wasn't really on the same page. And like you said, the draft has been a bit of a stickler here for LNG. The lack of Light wanting to go towards the Callista, the banning of the Lucian on blue side, it just feels like it's really hindering them.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to red side this game. I think they should, because I think they've been outdrafted both games so far. And I think that means that the Lucian ban makes a bit more sense, right? You don't have to ban it yourself on blue side and essentially giving the enemy team a free ban and wasting your own. And then you can also look for those potential counter picks and react a bit more to what TT takes. But in fairness, I'm not sure that's going to make a difference, because ultimately they have been given opportunities to react to what the enemy team has, and yet they kind of just commit into it, right? You see the enemy team going to go Callista, you opt into the Nautilus Aphelios, you know? You saw that they had the Renat already. You go for the Camille Galio. I don't know. I don't really agree with it. I do think that they had that creative early game to try and get the early lead, but I think TT did a fantastic job of mitigating that. And then again, they knew what their composition strength was. They didn't try and make any hero plays. We didn't see any deep destinies coming out from UCAL in this one. It was just very much by the book.
Yeah, by the book. And Ocean Soul in hand, you can see right at the end there, Light's in a great position to try and maybe carry this one here, but every time he puts down that damage on those big beefy front lines, it just didn't make a difference. They had so much healing, they had so much sustain.
The Swain just didn't take damage, man.
Yeah,
like that last fight, he's tanking tower and he's just full HP.
It's why we think him so powerful, why he's such an incredibly powerful and potent pick in that mid lane. So for TT, they will get themselves another opportunity to make amends for game one. Of course, they are now 1-1 in the series. And for LNG, honestly, I'm really confused as to what they're, they really seem to be ham-fisting these compositions to try and maybe force something to go for them without really taking into consideration, like you mentioned right at the top of this draft, what they're going into.
And, this is going to be a bold take, but I feel like TT made those horrific errors in game one. And it's hard. I could easily just say, just ignore those. Obviously, they were a factor in why they lost. But outside of those, TT had that really good early game one. They actually looked like a much better team until it came to those mistakes. And in this game, it just looked like the better team, right? And that's why it is a 1-1. Going to that game 3, LNG, it's not just about the drafts, which I definitely feel like they've lost out on, but I also feel like they have to rethink how they're approaching these games. Moments like Doinby getting that early play on a bot lane definitely worked, but they just weren't able to do anything more with it.
Yeah, again, it felt like they were always at a little bit of a disadvantage. They felt like they had to make those moves because the scaling is just too good from the side of TT in terms of their just survivability and the anti-dive pressure they had. But we'll have to wait and see what way it ends up going. TT give themselves a lifeline and redeem themselves a little bit from game one, sending us to a third and final game of the day. We'll be sending it to a break, and when we return, we'll be bringing picks and bans from that game.
I mean, it's kind of funny, right? Because in this game, even though I hate V5's draft, if V5 just do nothing, that game could have been easy. They could have just chilled. Their bot lane won when they shouldn't have. And yeah, TT.
that's the thing, is that when enemy TF is playing scaling and enemy bot lane is playing Lucian Nami so afraid, then it would have been easy just to sit there and do nothing.
Yeah, I definitely think a more proactive thing coming out from mid would have been good. And I don't know. That series was so sad because it didn't feel like TT were really doing much. I will say, to be fair to TT, they're obviously bringing in 2 new members, which is huge. Who knows how much Beitron's stepping up to try to call or what impact Xiaosheng's having. So I'll kind of give them the benefit of the doubt since they have more roster changes than most teams. And then obviously we have them coming over with Hoya as well. So I don't know. The only depressing thing about the TT series in my mind was just their bot lane not performing well. And V5, my God, this proved that they really are the rookie show. I didn't want to believe it. I don't think any of us wanted to believe it, but this proved it. This is the rookie show.
Yeah, I feel like you just need Rookie just to tell Carson to stop. Just give up, let me carry, play for me. And you can kind of even see it from the fact that they were picking these utility mids for Dream, very much mids, the Galio game 1, the Lissandra game 2. This is very much you're playing for your team to have set up with CC and potential roam timings. It just feels like such a different team. I feel like even if you look at I feel like RNG with our Xiaohu, Ming still, I feel like is such a pivotal piece of the communications. I feel like even if top esports lose Knight, I feel like as much as it might be painful, I feel like Rookie out of this team just feels so weird. Yeah. And you can see it on the Rift.
Yeah, I feel bad for Dream because I actually think Dream played pretty well. It just is that it is just going to be the rookie waiting room, and I don't want to. I'm trying really hard not to scathe him or at least
Yeah.
like, you know, kind of take digs at him because it's not his fault. Like, he is actually playing all right, but it's just like, you just need Rookie for this team. Otherwise, it's just like,
world to explore. Walk the track, free to wander.
Find a path, search your soul, take the leap, your world to explore. Think it out, find your true self, fall into place, free to wander.
Find our pride, search your soul, take the lead, your world to explore.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date at 8. He came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home, turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the
We're back for our final game of the day, in our final series of the day, in our final series of the week. I am still Ushi, and I am still joined by the fantastic Mr. Ox, and we are going to be seeing TT versus LNG reach its conclusion. Two very solid games from TT in the early stages. This time around, though, in Game 2, they were definitely able to convert it, and it came off of the back as Xiaoshang on this Ornn looking for those engages.
Yeah, and I mean, really finding these opportunities to set up the fights, picking off these critical targets. Did not have a fun time. Did not have a fun time in the 80 game. I was a little bit critical of some of his responses to the dives, but to be fair, he did a decent job of clearing out waves of the opportunities given. But then it came into group and it came into team fights, and he was just finding the angles on this Ornn. Here, using the ult to force the Gale Force, Light has to dodge towards TT, at least their side of the map, and then it means he can't get away from Yukal. And I remember as well that that big one for me was the bot lane play, which I'm sure we'll see in a second when he got that double knockup. But it just felt like really good read on his role in the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And Xiaoshang, of course, you know, on EDG last split, didn't really get to have a chance to show what he could do at behind Flandre. Again, world champion. Don't think that's too egregious to have. But TT finally warming up into this series, finally warming themselves up against all the different issues they had considering Game 1. And honestly, just the way they counterpicked basically everything that LNG wanted to do, this is a massive highlight of an issue now for LNG in the draft phase, because that's twice in a row now we've seen that LNG just don't really find themselves comfortable on this particular patch.
Yeah, I think the fact that Light is just going on to Aphelios again and again and again, I'm not a big fan, right? We've seen Aphelios fall out of priority quite a bit. Gale Force was nerfed. The movement speed is like, the cooldown, sorry, is a lot longer. It's like 110 seconds. You do see some people run Ingenious Hunter to reduce it, but still, you're losing that extra mobility. A lot of the AD carries have been picked up in the pool that seem to be dealing with you quite effectively. And I think in that game as well, I just didn't like, I really love the TT draft. I think there's two sides to it. I didn't like the fact that LNG picked like the Camille Galio at that point. The Swain hadn't been picked yet, but the fact it was open, it just completely counter shot comp. Kalista Renata already fantastic at dealing with dive threats. This felt like even just going into the start of the game, LNG were already at a massive disadvantage. They're on blue side again, which is weird to me because they've been banning Lucian on blue side, and now they're gonna have to do so again, presumably.
I mean, unless they're just all of a sudden going to start taking it away, but they're going to maybe leave it open. This is maybe a bit of a bait out for TT saying, do you want to ban it away? But the Taliyah, the Wukong, the Senna, the Kalista, and the Nautilus all banned. So we're actually getting quite a few quote-unquote OPs potentially being left open. Of course, the Viego, the Gwen, the Lucian, these big power picks, at least two of them are getting through, and it's going to be the Gwen and the Viego that are going to be left open.
Yeah, and that makes a big difference. Gwen being there, it's kind of... I find it kind of hilarious, by the way, that this whole time LNG's been banning Lucian third, and they could have just like not, and then TT would ban it. What a weird situation to find out game 3 in a series. Oh, we didn't have to ban Lucian all those times, but they do take that Gwen, and instantly Xiaoshang answers with the Fioris, and that was banned against him consistently. So the fact that both are now open and available is that Xiaoshang clearly trying to lean into the scaling out of this matchup. We also have the tier from Yukal, so looking to redeem himself for game 1 and play around those side lanes, get that Fiora ahead.
Yeah, and I think Fiora, again, something that he's been pretty comfortable on in the previous patches, of course, was... last time we kind of really saw him was in the 2020 spring, or sorry, 2022. Actually, he's played it this split, I'm pretty sure already, but or this year, I should say. But we will see what LNG want to respond with. They are going to go for the Ezreal, and it does kind of pop up as that third AD carry when you're looking at the likes of Kalista and Lucian being banned away. And again, Light feeling a little bit better in terms of going into something that isn't the Kalista this time around on the bot side.
Yeah, it does make me wonder what TT will end up picking up, because we've seen Kai'Sa as like a pretty decent answer, and we get Okay, we get Tarzan's Lee Sin. Clearly, the Viego just not cutting it at the moment. Wants to go for something which is an honest specialty for him. Baseron's like, yeah, sure, I'll take the Viego, no problem. This should be a treat to watch. Now, go to the second rotation. TT haven't picked up the 80 carry yet. So it does mean LNG in a position where they can target it quite heavily. I could see TT looking to ban away mid laners in this situation. The Corki going to be the first one. Something that obviously we've seen Doinby have some really big success on.
Absolutely, and I think the Corki being a good ban, maybe even they look towards the Kale, perhaps, or no, actually, excuse me, not the Kale, the Gwen's already been picked up. The Galio, they want to try and maybe mitigate that global pressure, or maybe even the Silas as well, something that Doinby has picked into the Twisted Fate in past seasons. So LNG now, you would imagine they'll start to pinch that 80 carry pool, start to get away some of those picks that can deal well into the Ezreal, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're actually going to ban away the Aphelios. The Aphelios will still have 100% presence in this series, and it will have 100% presence on the side of LNG.
Yeah, maybe Aphelios makes sense. Maybe Kai'Sa as well, if you're concerned about that. Particularly if, like, you're playing through side lanes with the TF and the Fiora. It can be really annoying because what Kai'Sa can do is she can just come into a side lane, kill the target quite easily, and then regroup after finding that pick. TT, you're going to go for the Lissandra, so a bit of an interesting one. We've obviously seen Ahri be a high prior pick and Lissandra the answer. TT banning that one, though, wants to remove that CC potential. It makes sense because you can easily just claw onto TF, lock him in place, Lee Sin lands a Q, that's a dead Yukal.
Yeah, very, very dead Yukal. I will say, I'm a little bit tentative about talking about Yukal's Twisted Fate given game one. I am optimistic and open to having my mind changed, but as long as he doesn't teleport himself behind 5 members all by himself, I think he should just be fine. Well, we'll see what TT want to go for here. They're going to go look. I was going to say, if they want to get the Xayah in here, they could lock in their support first. The Xayah Rakan, very, very powerful, but it doesn't quite link up with what they're trying to work with this composition.
Yeah, it's clear they want some engage, but the problem is now you pick this Rakan, and LNG can pick whatever support they want into it, basically. Rakan, not the highest lane pressure champion. He's quite a safe pickup, but you could pick the Karma here if you want to go that Karma Ezreal and really just hammer away at them in the 2v2 laning phase. See what they opt for. I mean, this is one of the things to talk about is we see the enchanters come back into the meta, but not every LPL support is going to bring them out. Bringing out the Leona for Lumao here, I'm not a huge fan. Clearly, that Nautilus ban that his own team did hurting him a bit. And it looks like we might end up getting the Swain come out for Doinby. I felt like this could have been a ban for TT instead of Lissandra. But it looks like they might just lock this in now.
Well, they're going to go try and maybe get the Swain in here for Doinby. So good survivability in that mid lane, as we've already talked about. And a little bit more maneuverability here for TT. They're going to be able to kind of get that Twisted Fate out onto the map, try and just influence those lanes, maybe even combo up with the Viego, either bot or top. And with TT, the Xayah seems like it would make a lot of sense here, just to give yourself that very safe bot lane. The Leona, though, like you mentioned earlier, it is a Lumao special, but it is definitely something that has fallen down in the L priority, has been hit pretty hard in terms of the changes to her, and just hasn't really seen the same priority as we saw in spring.
One of the concerns I did have is because LNG had Ezreal, if they ended up going something like Karma Azir for their last 2 picks, you could just get so outranged as Xayah, like so easily. None of the composition for TT is that long range, so that was potentially a concern I had. Maybe the reason they didn't go for that Xayah initially, but then LNG go for Leona, Swain, and Xayah's fantastic into them, right? Especially you have CC from both those champions, you have an AP top as well, so Cleanse is going to have quite a bit of value. I mean, obviously Cleanse doesn't do anything against Gwen, but Cleanse is going to have a lot of value for Puff. Merc Treads is going to have a lot of value for the whole of TT, and Xayah is very good at dealing with close range threats. Like, sure, she probably won't be on the Ezreal too much, but everyone else diving into her, she can just place those feathers down and do a ton of damage.
Yeah, again, I think if TT can survive or even get through to like level 6 and beyond, with the way they've been playing this series so far, they should have themselves a better opportunity. I feel like LNG have been resting on the laurels just a little bit, and it just really hasn't come to, you know, kind of full whack for them, I suppose. And for TT, they've honestly, even despite the first game, they've looked like the better team on the day. So this is a great opportunity here for TT to kind of cement themselves, get that first win nice and early, and honestly give a lot of questions to LNG going into the split.
Yeah, I think this game is going to be a really big factor in sort of maintaining your distance, TT playing smart around the side laners, right? The Fiora, the TF, using those tools effectively. But if we see, you know, similar performance that we've seen in the series, minus the Yukal Destiny in to die, this should be a good game for TT.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. A lot of different if, buts, and maybes to be answered now as we go into our final game of the day to round out week 2 of the LPL regular season. We are 2 weeks out of 10 done already. I will say the first week is only a half week, but it is flying through already, Ox.
It's been so fast.
And it's just never going to stop until we hit playoffs, and then we're like, oh, this is it. We're in playoffs.
Which I
now.
love. I love the fact that like every day of the week I can just wake up, LPL. Wake up, LPL.
So for that random Thursday, I think in like week 5 or 6 or something, where it's just like dark day, and then we
Wake
go back
up,
to LPL.
Sadness.
Yeah, literally I think it's the Narcos meme, just like, what do I do now?
Yeah, I mean, but we get some constant games, and there is obviously some games that are absolute bangers. Game 1 in this series was not a banger. I was very frustrated, but game 2 was pretty good. And I think what I love so far this season is we've seen so many teams that were low in the standings, weren't able to make playoffs, step up. Ultra Prime is a great example. AL, we saw earlier today, a great example. And TT, as much as it was like game 1, which kind of drove us both mad, the general level of play has been pretty solid for this team. They look like they are improving.
Absolutely, and again, this is what we kind of expected, or what we want to see from this team. You think of TT and how they've kind of gone about it. They were last place in the spring season, and even as an organization, they're not that old, but from the tournament results they've had, they've been like, you know, set last basically in Demacia Cup of 2021, 5th to 15th, so not exactly doing much better in the Nest composition. And then in summer, of course, in spring of 2021, they were 16th and 15th respectfully. So the only way is up for these guys. They are so used to being at the bottom of the barrel that they can only get better. They have to try and get better.
Up didn't play today.
The only way is towards up. How about that? You gotta get closer to up. I don't know. Sometimes, you know what? It's charming. You have a charm about yourself, you know? You also keep me from saying really stupid things about the game. And you know what? I appreciate that.
That's my job. We do see Bayshron looking for potential gank here. And early ganks on Swain have been quite effective overall. He is immobile.
Yeah, oh, flash for flash, but the gold card lands already. The never move is there, but they do get the flash out of both mid laners, and they back themselves away. They're not 100% of where that Lee Sin was, and they didn't want to spend too much time kind of kill off this Doomby.
Yeah, I love the respect. I love the fact they don't chase, they don't give any risk, any opportunity. They just back away, take it safe. Something to note, by the way, it is no TP on the Fury, going for the flash and the ignite. This is going to give you the most power in team fights relative to summoner spells. And also a lot of power in the lane, but vulnerable. If you do get ganked, no TP means you won't be able to get back. And in the side lane, less of a threat when you don't have that TP available.
Well, with the priority you now have with the Doomby in this mid lane, he is pushing himself over and helping out Tarzan alongside this red buff steal. So they might even look to try and maybe take away this top lane Krugs, but it takes a little while for them to secure the red buff, so not going to go for it yet. But pushing lanes there for top and mid, it makes it very hard for Bayshron to get a foothold, really.
Yeah, a bit of a rough spot to be in for the Viego, losing out the red buff and both scuttles, by the way. Prio lanes for LNG. Uh-oh.
No flash for you, Cal. He is dead. First blood going over to Tarzan on this Lee Sin. And yeah, when you invest so much in that early game and it goes that badly, that's rough for TT.
Sometimes when you try and make a play mid, you have to burn the flash first and then return gank to get the second flash. Thankfully, for Tarzan, job was already done, right? You can't burn his own flash to set up that earlier play, and as a result, able to easily pull off that gank. Now, Oleg could be in trouble here if he gets a stun out of the fog of war. It is quite long range.
Oh, they got him, and they're going to be able to proc him down. Remember, he has no ghost. He has no flash. One more auto attack, one more proc. They try to flash in with the safeguard, but they're not able to do it. Now Tarzan has to back himself away, even though Xiaoshang is so low. And TT, they find a response.
Yeah, have to respect Xiaoshang having the riposte available. You can't chase down in that scenario. A nice play from TT, but if you look at the wave state, Ole's not really going to suffer too much on this one.
Not going to suffer too much. We will get a free reset, though, for Xiaoshang, who has got the Ignite and no TP, so is a little bit better for him in terms of that reset. But TT, again, not to be outdone despite their early game flub and trying to keep that pressure onto LNG.
As they shouldn't. Level 6 going to be coming in for Yukal soon. That's a big spike for him. Able to really start to apply pressure on the map. See who opts to, if they opt to go for this early dragon. We've seen early dragons quite a bit so far today. Teams trying to secure that initial one, but hold on. They're looking for Doinby. No flash, remember.
No flash, and they're going to get right on top of him, stun him down for an absolute eternity. It does not matter how much sustain you have, and that is going to be actually a never move landing up here onto Luamau. It's still pretty tanky, though, with the Aftershock. Going to take about half his HP down, but good reactions here from TT. And they're, again, just LNG not really respecting the lack of information they have.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's very little Doinby can do once you're in that scenario. The layering of CC was pretty good. But just an example of them returning. So they get that initial flash, didn't get the kill on the first play, but they do return and find it. And Tarzan won't dash over to try and steal this. Not going to risk it. And Beitron doing a good job of blocking the Q. Now, oh my lord.
He's all inning him. He's got the Ignite down. The Ignite gets traded back. Flash in. Xiaoshang will trade it back 1 for 1. But that is going to be the level 6 just hit on just after the death of Ala. And again, kills across the board coming out here for TT.
And you see how scary this Fuhrer is. The fact that you have that true damage on the vitals. The fact that you can just get up close and personal to Ale in within his shroud. And also, like, Fuhrer just eventually, like, it doesn't matter how tanky you are. The durability change doesn't matter because eventually you get to the point where your vitals, your 4 vitals on your ult, do just under 100% true damage. If you proc all 4, everyone in the game dies unless they try and heal up in the meantime. But you see here, not able to get that last vital. Ale has it against the wall. And ultimately, Xiaoshang makes the call that he's just going to trade his life for it instead. Ooh. I think he was trying to Q out of the turret and actually messed it up and went, fine, I'll take the kill.
Yeah, he 100% committed. Honestly, that was the correct call. Once he messes up that dash, he's kind of like, well, I'm going to die anyway. I might as well flash in and get the trade back. So good awareness from Xiaoshang to be able to make sure that he's able to at least get something traded back. But TT only equaling out the gold. They do have, of course, got that dragon available in their back pocket. The next dragon will be up in 3 minutes 40. The Rift Herald will be available in just under 50 seconds. And this is where the game starts to get a little bit crazier as level 6s start to get hit. Big item spikes start to look around the horizon. And that's where we start to think about what's going to be happening, specifically in the spot side. You can see now Light level 6, Puff level 4. And he is going to be dead. Luamao just doing a nice little bit of an engage. And they are able to take down the Xayah.
And I love that play because Doinby was a contributing factor. And this is one of the big powers of Swain, the range on his W. Like, he doesn't have to go to bot lane, but just when the CC chain comes in, he puts the W down, the extra damage, the slow, enough to make a bit of a difference in the all-in. And although it was already going in favor of LNG, just guarantees they get the kill and get it and aren't able to be traded on.
Again, TT, they not respecting the fact that Puff was very much in danger, and they have to back themselves away from that in bot lane, not able to do it in time, and that's a good start here for Light. And it has been very much about this bot lane. Puff and Light have been having very kind of set, different styles of games. Obviously, the Aphelios twice for Light, but for Puff, it has been all about him in Game 1, and even in Game 2, it was all about that Kalista, and really setting himself up as the main damage dealer. On the Xayah, he now has to try and be that same carry.
Yeah, we do see both teams set up for this Herald now. Puff has no summoners, but has the ult available. Remember, Yukal isn't here, and Xiaoshang's catching the wave, so you have to call it off, I feel like, in this situation. LNG should just be able to secure this, and it's a pretty strong early start so far in this one.
Yeah, good start here for LNG. They will secure themselves the first Rift Herald. Of course, you are getting a push down here by Yukal, so free farm and also free turret plate. If you can get 2 here, you'd be pretty happy here as TT, but with the rotations now coming in from LNG, you would imagine it'll just be the 1, and he'll back up.
Yeah, now looking to see where LNG can get value from this Herald. Banana Ale would definitely go a long way getting that Gwen ahead. But ideally, you either want to put it down mid and chunk out the tower, or you want to put it in a side lane and hopefully get the full thing, right? The full 5 plates, get the first tower blood as well. We'll see what LNG opt to do with that one for the time being. It is a minute 30 until Dragon. You could try and use it mid to create pressure in the lane. Definitely a solution. Oh, Xiaoshang looking, though.
Oh, they're looking. There's the needlework coming in. Oh, they will not be able to get him caught out there as Yukal comes up with the Destiny Gate to try to get the knock back. But Doonby is already in position to try and answer back. That's going to be a 1 for 1, 2 for 1 in favor of LNG. And they are starting to get themselves into a rhythm, even though it took them 3 games.
Yeah, really nice roam timing from Doonby, able to match the ultimate from Yukal. And now Tarzan being there made all the difference. Beitron wasn't there in the fight. And obviously, if they got that kill, the resets could have made such a big factor. Now, you can actually try and put some pressure down onto Yukal here. The Herald comes, but they won't get the tower here. A lot of gold, sure. Not going to be able to get that first power blood.
Getting a lot of gold. Beitron will push in that mid lane to try and mitigate some of those losses. As despite those kills going over, we're going to replay. It is only still a very close gold lead. But again, this is a Xiaoshang thinking he has the support of Yukal, but doesn't suspect that the Lee Sin is coming.
It's kind of a weird flash from Yukal as well there. Like, he was in range to land the stun card without flashing. I guess maybe flashing so Tarzan's kick wouldn't knock him away from the Gwen. They knew they have to kill him. That might be the thought process, but either way, does end up going in favor of LNG. Dragon up in 10 seconds, and it really feels like TT are the ones control the area. Xiaoshang's already roamed down. Beishuan is coming. This should be kind of a no contest, I would think. Being that Light has to catch that bot wave. Maybe a steal from Tarzan?
Maybe a steal. They haven't really got vision on it, though, and without that W available for Doonby anymore, it's going to be very difficult for them to be able to go for it. There's the Ezreal ultimate!
No way,
and he
man. No
snipes
way.
it away.
No
Beishuan didn't have
way.
smite.
Oh, man. You know what this is as well? This is Puff playing 2 Kalista games and then thinking, yeah, we're fine. Cool, you got Rend. No, you don't have Rend.
Do not. And Ala now taking a trade up in this top side. The needlework putting down some decent here onto Xiaoshang. The tower not going to be proccing onto anybody. And with the pressure you had on bot side and you lose the dragon from it, LNG are going to get the first turret and the dragon. They're kind of getting everything. And TT, oh, dearie me, my dudes. It looks like you could have maybe came out with a win on this series, but it's so hard now. It feels like it's running out of steam.
Yeah, I mean, getting the extra gold on the Gwen, pretty big. LNG doing a good job there. Just losing on that dragon could make so much difference this game. I guess we're going to see whether it ends up coming into it, but ultimately, just a fantastic steal. And oh, it was blind as well.
Yeah, this is... Oh, again, no smite. Means that they try to burst it down, but... Oh, that's a big netty no-no. But we will see Lumao getting jumped on here. But again, it's a tanky Leona. He's not really in much danger and just walks away from that that Destiny Gate proc.
Yeah, so Yukal throws on the ult, doesn't really find anything. Hasn't been the best game from him ultimately. Tarzan's been having a pretty good one on the Lee Sin so far. Still, though, I feel like both teams kind of hold up into the later stages. Should be fine. We'll get a replay of how it panned out. Yeah, stun card on the Ezreal doesn't really do too much there.
Ooh, this is a little bit of a rough early game now for TT, down about 1,500 gold. And for LNG, they're happy with the scaling. Again, like, you know, Tarzan on this Lee Sin, we've seen it 100 times at this point. He is so proficient and so good on this pick, and the way he's just moving around the map, it's going to make it so much harder for TT to really have an influence. And honestly, it's going to come down to how Yukal uses this Destiny Gate. And right now, you can see with a couple he's used, it hasn't been the most impactful.
Yeah, it hasn't been great. And ultimately, towers still standing quite healthily in favor of LNG. Got 3 towers, 5 plates, 4 plates, 4 plates. You can see that TT clearly wanted to try and apply some pressure to it, but Tarzan's just been reading the map so well. It feels like all these plays, he has been there, he has been present. And even now, Beishuan shows up the bot lane, wants to try and apply pressure, but Tarzan is waiting in the wings, ready and available.
Yeah, and again, this is kind of how LNG have been playing this particular game. So much smarter, so much more cleaner than the side of TT. But they're going to see the quickness coming in. He flashes in, does get a knock up here onto Leona. And that's the burst down that you can expect when you have a Viego and Xayah on your team.
Yeah, smart play. He uses the ult in the Fog of War because there's that lockout, that 0.5 second lockout where you can't flash or W. So he pops it, waits for lockout, flash W, 0 counterplay for Lumao unless he has the mechanics of, you know, a robot just able to, as soon as he sees him flash. So he ends up getting taken down, doesn't even get a chance to flash.
TT, that's a good little move there to try and get themselves back into kind of control of this game. It was feeling like LNG were just dictating the pace of Southwind. Gonna try and jump in onto Light, but Doonby is relatively close. Lumao going to drop down the ultimate. They flash in onto Southwind, who doesn't really have a place to go, and he will be traded back. So Lumao gives him a little bit of revenge for the play that he just had after using so much to kill off the Leona.
Yeah, and it's just a really bad window from Southwind to W in. If he had his W to get away, probably would have made it out of that play. They obviously go for it, knowing that there's no ult on Southwind to create space. But it's the perfect timing when Southwind W's on the tower and has to use his E just to get away. Prime position for you to punish.
Kind of come back in. Minute till Dragon spawns. The Rift Herald is alive, and you can see Tarzan on your minimap moving towards the main screen right now, trying to steal away that objective as quick as he can. With the pressure they have in top lane as well, very hard for TT to really contest this one. They look like they're just going to try and utilize the pressure in bot side to maybe look for their second Dragon of the game. Hex Rift as well is a pretty big buff for both these sides. You get that extra ability haste. Of course, the slow if you can get the soul as well. This could be a moment here for TT to maybe try and gain some dominance over this side of the map. But
Beishwan, it's just
Doonby is
Raptors.
here.
It's just Raptors.
It's just Raptors, Beishwan. You don't need to be doing it that hard, but Doonby now with the Demonic Ascension does end up getting himself out, so they do not have that available for them, but they did lose the flash from Beishwan.
Yeah, I feel like LNG can't lose out on that one because without the Demonic Ascension, it's so much power in your team fights. They are going to use the Herald, try and create pressure mid, but I feel like TT should be confident. This is probably your best case scenario to be taking a fight.
Oh, there is the True Shot Barrage coming out. Xiao Shang is already here. TP available for Ala, as we can see most summoners available apart from Southwind without his flash and ignite. And of course, Beishwan just losing his now. How do you want to try and start this fight, TT? You're going to lose a lot of time. LNG are totally fine to take this fight as is because look at the Gwen. He's going to be able to reset, come back out onto the map with an extra little bit of items in the back pocket. So, TT, the dragon is live. Where do you want to try and take this one here? They're going to try and maybe catch out Tarzan, but they don't land the root. And now, the TP on the backside of this, they're going to look to try and fully engage on top of it. The quickness is good to disengage, but then Zhonya's is good to build some time. Lumao is dead, so it's a 4v5 in favor of TT. The Heartbreaker over the wall, as Xiao Shang needs to get himself out as well. They're going to flash away, so the Sonic Wave does not land. The Hex Gate's going to be used to reposition, and now they're going to try and re-engage in this fight. Look at Tarzan. He tries to get in the flash in, but he gets knocked up immediately. Southwind with an absolutely beautiful disengage, and now they can jump down onto the Swain. He finally gets himself back out on top of this fight as Beishwan is very, very low, but TT, they're dealing with LNG. LNG just couldn't get the damage down.
And honestly, just phenomenal play from Puff and Southwind to bait Tarzan in. Okay, I was looking at the Ezreal ult timer. It was just not available. Light was actually hitting the minions, so might be able to come up sooner, but he won't be able to get another steal. And TT managed to find a good fight for themselves. That being said, think how much that dragon steal. Oh, Yukao!
Yukao! Why?
Not again!
Oh my lord! I nearly was about to just throw my PC out the window, but thankfully he has a flash and he doesn't die.
Yeah. I'm going to try and forget about that. Let's focus on what happened on our screens. Some good CC catching out Beishwan a couple of times, but then it's this moment, right? So they get this kill on the Leona, they get the reset, they turn onto Ale, but they know this Gwen is scary. Let's create some distance. Xiao Shang ends up getting away, but it's this moment. Puff burns his ultimate to try and find a pick, and then Tarzan, Sonic Wave, they know he's going to go in. Gale Force backwards and flash. The knock-up from Southwind predicts the Lee Sin movement. They're able to kill him, and at that point, they can't do more. And then nothing happened afterwards. Yukao didn't TP in.
He didn't lose both summoners. Everything is all good. TT still have themselves a kill lead, a dragon lead as well. So you have to take any of the turrets, though, as they are relatively short range. But you actually have the Kraken Slayer now built onto Beishwan, so that carry-orientated build hasn't gone with the Gorge Rinker. We've seen this kind of creeping up into the meta of the Viegos. You tend to see this a little bit more often as you look to try and just be a bit more of a damage dealer against something like the Gwen.
Yeah, there's like kind of insane crit scalings in the kit of Viego because Riot was trying to get everyone to build crit instead of building like the Bruiser. You're still going to go tanky items with this build. You're still going to be hard to take out. But the DPS from the Kraken Slayer really helps you kind of shred, burn through some tanky targets, of which LNG has quite a few. State of the game, gold's kind of even. I think both teams are strong scaling elements going in the later stages, so neither are worried. But the thing that is just stuck in my mind is the fact that TT could have had 3 dragons at this point.
Yeah.
They could have had 3 dragons if it wasn't for that steal, and that could be game deciding. We'll see if it is, whether it ends up coming into it. But yeah, the Hextech Soul is honestly pretty fantastic this game as well, because you have champions like the Swain who struggle with being kited. Gwen as well struggles with being kited. That extra slow just makes their job so much harder.
There's going to be a trade of turrets now as the final outer turret of TTs goes down. Going to be the benefactor of that. Maybe not this particular wave. Actually, no, he should be fine. One more auto attack should do it, and then get himself reset. No dragon up for 2 minutes 20, I should say. 20 seconds till the Baron spawns, and the game can kind of calm down. The gold lead is basically negligible. It's not really relevant in any way, shape, or form, but you do have big key item spikes coming in. A whole breaker now for Xiao Shang, alongside the Twisted Fate with that Everfrost and Rapid Fire Cannon. Those side waves, side lanes, I should say, becoming very dangerous for the side of LNG.
I will say, though, Light and Doinby on some big spikes. Light should be close to just finished off the mana mean. It is fully stacked the tier. And Doinby has the Rylai's Mandate combo, which essentially means you're permanently proccing the Mandate on target. You have the AoE slow, doing damage, getting those movement speed procs, and you actually have the stopwatch as well. You build Zhonya's 3rd item, But realistically, when you have the stopwatch, you have like the important part of the Zhonya's, at least for one fight.
You get it for one, and then hopefully you finish it off and get it for another. We'll see now with a minute 30 until the dragon spawns. Both teams should have all summoners available, despite Yukal's best efforts. And I'm mad, man. That was almost a repeat. I was so ready to just throw it all away, just absolutely go ham and flame them. But the end of it all, TT still stabilized this game, and they have got 2 items now onto the Xayah as well. This big spikes, as you mentioned. This could be a very pivotal fight here for TT. If LNG can get on top of them, it could change, as you said, the entire dynamic of the entire game. But for TT, you get yourself on the soul point, and this Fiora is getting to a point of unstoppable.
Yeah, I will also say that we've seen Merc Treads picked up for Beishon and Yukal. Really high value here. CC from the They're looking for Ale.
They're looking for him. They're going to be able to find him, and there's nowhere for him to go. He's going to get caught up, CC down, and taken out. You can see there they're trying to maybe use the solar flare, but it was Southwind tanking, and that is going to be a nice little pick off with 30 seconds till Dragon spawns. Ala is going to need to try and maybe TP into this one. Puff wasn't really in a position to help out his team, but making sure he does not get caught out by Tarzan.
I am really actually not a fan of that play because you commit so much, and it's going to be so difficult to contest Dragon. You burn Flash and Ultimate on Rakan, it's not going to be up. You burn Destiny and the Fiora Ultimate. Like, you're not going to be on that side of the map. But it looks like LNG feel like they need to defend this tower rather than trying to go for the Dragon. And Shashang, you can just finish this thing.
Probably dead, yeah. He's going to be able to finish off the tower and then look for the fight afterwards. He flashes over, dashes away, and LNG, they don't know where he is. They're trying to find him right now. As Light just gets himself over. Oh my god! Oh my god! No! 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 Oh my lord! Oh, LNG!
Oh my god, you would be so mad. I mean, he gets the long flash over the wall, does that, and just finds that pocket of vision in the wolf camp and just walks out. The timing was so good as well. Like, if he tried to walk out sooner, would have been caught. Try to walk out later, would have been caught. And obviously, he had limited information in the area. Shashang, that was like a Houdini magic trick. We just saw magic in front of our eyes.
But why does Lumel follow Doonby? Why don't you just go one side each? I don't understand. Oh, I'm just, you know what?
Don't try and find logic in it, Sheen. Just enjoy the spectacle that we're experiencing.
I'm just glad that you're here with me to, like, validate that this is happening. You know, it's not. I'm not getting gaslit or, like, you know, trolled off the face of the earth. This is actually happening. But for LNG,
this is real.
This is real. This is peak LPL, whether you like it or not. But for TT now, they are 3,000 gold up, well, 2,000 gold up, I should say. The soul point on the Hex Rift as well. And they didn't have to burn that much either. It overforced in top side, and we're still able to come out on top with it. But Baron being started, immediately spotted out here by Southwind.
They ain't doing this.
Yeah,
they'll back away, and I think they're trying to make a fight happen before the next dragon spawns, because, you know, when it's a Baron fight, things can go in a different direction. The Baron obviously has a big influence with the damage you can do. But also, like, the problem with Dragon is if you flip the Dragon...
Oh, they're going to look for a full engage here now. They land the gold card, the Everfrost. They bring down the Heartbreaker, and the Ezreal is dead. Now looking at the Gwen, and they can take her out too. Double kill for Beishwan. We talked about it right at the start of the day that they wanted this to be the carry jungler of this team, and he is doing just that.
You know what, Yukal, you redeemed yourself. That was a good play. Finds the stun card onto Light. Light with no cleanse, remember. Specifically went for the TP instead, which might end up causing concern at this point when you have all this lockdown. Oh, they're posturing.
They are posturing for this one here. Remember, there is no Ezreal, there is no Ala, so they may look to try and just dive this one as soon as the tower is dead, and that's exactly what they're going to try and do. Xiaoshang is fearless. Despite him going for the split push build, he is grouping with his team and saying, you cannot walk forward.
And Ale is having a rough game. 1-5 now on the Gwen. Really struggling to find headway in this one. And also, something to note as well, we have Ninja Tabby on 3 members off LNG. I mean, I feel like Ale does have that tenacity in his runes, but these stun cards are doing so much. And then you have the root follow-up from Puff, potential charms coming in, and we see how it pans out here. Destiny comes in, go for the Arcane Shift, Flash as well, but the stun card connects, and Southwind just saves so much time, waits until he needs to go for the charm. And as much as Ale tries to turn it around, isn't able to get the kill on Beishuan with that healing from the Fiora. Now, it's 2 minutes until Dragon. It probably should have already been sold for TT, let's be real. But that steal from Light has kept their hopes alive. But the 3,500 gold down. TT are looking really strong in these team fights. And that Hextech Soul will make things so much more difficult.
I mean, just as you said, they're kiting the chase down from this Hex Soul. But let's talk about it minute 30 until it happens. How do you want to approach this as both teams? Because for LNG, you can't let this one go. You have to fight.
Yeah, so I think for TT, what they can do really well is just single target damage, kill one target at a time. You have the stun card, you have great single target damage from your top and jungle, Puff as well, layer the feathers, and get those resets. You just want to keep your backline safe and move through the enemy team one by one. Getting on the objective first can be really helpful for that, so the enemy team has to move into you. On the opposite side for LNG, you kind of want Ale and Doinby to be in the mix. You want them to be on the backline and make it so Puff can't ult and point it one way. You want him to have like Ale on one direction, Doinby on the other, maybe Tarzan in the third direction, all in a big mix-up. So flanks for LNG really important, especially with this deficit.
All right, 3 Zhonya stasises available for LNG. They will have all flashes except for lights available for this fight as well, potentially. They will land the lever move, but Southwind just dashes himself back with the battle dance. Now with UCAL looking for it, they will pop down a little bit of a True Shot Barrage. Nice pepper damage, but with some honey fruit available, the riches of the fruits of the forest, being able to keep TT nice and set up. 30 seconds till this dragon spawns. LNG just going to try and put the wave in mid lane in their order. TT now looking to try and make something work. I will say, UCAL's got himself a ghost, so he should be able to break the distance, even with the rapid fire cannon.
But he's got ult as well to reposition, because he is clearing that mid wave out. LNG trying to get control when they know UCAL's not quite here this second. Dragon in 8. This could be game and series deciding on this one. Tarzan is hovering for that flank angle.
I mean, for LNG, they know exactly where they all are, because there is the Destiny Gate. Tarzan does safeguard over the wall and keep himself safe, just as the ability foretold. But Beishuan backed away as both junglers getting pseudo caught out right now. Dragon has been started. It can't really be bursted by either side. You don't really have that single target, you know, percentage HP damage. Now both teams going to look for it. The Dragon will do significant work onto either side, whichever one it is focusing onto. You can see now with the auto attacks coming out, Light gets caught out and has to get jumped onto. He will disengage completely. Now Doomby trying to re-engage on top of this fight. The Dragon goes down. It's secured by LNG. They get themselves and they keep themselves fighting. Now we're going to see the quickness maybe coming in and trying to re-engage on top of this. Xiaoshang flashes away. A lot of posturing. Dragon goes to LNG. No one dies.
Such a scrappy fight. I feel like TT didn't really play it that well. Should be just trying to stun card a target and take them out. The fact that Beishuan is the one going in first, you're the one who's supposed to be getting the resets, right? You're the one who's supposed to be cleaning up fights, not starting them. And I felt very, very scattered. LNG able to get the smite secure from Tarzan, live to fight another day. And once more, that first dragon that LNG were able to steal kind of coming back to haunt TT.
Just a little bit. It's delaying it out by an extra 15 minutes. That's basically how long it's going to take them extra, because you got to take those 2 dragons and the next one before they're able to kind of make it work for them. So this is it's a bit of an issue right now for TT. I will say they still have great side lane pressure. They still have great pick potential, but this Swain is getting very hard to kill. This Gwen is getting very big as well. And for TT, you only have so much damage with this Xayah. It's going to be, again, very short range because it is a Xayah.
Yeah, and there's limited AP damage on the side of TT. It's not really as much of an issue because you have the likes of the Lord Dominic's for Puff. Xiaoshang does true damage. He doesn't really care about resistances, but it's kind of the reason LNG have opted heavily into this armor, because they are concerned about the
They're going to look for it. There's a flash in. They will stop him out, but they will get to stun down him straight away afterwards. The stopwatch has been broken. UCAL, no TP, no flash. And no way of really saving himself should he get caught out just like that. And he is dead. The rest of his team say, I'm so sorry, UCAL. We have to back away. We cannot let you just throw away this game one more time. Now does Southwind want to go for Tarzan? He gets the quickness down. What is going on? Flash forward, never move into the Xayah ultimate. I'm very confused, Ox.
Yeah, really don't know what's going on there. GT trying to make something happen, and it didn't work, is all I'm going to say. And now they're going to start up the Baron. Bear in mind, they burn the ultimate from Puff and Southwind, 2 great tools. So this is going to make this a lot more easy for LNG. And also, with TT coming into them, gives them windows to get up close and personal.
Yep, you do still have the Demonic Ascension here as we go in. Southwind trying to get the knock up, only lands on the Doomby, who pops the ultimate. Ala now on the backside to try and stop Beishuan, who can still be kicked away. Tarzan jumps on top of him, forces the flash off of him, and that's Baron secured now for LNG. Do they try and get some fight after this? You can see them flash in, double knock up. But no one can really follow up on this. TT, they look like they want to fight, but they can't really make it stick.
Yeah, and LNG's going to stick as a unit and walk out. Such a weird passage of play. Beishuan gets a stun, but you're going to die.
Ooh, my lord. The Sonic Wave has been tanked up there by Southwind. But yeah, this was a weird passage of play from TT. You can see they're starting to feel themselves a little bit too much. But at the end of it all, the big purple worm goes over to LNG, and we're 2 minutes away from Baron.
Dude, it's a red buff. No way you die for a red buff.
Beishuan! Oh my god! Oh my god! I don't know, Ox. Get me out. I want out. I don't want to be here anymore.
Red buff at 31 minutes in the game. Who cares? It's not that big of a deal. Why are you dying for it? And I mean, LNG always gonna have a control because of the Baron, but now they're gonna be able to push in those Baron waves. TT cannot fight, cannot contest. And that's going to make it so hard for TT to get back in control of the Dragon area, to get onto that potential soul. LNG, things were looking rough for a time, but they're regaining control of this game.
LPL, best region in the world, right? What? Oh my god, it's just... I don't understand. I can't comprehend it. And the worst thing is as well is that you see Xiaoshang as well. He went for that Hole Breaker build. Yeah, he's literally been exclusively with his team since he built it. He hasn't been really split pushing. They have kind of completely forgotten that that's a way of working with that buff. And yeah. Ox, tell me happy things.
Well, Beishuan's back alive, and it looks like TT, off the reset timings, are going to get control of the area. So this should be a big old fight over that Dragon for TT in... I'm not gonna say a better position, right? Baron buff still gives those stats, but maybe looking for something here.
They are trying to get themselves in a position to maybe get some vision down and put LNG in a bad spot. But 24 seconds till the Dragon spawns, and TT trying to make something work. You do have double Zanyas now available for Ala and Doonby. And 2 stopwatches here for you, Cal and Puff. Still got a flash and a cleanse as well. We'll be watching how this fight really begins as all waves are pushing in favor of TT. The Dragon will be spawning in 5 seconds, and Ox, this kind of feels like it. TT need to get the soul now. Oh. Xenoblade lands. The Dragon has been proc. Beishuan has to Heartbreaker over the wall because he was left in no man's land. No flash available to him. Now he doesn't have that for any potential resets. We can see now Xiaoshang, he's going to get the parlay off and try and maybe make something work. Southwind trying to jump in on top of Doonby, who's going in straight away. Tarzan gets the kick, but is it too far? He has got the GA and keeps himself relevant in this fight, but the Dragon has already gone down in favor of LNG. They take down the Lee Sin. They knock up Doonby, who has no more stasis, and they may look for the resets. TT, they might have done it. I think LNG overstayed.
Yeah, they went too far, and TT might try and end. They don't get the Dragon. And I think Light and Ale should be enough to defend such a small wave here. There is the True Shot Barrage, but they managed to get the fight win. They're going to do some damage. I don't think they can. Ale still has everything. Light still has ult to clear some of the minions.
Light's
I think they should be able to buy time.
They'll lose the inhibitor at minimum. TT, they don't gain themselves this Dragon Soul, but they will break open the base, and they're still pushing forward. The flash into the instant cleanse. They're trying to look for it, but they've already lost Outwind, and now Ala can actually start really putting in damage. TT, they're looking to maybe make this one work. They will trade back the Zaya for the Gwen, and this is going to be very staggered death timers. Beishuan should be able to skip and snip his way up. But Beishuan! I can't believe it! I can't believe it! How? I don't know, man.
Hold me.
What's going on? Help me, man. I don't want to be here anymore.
Okay. Well, Xiaoshang should be able to walk this one out. Aaron's in a minute 50, so everyone's going to be back up from TT. Ultimately, LNG, it's a mixed bag. One thing to note is they can't really punish that button here because they don't have TP on Fiora, and Baron is up soon. They also got the Dragon, so they denied Soul. But essentially, like, TT are cautious about engaging into the Swain. But then LNG start diving into TT, and, like, Puff plays this really well to create distance. And suddenly LNG feel like, okay, we're out of damage. Stun card comes out on a Doinby with no stopwatch, so they're able to focus him down. Then you start getting the resets, and you also see Baseron going up towards Lumao. Well, he gets the reset over there. The TT finally kind of understanding, you know, as soon as the target approaches, stun card them, space them down, get the reset. That's how they want the fights to be played. But they didn't get the dragon, is the pivotal thing. And once again, I'm bringing it back.
Yeah.
If Light hadn't stole that Infernal Dragon, they would have had Soul for the longest time now.
Yep, it is only 1,000 gold, which means absolutely nothing at this point in the game. You are starting to get full items. Demonic Embrace being picked up here by the side of Doonby. Alongside that Rylet's Crystal Scepter, and that's going to get more shred onto these health bars, more percentage health. Xiaoshang does not realize he's sitting on top of awards, so TT need to not spend too long sitting on top of these red buffs or these camps as well. This Tarzan looks for something, gets the kick, but it gets parlayed, and they might try and look on top of him. Xiaoshang, though, has already been caught and taken out. That was a good information play from LNG. They knew that Xiaoshang was there, and they capitalized.
And now no TP. He's not up for a while. This is just Baron for LNG. Patron, don't get caught out again. Please.
I'm going insane, Ox. I'm going absolutely insane. But this is TT just, again, bring themselves in, throwing it away. There's so much good to talk about, but my lord, is there so much bad.
Yeah, and I think you just give this one up. It's just Baron. Not as important as the Soul, I feel.
Teleport.
Seems a bit unnecessary. I actually really don't like that teleport. It's so unnecessary. No. And on top of that, you know, you have an open inhibitor bot and there's an enemy Fiora with Hullbreaker. So, whatever. It's a weird teleport. All gets his Rabadons, gets his big hat.
A weird game.
Full build for Light. It's a weird series, let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Game 2 maybe think it was returning to normal, and then we get this. And it has been something. This has been a journey and adventure. Of anyone who's been with us watching the whole way through,
thank you.
I salute you. I salute you. Yeah, because it has been a battle.
We are building bonds of friendship with the viewers right now, Ox. We are building an unbreakable, unspeakable bond. We will remember the TT LNG series, and we will never talk about it in public. Because this has been an absolutely crazy... And I've been mauling. I'm gonna straight up tell y'all, I've been mauling with some of the plays right now, because it just feels like when something should go right, it just doesn't, especially for TT. And everything, again, I gotta bring this up, and it's a tennis term, which I absolutely love for League of Legends, is that unforced errors. You're not being forced to do anything wrong as Xiaoshang. These are wolves, buddy. These are not the game-winning objective right now, as we can see. But Baishuan there, this is sole point. This is all LNG. TT can't really go on top of this. We can get Xiaoshang trying to just back himself away. They get the Demonic Embrace coming out, or Demonic Ascension, I should say. From the side of LNG, and
this is big, but Dragon's up and they're running straight towards it. Yukal doesn't have Smite from his spellbook, otherwise he could potentially steal this. This should just be Soul for LNG.
Yeah, oh, they try to put Baishuan in a position to be able to steal. The exhaust does come down, though, on top of the Gwen, who goes golden to try and buy some more time. There's Puff going up into the feathers. They try and bring it all back. That's going to be Xiaoshang falling down, and now LNG feel confident. Now they can chase it off with this Hex Soul, knowing they have the damage, they have the kiting, and they have everything they possibly could have. TT will fall to the wayside. Yukal trying his best to cut off the minion wave, but he will fall. And after everything, Ox, after all of this, we will potentially see a win for LNG.
Southern's trying to stop it, but there's still minions ahead.
Nice flash. That's about as much as I can say about that. That's honestly all I can say.
Baitron, the solo defender, I just don't think he can do it right now. This might be it. This might be how it all ends.
This is how it ends. The Hex Soul. Do you know what it was? It was that one Infernal Drake that was stolen that kept LNG in the game, kept LNG in the series, and the most unconvincing 3-0 start I think I've ever seen.
They're 3-0.
They're 3-0. They are atop of the LPL standings.
Just stop talking right now, honestly, man. Oh, that was a game. That was a series. That was something. That was a battle. That was a gauntlet. That was a ride. And ultimately, LNG come out on top. When things got serious, they decided to sort them out at the end. They managed to get the soul. They managed to turn around. And TT, unfortunately, devastated. They could have won that series. They could have, I mean, we always say that, but it was really came down to some couple of mistakes. Game 1, absolutely winnable without those unforced errors. Game 3 as well. The Dragon Steel will haunt them, I feel, in their nightmares.
I think quite a few things will haunt them. Quite a few things are going to haunt me in that game, that series, my dude. That was a journey. That was a spiritual setup, I suppose, for the two of us, my guy. But at the end of it all, despite how we got here, it is the result we expected. But my God, our LNG I'm going to say it. LNG are lucky in that series. My Lord, did they get lucky in that particular series.
I think both teams have a lot of lessons to learn from this series. I think that's what we can say. LNG, and this is the thing. Okay, I'm going to say with the LPL, just because a team has got like 3 or whatever doesn't necessarily mean that they're like, top of the table or something in terms of like the real standings. There is definitely strength of schedule. If you compare like JDG, who are 3-0, they beat Top Esports, they beat EDG. Those are much harder opponents, I feel like, than LNGs have to face up against. But LNG have done it, right? They have managed to secure it, so credit to them. They come in at the end, but still seeing some of the issues we saw in spring. Still a lot to work on from there. And TT, I think TT is honestly the more frustrating one because TT could have won the series and we're seeing growth, and then it's just like they throw it away. And I think that's kind of the mind-blowing thing is like that game one and two, if you ignore those like really in plays in game one, that should have been like a 2-0 in a good series.
Yeah, absolutely. Even in this game. Like, even in this one, they had so many opportunities to 2-1 this one. And again, I think that's the incredibly frustrating and probably why I was mauling throughout the whole thing is because, like, it's almost more disappointing when you see good plays, when you see good proactive movement and improvement from a team, and then they throw it away. They don't care. And you're like, it's like seeing, a kid with so much potential and he just throws it away for something stupid. It's so frustrating because what could have been, an opportunity for this team to get better. And again, TT are the last place team for the last like 2 years, basically. They're not this was incredible to see from an organization that's never really tasted success, and I can't help but get frustrated because I want them to succeed,
But we can look at it from a different lens in the sense that there was hope, right? We can't expect TT to be a top team overnight, and I honestly feel like a lot of these issues are easily fixed. They're not like repeatable, right? I feel like sometimes there's like underlying issues with your roster and you're like, damn, this is going to take like a split or a year or maybe a roster swap to fix. But whereas with TT, these are just clumsy mistakes. When the pressure was on, these are just questionable plays. I think they're easier to sort out. I think they're less likely to repeat and come back again. And TT showed some positive play. LNG, definitely some question marks. I remember a lot of people were super hyped on this player previously, and he has got a reputation of having done fantastic things in the past. This spring, he looked so rough. This series, inconsistent, right? Really, really inconsistent. Tarzan had some good moments, but again, not quite in the form we expect. Dornby, I think, was solid. Light on this Ezreal pick was good, but the champion pool, I think that was the issue for the bot lane.
Yes.
Light leaning too heavily in the Felios. Lumao, in a game here where I thought maybe we could see something else than Leona, ends up bringing it out. It still worked, right? It still won them the game, but showing maybe a limit in the terms of flexibility. I think just a lot of things that each player can improve on. But ultimately, LNG are 3-0. And I think the bigger thing would be if they weren't 3-0. When you're facing teams who they should be beating in the standings. To be fair, they 2-0'd AL, and they are looking pretty good. I think this series is just messy, right?
Yeah.
I think this isn't either of these teams at their best. It was just messy. And I think that's why we've been going so hard on them, is because we expect more.
I mean, that's literally the crux of it right there, is that we look at LNG, again, 4th place team in the regular split in spring. This is a team that we would be looking at to try and say, okay, can you get any further? Can you look to try and, and of course they were knocked out immediately 3-0 in the playoffs, but of course that was just a catastrophic failure in terms of how the team presented itself. But
that was top esports, right?
Again, top esports who made it all the way to the finals and, 5 games against RNG, who were the eventual MSI winners. But it is just very frustrating, very, we can't really rate them that highly again. Again, it's a 3-0 start, but I think people who come throughout the regular season games, maybe in week 2, 3, or 4, when we start saying, I don't know about LNG, that's when they're going to be a bit confused. Like, what do you mean you don't know? They're 3-0. But it's like, well, you got to watch the TT series and then you don't know.
It might happen again. So for anyone who's not familiar, last summer, LNG went 7-0 and then started losing like a ton. This spring, they went 7-0 again and then started losing a ton. And I'm looking at the schedule. So they're 3-0 now. The next 4 games, OMG, beatable. Top Esports, who even knows, but definitely beatable.
Both are a flip.
LGD beatable, IG beatable, and then JDG, who I think in current form will thrash the living daylights out of them.
Which is game number 8.
Really, depending on that Top Esports series, where that'd be really real, Top Esports can both lose and win against anyone, I feel like, depending on their form and how they're feeling. We could see LNG go 7-0 again to start the split and then lose on that 8th game. It would be kind of crazy if it happened 3 times in a row. Happening 2 times in a row was already crazy. Happening 3 would be pretty wild.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting kind of setup. As again, we kind of see how LNG end up developing, but like you mentioned earlier, still a lot of very reminiscent issues coming out for LNG compared to Spring. I think a lot of the problems they had from Spring are very much there. I don't think any of them have really gone away, realistically. If anything, some of them may have become more inflamed, more egregious, shall we say. We are slowly losing our minds because of that particular series. But at the end of the day, that is the LPL. And look, you know what? I kind of have to give
funny.
It was funny.
It was fun.
I'm glad that we were able to kind of experience it together. And you know what? As well as that, like, it's not always sometimes how good you look, but how bad you can be while still getting the win. And I mean that in the most genuine sense ever, because if you ever look at even traditional sports and like the Premier League and stuff, there might be just a 1-0 win for Manchester City, and it doesn't matter. Against a terrible team, you're like, oh, they look awful. It doesn't matter. They still got the W. And we got to talk about our MVP coming in top of that one. Honestly, I had no idea it was going to be, but it does go to Light on this Ezreal. He was consistent with his damage. He only died once in that particular game. And honestly, Light, again, proving that he can be a consistent source of carry for the side of LNG.
Yeah, and I think he was a reliable late game carry. This is kind of the expectation for Light. Give him resources, get him in the team fights he can perform. Obviously, LNG have struggled at times to make that their game plan, but working out pretty effectively here. I love this play. The fact that they have the W from Doinby on top for the CC layering, the damage to take out Puff. The Dragon Steal is just the peak moment of this game, because again, you know, maybe if TT had an extra dragon, LNG would have contested sooner. But regardless, the fact that TT finished the game on 3 dragons, never getting that soul after having that one stolen by the blind Ezreal ult, really makes you think how things could have been.
What could have been? Yes, and this, oh my god, it just, you can tell the TT, they saw that maybe could have gone it, and again, look, I can give away jitters and stuff. Beishuan is still a very young player, very new career, and look, these things are going to happen, and we have a bit more fun with it. We can have a bit more fun in the moment, but again,
in the LPL, of all the major regions, we have the most teams, we play the most games.
Yep.
That therefore means we're going to have the most fiestas by percentage.
We're also going to have the most variants.
Budget, though. I will say for how many fiestas we get.
Yeah, we love the fiestas. We love and also, as you said, the variance is also going to be massive. We have so many players coming from so many things. We have 22 LDL teams as well, so there's just an insane amount of players in the ecosystem of the LPL and LDL, of course, combined. But I believe we have our results for today, and even though we got the ones we wanted, I say this an awful lot, we did not get here the way we thought we would, because my god, Anyone's Legend taking out BLG. Actually, never mind, I completely forgot about that. Honestly, I genuinely forgot that Anyone's Legend beat BLG. That was a huge win for them. They're looking fantastic.
I was so hyped for them. There was some moments for AL in Spring that got me super hyped. It was like, but it was the consistency that wasn't quite there. Like this team fight setup they had against EDG is like burned into my brain because it was so excellent. And it's just they couldn't find that consistency to get more wins. The fact they took out BLG 2-0, both games, by the way, they had a clear game plan they stuck to and they made it work. First one, they crushed them early. Second, they stalled them and outscaled. I am so hyped for AL, I'm going to be honest. 2-1 now, 5th in the... And again, like I said, early in the season, it's hard to really scope out how good teams are. And because it's a single round robin, you know, LNG 3-0, do I think they're tied first? JDG? No, I don't think they're that good.
But one! It doesn't matter!
Really look good, and I'm really hyped for them. LNG, keep working. TT, you tried, but it's only uphill from here.
Yeah, it has to be only uphill from
here.
TT,
at least you're not FPX.
Yeah, you're not 0-3 right now. You are 0-2 as we have a look at tomorrow's matches. Because don't forget, when the LPL starts, it does not stop. OMG versus JDG. JDG looking to continue their fantastic run of form. And then Ultra Prime coming up against Rare Adam. Again, a low-key bit of a banger right there, because both teams finding a little bit of form and looking to try and see how they can make their season stick.
Yeah, I mean, I think JDG, OMG, Like, that does look super one-sided. I'm not going to sell you any other way. But bear in mind, JDG did drop a game to LGD. So definitely anything can happen in the LPL. That second series, though, that looks like an absolute banger, honestly. Ultra Prime vs RA. Ultra Prime had been on a bit of an upswing. RA as well, though, I think were one of our better middle-of-the-pack teams. Obviously, they were middle of the pack. They made it into playoffs, even though they didn't go further. Kind of puts them a level above these other teams who didn't make it in. But I think that could be a pretty exciting series.
It really, really could. And you know what, Ox? It's the end of the show. Thank you so much for joining
What a
me
day.
today. It's been a day, for sure. Thank you to everyone who's watched us, and to anyone who's wondering if we need a little bit of a break. You know why. We shall not speak of the LNG TT series for any longer. But thank you all for watching. Thank you, Ox, for joining me. And of course, thank you to our fantastic production crew. Without them, none of this would be possible. We'll see you guys on the same channel at the same time tomorrow for more LPL action.